Highway survival. I can upgrade resources limitlessly. Upon awakening, Chen Bo discovers that the entire world has been immersed in a survival game on the highway. Each individual, armed with a dilapidated vehicle, roams aimlessly along the vast and endless road in search of essential supplies for survival. In this realm, all stand equal, some engage in fierce battles over a mere cup of water, while others meet their demise over a bucket of gasoline. However, Chen Bo unexpectedly realizes that he has bound himself to an infinite upgrade system, enabling him to enhance resources and materials. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 100 milliliters of ordinary water has transformed into 10 liters of pure water. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. One piece of dry bread has evolved into 100 pieces of exquisite toast. As others struggle and bleed for a morsel of food, Chen Bo luxuriates in his opulent RV, enjoying the comforts of air conditioning while relishing a hot pot meal. Chapter 1: The Highway Survival Game. An endless expanse of highway stretched before him, waves of heat visibly rising from the asphalt. Chen Bo patted his head, feeling the dizziness subside somewhat. Yet, everything around him became increasingly vivid. So this is not a dream after all. In a state of bewilderment, Chen Bo found himself enveloped in darkness, and when the world re-emerged, it appeared transformed. He was seated in a dilapidated hatchback, the space feeling cramped. As Chen Bo grappled with his confusion, a massive subtitle materialized before him. Welcome to the Highway Survival Game. Game Introduction. In this game, each player begins with a small car, and all subsequent resources must be sought after individually. Only by continuously driving forward can one discover new resources. During the quest for resources, various dangers will arise. Friendly reminder. In this game, if you encounter danger and perish or succumb to thirst or hunger, it is true death, with no opportunity for a second chance. Elderly individuals and children are excluded from this game. Do not exit the vehicle casually. Upon reading this, Chen Bo's heart tightened. It became evident that this survival game was a matter of life and death. After perusing the instructions, Chen Bo noticed a chat feature on the car's display screen, with a stream of messages scrolling by. What on earth is this place? I was just sleeping. How did I end up on the highway? Oh my god, it's so hot here. Why is there nothing but highway? Where's my home? Help! Is there anyone who can rescue me? My phone is gone too. Is this some sort of prank? As Chen Bo observed the flurry of messages, he gradually confirmed that this was indeed not a dream. Moreover, he realized that, aside from the elderly and children, it appeared the entire world had entered this game. Chen Bo swiped the screen and discovered, in addition to the chat function, a trading feature. There seemed to be another function available, but the icon was blurred and labeled not available. After a brief examination of the features, Chen Bo lost interest in the chat, finding no desire to participate. A multitude of voices cried out in despair, some even advocating for collective demise, rendering the conversation futile. In this unfamiliar environment, Chen Bo felt both disoriented and anxious. Yet at this moment, the priority was survival. Chen Bo was beginning to feel parched, yet there was not a drop of water within the vehicle. The interior was relatively clean, with only a few items in the trunk. Chen Bo exited the car and opened the trunk. Ordinary wooden hammer description, an unremarkable wooden hammer, usable as a tool. Driving manual description, review to learn driving knowledge. These two items seemed of little value. The driving manual was essentially useless, as Chen Bo could drive without needing it. However, it remained necessary for those unfamiliar with driving. A glance could impart some knowledge. Otherwise, they would be left to wait for death. The wooden hammer felt flimsy in his hand, but as a tool, it could still prove useful. With a hum, Chen Bo returned to the car. Starting the engine, the key was already in the ignition, and a simple turn sufficed. However, the engine emitted a rather loud noise, and the vehicle shook violently for a few moments upon starting. Though small and battered, it was an automatic, which inadvertently eased the driving experience. At that moment, Chen Bo's gaze fixed on the road ahead. The highway stretched straight into the horizon, seemingly endless. The lanes were exceptionally wide. Chen Bo estimated that dozens of large trucks could travel side by side without crowding, a rarity in reality. Yet, there were no signs, no markings on the ground to guide him. Chen Bo could only drive aimlessly forward. The entire highway lay deserted, with only his solitary vehicle traversing it. Having been accustomed to daily traffic jams, Chen Bo found this open road somewhat disconcerting. Simultaneously, he pondered the implications of so many individuals entering this survival game, yet not a single soul was in sight. This stark reality proved that the highway was interminably long, with each person scattered across different starting points, making encounters with others unlikely in the near future. Chen Bo understood well that in such a precarious environment, humanity itself posed a threat. Gathering together did not guarantee mutual aid. Traveling at a modest pace, Chen Bo assessed the vehicle's power, noting it was somewhat weak, capable of reaching only around 90 kilometers per hour. Moreover, he hesitated to maintain such speed, primarily due to the limited fuel in the tank. If he failed to find gasoline before depleting the tank, the vehicle would become a mere hunk of metal. After approximately 10 kilometers, Chen Bo spotted a wooden box by the roadside, about the size of a suitcase. Ordinary resource box. Description: opening it may yield random survival resources. Note: however, it may also be empty or contain wild beasts and other unforeseen risks. Chapter 2. I can upgrade resources. Chen Bo parked his vehicle and swiftly exited the car. At last, he encountered his first resource chest, which, according to the description, was one of the vital means to acquire resources in the early stages. However, upon seeing the prompt, Chen Bo realized that it was not as straightforward as he had hoped. It turned out that, in addition to resources, there might also be dangers lurking within, making it a matter of luck. This was far more exhilarating than opening a blind box. At least with a blind box, the worst outcome was merely obtaining something undesirable. Whereas here, a stroke of bad luck could result in dire consequences. One could only wonder if there had been any unfortunate souls who had encountered danger upon opening their first resource chest. Chen Bo had no choice but to proceed. With no resources to his name, this chest was his sole beacon of hope. How much longer could he endure without resources? Resolutely, Chen Bo dismissed any lingering doubts and picked up a wooden hammer, shattering the resource chest before him. The moment it broke open was surprisingly serene, allowing him to exhale in relief. It seemed there were no immediate threats. Soon, he discovered a plastic bottle and a metal canister, 100 milliliters of ordinary water and 2 liters of inferior gasoline. Water and oil. Chen Bo's eyes brightened. At this juncture, these two items were precisely what he needed. His initial fortune appeared to be favorable, although the quantities were rather meager, especially the 100 milliliters of water, far too little. As he could probably consume it in a single gulp, he needed to conserve it, only taking sips to sustain himself until he could find another resource chest. Without wasting a moment, he quickly tossed the gasoline into the trunk while keeping the water in hand. He recalled the prior warning about not exiting the vehicle indiscriminately and limiting the time spent outside. In such an environment, the closed car door provided a semblance of safety. Observing the meager amount of water in the small plastic bottle, which was barely half full, Chen Bo noted its questionable clarity, with visible impurities. This was far from pure water. It was likely even inferior to tap water. Nevertheless, in this grim situation, every drop was precious. His cracked lips attested to his thirst, and he could not afford to be picky. As he unscrewed the cap of the bottle, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. Thankfully, the bottle was not full, preventing any spillage. A congratulatory message followed. Congratulations, host. The infinite upgrade system has been successfully bound. In the days to come, this system will serve you diligently. Chen Bo's heart raced. He recognized the nature of such systems. Could it be that he had been chosen as a fortunate recipient? If he truly possessed a system, this survival game might not be as daunting as it seemed. The system can upgrade any resource, and the host may select resources to attempt an upgrade. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's gaze fell upon the bottle of water, and he noticed the words upgradable appearing on it. With that revelation, he decided to give it a try. The moment he focused his thoughts, a voice inquired, "Does the host confirm the upgrade?" "Confirm." Before he could finish speaking, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 100 milliliters of ordinary water has been upgraded to 10 liters of drinking water." Chen Bo was taken aback, realizing that the small plastic bottle had vanished, replaced by a sturdy plastic container. Even cradled in his arms, it felt weighty, filled to the brim with clear, pristine water. In such dire circumstances, this large container of water was truly a lifesaver. Unable to contain himself any longer, he had previously thought to sip sparingly from the meager water supply, but now, with 10 liters at his disposal, he no longer held back. He unscrewed the lid and drank deeply. To Chen Bo, this ordinary drinking water felt like a heavenly elixir, a reminder of the joy that comes with the freedom to quench one's thirst. After satisfying his thirst, he secured the cap, ensuring not a drop was wasted. Through a single upgrade, he had experienced the system's remarkable capabilities. The previous water, both in quality and quantity, had been transformed. The ordinary water had become pure drinking water, devoid of impurities, significantly enhancing both its palatability and health benefits. The increase in quantity was crucial, with the upgrade elevating 100 milliliters to an impressive 10 liters, an extraordinary improvement. Friendly reminder, each resource can only be upgraded once, and each upgrade results in random enhancements in either quantity or quality. Just then, the system chimed in once more. Chapter 3. Intermediate Resource Chest. Design Blueprints. Chen Bo nodded in understanding. After all, even a single upgrade was immensely gratifying. He proceeded to replicate the process, shifting his focus to the gasoline in the trunk. The prompt still indicated upgradable, and without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 2 liters of inferior gasoline has been upgraded to 40 liters of premium gasoline. Chen Bo nodded in satisfaction. Premium gasoline would undoubtedly burn more efficiently than inferior gasoline, and with the quantity increased 20-fold, it was more than sufficient for his needs. With both water and fuel adequately stocked, Chen Bo could temporarily relax. However, he still faced a scarcity of food, although he wasn't particularly hungry at the moment. Given his pressing need for water, he knew that one could not survive without sustenance. Not feeling rushed, as this was only the first resource chest, he took his time. The metal canister holding 40 liters of gasoline was sizable, and he carefully stowed it in the trunk as he prepared to continue his journey. Just then, he unexpectedly noticed that the small wooden hammer, previously included with the vehicle, also displayed the upgradable prompt. Could it be that everything was subject to upgrade? With this thought in mind, Chen Bo eagerly proceeded with the upgrade. It appeared that there were no limits on daily upgrades, as long as each item could only be upgraded once. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Wooden hammer upgraded to iron hammer. In an instant, the wooden hammer in Chen Bo's hand transformed, becoming notably heavier. Not only had the material changed, but also seemed larger, making it much more effective. While it may not be a remarkable tool, it was certainly a significant improvement over the previous wooden hammer. Chen Bo then picked up the vehicle's owner's manual, but it did not display the upgrade option, indicating that it could not be upgraded. At that moment, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could his dilapidated vehicle also be upgraded? However, upon stepping out and examining it, he found it could not be upgraded either. Perhaps he was overthinking it. With that, Chen Bo continued to drive forward, lamenting the absence of music. How delightful it would be to listen to some tunes. Should others become aware of Chen Bo's current thoughts, they would likely exclaim that he is out of touch with reality. While we are still grappling with resource scarcity, he is preoccupied with the idea of listening to music. The aimless driving feels rather monotonous. At one point, Chen Bo even mistakenly believed he was engaged in a road game. With a modest speed, he focused intently on the ground, hoping to spot any resource crates. This task proved less challenging than anticipated, as after approximately 20 minutes of driving, he stumbled upon another crate. Drawing from his previous experience, Chen Bo appeared significantly more composed this time. He parked the vehicle, opened the door, and grasped a sledgehammer in hand. Remarkably, having the iron hammer felt considerably safer than the wooden one he had previously wielded, even if this resource crate concealed unknown dangers rather than resources. Possessing a weapon would afford him some degree of defense. Upon approaching, Chen Bo noticed that this crate appeared somewhat different from the first one he had encountered. Though both were wooden, this one boasted a reddish hue and featured rivets along the edges, giving it a more refined appearance. A glance at the intermediate resource crate revealed that it was indeed a crate of slightly higher quality, though the contents remained a mystery. Adopting a forceful approach, Chen Bo decided to smash the crate open. Despite its sturdy appearance, it yielded quite easily. Once opened, silence reigned, prompting Chen Bo to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that this encounter was safe. As he rummaged through the wooden planks and debris, his anticipation mounted to discover the resources within. He uncovered 2 pieces of dry bread. Food, which he was currently lacking, had finally been located. Each piece was slightly larger than an adult's palm and felt quite hard to the touch, hinting at a rather unpalatable texture. Nevertheless, in this environment, any sustenance was welcome. Chen Bo felt no panic. After all, he would soon be able to level up, so what was there to fear? Additionally, he noted that in addition to the bread, there were some ordinary water sources, approximately 300 milliliters. It seemed that the materials within the resource crates varied randomly in both type and quantity. This small amount of water was of little concern to Chen Bo, especially knowing he would soon level up. Moreover, he spotted a scroll-like object lying on the ground. Capturing his attention, he quickly picked it up. Upon examination, he realized it was a design blueprint for a dagger. He had not encountered such a thing before, but after reviewing the description, he understood. By gathering the necessary materials outlined in the blueprint, he could utilize it to craft the item. For instance, this dagger blueprint required 10 pieces of refined iron. Once he gathered the materials, he could directly employ the blueprint to obtain a fine dagger. At this juncture, Chen Bo felt assured that he had enough life-sustaining resources, yet weaponry was a crucial consideration. In such an environment, merely finding ample resources would not guarantee survival. One must also contemplate self-defense. Chapter 4. The trading platform is activated. Chen Bo's vehicle began the upgrade process. When he acquired resources, he felt little sensation. But during the upgrade, the experience was genuinely pleasurable. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up. 2 pieces of dry bread have transformed into 200 pieces of exquisite toast. In an instant, an abundance of bread materialized within his vehicle. The transformation from 2 to 200 pieces was remarkable, and each slice was packaged in vacuum-sealed bags, proving to be incredibly convenient. With these loaves and the water supply, Chen Bo could comfortably sustain himself for a month or 2, provided he did not encounter any unforeseen dangers. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up. 300 milliliters of ordinary water has upgraded to 50 liters of purified water. The upgrade of the water supply took Chen Bo by surprise. Receiving 50 liters seemed excessive. He recalled that he had only consumed a few hundred milliliters from the previous 20 liters. At times, an abundance of resources can indeed be burdensome. Would the host like to convert the purified water into smaller bottles? Just then, a prompt from the system appeared. Chen Bo couldn't help but admire how considerate the system was and readily agreed. Yes. The system provided 500 milliliter bottles, and the entire conversion was completed without requiring any effort from Chen Bo, thankfully. With the water now in smaller bottles, his trunk could accommodate them all without issue. Given the presence of a gasoline canister, the trunk might not be sufficient for a large barrel. He placed all the bread on the passenger seat, which quickly filled to the brim. Just from 2 resource crates, Chen Bo felt considerably less anxious about his immediate survival, demonstrating the immense power of the upgrade system. What captured Chen Bo's attention most was still the manufacturing blueprint. Only with a weapon could he ensure better survival. Crucially, the blueprint also indicated the possibility of an upgrade. Chen Bo was quite curious about how this upgrade would function. Without hesitation, he opted to proceed with the upgrade. Congratulations, host, you have successfully leveled up. The dagger manufacturing blueprint has been upgraded to a multifunctional military knife blueprint. Multifunctional military knife blueprint required materials: 50 refined iron. Upon inspection, he noted that the required amount of refined iron had significantly increased. It was clear that this multifunctional military knife would undoubtedly surpass the previous dagger in quality, though it would also necessitate a greater quantity of materials. Currently, Chen Bo had not encountered a single piece of refined iron, so he decided to set aside thoughts of crafting for the moment. It was likely that early on, everyone encountered essential items such as water and food, while materials like refined iron would appear later. There was no use in hurrying. With a rustle, Chen Bo gripped the steering wheel with one hand. The road was devoid of other vehicles, allowing him to navigate without constant adjustment. He tore open a bag of toast and took large bites. The flavor was quite pleasant, with a moderate sweetness that Chen Bo found acceptable, and the texture was soft. Consuming just one piece could sustain him for half a day, as his appetite was not particularly large. Initially, eating the bread was enjoyable, but Chen Bo understood that consuming the same food for consecutive days would eventually become monotonous. In this environment, merely filling his stomach was sufficient. Contemplating anything further was utterly impractical. While munching on the bread, Chen Bo did not forget to glance at the chat interface. Although he had little interest in participating, he felt compelled to keep an eye on it. It was akin to a work group. One had to check periodically to avoid missing any potentially valuable information. I am so hungry. Why can't I find anything to eat? Damn it, the water I found is so dirty. Is this meant for drinking? How unfortunate. I opened a crate and a rat jumped out, nearly blinding me. Can someone please give me a sip of water? I beg you. I'll pay $1 million for a bottle of water. I have plenty of money. After a cursory glance, Chen Bo discerned that there was not much useful information. Most of the chatter consisted of complaints and pleas. At this hour, it seemed that everyone was primarily seeking basic necessities like water and food. In comparison to others, Chen Bo's situation has improved significantly, having already transcended the rudimentary stages. It must be acknowledged that comparisons are essential for self-awareness. Through this juxtaposition, Chen Bo has come to a profound realization. His current circumstances are indeed quite favorable. Were it not for the system, he may not have fared so well. Of course, he has gleaned certain insights, such as his previous misconception that the resource boxes in the early stages were devoid of danger, which has proven erroneous. Some individuals have encountered peril, though they have not yet met their demise. Those who have perished can no longer engage in conversation. And Chen Bo firmly believes that some must have already lost their lives, heightening his awareness of the game's brutal nature. Furthermore, he observes those desperately pleading for water and sustenance. Although he currently possesses an excess, he chooses to disregard their plight. In this realm, all are equal. Wealth holds no value. At that moment, Chen Bo noticed a chat message that read, "Damn, what terrible luck. After much effort, I opened a box only to find a piece of iron. What use is this to me?" Suddenly, Chen Bo's eyes sparkled with realization. If memory serves him correctly, there exists a trading function. In Chapter 5, he reflects on his previous misconceptions. He had assumed that early resources primarily consisted of food, water, and fuel. However, it turns out that some individuals have indeed procured fine iron, indicating that luck varies from person to person. Those fortunate enough to have acquired fine iron must also be suffering, as it is neither consumable nor drinkable, providing no tangible benefit. Fortunately, with the existence of a trading platform, he can exchange water and food, likely enticing those who possess fine iron. Indeed, what use is a piece of iron when one could trade it for a meal? Chen Bo slowed his pace and opened the trading platform to familiarize himself with it. As it was his first time using it, the process was straightforward. One simply lists the items available for trade and specifies their needs. If someone sees the potential for a transaction, they can initiate a private chat. If both parties agree, they can place their items in the designated area and complete the trade. Remarkably, even if one party does not place an item in the trading area, an agreement can still be reached, akin to a gift exchange. Given the nascent stage of the game, there were not many seeking trades. Chen Bo quickly perused the published trading information and noted that numerous individuals were hoping for a freebie. Without hesitation, he posted his own trading message: 100 milliliters of water for one piece of fine iron, no upper limit. For Chen Bo, water was not a particularly valuable commodity. He had dozens of liters at his disposal, so parting with some posed no issue. What mattered was the prospect of upgrading, and Chen Bo remained calm. The no upper limit claim was merely a marketing tactic, as he doubted many possessed excess fine iron. He needed 50 pieces, though he felt he would not require that many. Who knows, after acquiring one, he might be able to upgrade and obtain dozens more. Accumulating surplus materials would not be a disadvantage. In a few days, fine iron and similar materials might begin to gain market value. When that time comes, he could trade for the items he desires. After posting his message, it immediately sparked a lively discussion among the players. Wow, is this for real? Someone is willing to trade water? This person must be foolish to part with water. Sadly, I can't even find water, let alone iron. Could this brother Chen Bo spare a sip of water? I would be willing to pledge my loyalty. How did you find water? Water is incredibly precious in this environment. It is no wonder that Chen Bo's offer to exchange water garnered such intense interest. Not to mention, the water he possesses is pure, fundamentally different from ordinary sources. Those who have fine iron are unlikely to resist such temptation. In everyone's eyes, a piece of iron clearly holds less value than 100 milliliters of water. Within mere minutes, someone initiated a private chat with Chen Bo Wu Hao Mail. In the private chat interface, one can see basic information such as the name and gender of the other participant. In this game, names are not considered private. Chen Bo did not notice an anonymity feature when he posted his trading information. However, this is inconsequential. What truly matters is the successful completion of the trade. How many do you have? Chen Bo succinctly inquired. 1. Are you certain it's pure water? Upon reading Wu Hao's message, Chen Bo couldn't help but chuckle. Attempting to deceive in a trade is futile, as once an item is placed in the trading area, its information becomes visible. It is exceedingly convenient. Chen Bo did not even need to remove the cap from the water bottle. With a mere thought, 100 milliliters of water vanished from the bottle and entered the trading platform. Wu Hao, seeing that Chen Bo had placed his item, quickly followed suit, placing a piece of fine iron in the trade area. His swiftness suggested a fear of Chen Bo changing his mind. Once the trade was completed, the fine iron was now in Chen Bo's possession. He examined the piece, which was not particularly large, roughly the size of a child's palm, yet it felt solid and substantial. Noticing the option to upgrade, Chen Bo decided to give it a try. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. One piece of fine iron has been upgraded to 8 pieces. The quality remained unchanged, but the quantity had increased from 1 to 8. This was certainly a favorable outcome, though still far from what Chen Bo required. The trading must continue. Chen Bo discovered that while many sought water, the number of individuals possessing fine iron was relatively small. This also clarified why he had opened 2 boxes without finding anything. To expedite the process and attract more participants, he added a new trading offer. For those with fine iron, I will trade for bread as well, 1 piece of fine iron for 1 slice of toast. This adjustment stimulated further interest. Is this big shot really willing to trade bread? I wonder what fine iron is used for. Damn, I'm about to die of thirst. And this big shot is focused on fine iron. Is this the disparity? Clearly, this person does not lack food or water, which explains their willingness to trade. They all entered the game together. Why is this person so exceptional? There was no doubt this individual was indeed a prominent player. In Chapter 6, the crisis of the resource boxes, everyone is astute. Observing Chen Bo's bold trading of water and food, they began to comprehend certain truths. Initially, the voices ridiculing Chen Bo as a fool gradually faded away. How could a fool acquire such an abundance of resources? Moreover, his willingness to trade suggests he is well supplied, evoking envy among others. The name Chen Bo quickly became etched in many minds. After approximately an hour, Chen Bo managed to amass 50 pieces of fine iron, not solely through trades, but primarily via upgrades. The quantity gained from each upgrade varied. It merely consisted of 5 pieces of refined iron, which Chen Bo ultimately upgraded to 53, deemed sufficient for his needs. However, the transactions did not cease. Chen Bo continued to list items. After all, accumulating materials could prove beneficial in the future. With the necessary materials in hand, Chen Bo decided to refrain from checking the trading platform, planning to do so when time permitted. His primary objective now was to craft the multifunctional military knife. Required materials, 5,350. It was evident that he had ample supplies. With a mere thought, the blueprint vanished. The refined iron he had just gathered also disappeared, and a multifunctional military knife materialized in his hand. Chen Bo slowed his pace, meticulously examining the knife. The grip felt excellent, perfectly aligning with his natural force application. The blade glimmered with a chilling gleam, unmistakably sharp. To Chen Bo's surprise, there was a button on the inner side of the handle. Upon pressing it, he joyfully discovered that the knife could extend and retract, transforming into a long blade or a dagger. In combat, this could yield unexpected advantages. No wonder it was called a multifunctional military knife. It was indeed a satisfying weapon. In this survival environment, possessing a knife would undoubtedly prove useful at some point. Chen Bo tucked the knife into his pocket, appreciating its retractable feature, which alleviated many concerns. He continued onward, observing the sun gradually descending in the sky. This made him realize that this world indeed experienced cycles of day and night. Nightfall might be the most perilous time. Although he felt relatively comfortable now, Chen Bo remained vigilant. As he drove on, an unexpected obstacle suddenly appeared on the road. A massive creature resembling a wild bull, adorned with two enormous horns. Chen Bo's body tensed, gripping the steering wheel firmly, harboring no thoughts of confrontation. Despite wielding a sharp knife, he understood that in the face of such overwhelming power, the efficacy of cold weapons was limited. Even his vehicle could not withstand such a collision. He feared his small, battered car would succumb. The moment of impact would almost certainly result in a flip or being crushed. Thankfully, Chen Bo did not panic. The road was wide, not a narrow passage. If it could not be provoked, he would simply evade it. Recklessly colliding would be an absurd act. Even if he managed to slay the creature, it would hardly benefit him. Chen Bo pressed the accelerator, the vehicle picking up speed. He turned the steering wheel to the right, lacking the finesse for drifting, but maneuvering to evade was certainly within his capabilities. The creature was not targeting him. It merely noticed the moving vehicle. Accelerating and changing lanes, it could not keep pace. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the distance widening, and only then did he feel a sense of relief. This experience reminded Chen Bo to remain cautious. While driving, one must not become overly relaxed. Without a vehicle, one could never know when a wild beast might emerge. Fortunately, after encountering the beast, Chen Bo found luck on his side. Not long after, he spotted another resource box standing on the roadside, marking the third he had encountered. As before, he drove up to it and stepped out, iron hammer in hand, ready to smash it open. With the experience from the previous two encounters, he felt much more adept at the task. Whoosh! As the box shattered, a shadow darted past him, swift as lightning. Luckily, Chen Bo's reflexes were sharp. He instinctively tilted his head. Although he narrowly avoided an attack, he felt a prickling at the back of his neck. At that moment, he sensed that his hair had almost been touched, just a hair's breadth away. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was a rat. Its body a dusty yellow interspersed with black stripes. It was enormous, larger than a weasel, clearly not an ordinary rat. What was particularly unsettling was its crimson eyes. The bloodthirsty mole rat only revealed its basic name, with no additional information available. Chen Bo squinted, realizing he had struck gold. After opening 3 boxes, encountering danger once seemed an acceptable probability. His hand discreetly reached for the knife's hilt in his pocket. Since he had encountered it, he would find a way to deal with it. He felt capable of handling this creature. Chapter 7. An abundance of resources, a happy dilemma. Upon confirming the nature of the creature, Chen Bo found himself surprisingly calm. He felt a sense of confidence in his ability to fight. After all, it was merely a rat. With a sharp blade in hand, he was certain he could overpower it. If it were truly formidable, it might have dispatched him the moment it leaped out. Assessing the situation was indeed necessary. Had he encountered the wild beast from earlier on the road, Chen Bo would have harbored no thoughts of combat. He constantly reminded himself that his odds were favorable, the only point of caution being to avoid injury. Without any medical supplies, sustaining an injury could lead to complications. An untreated wound could easily become infected, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Squeak! The mole rat emitted a shrill cry, seemingly filled with hostility toward Chen Bo. Before he could act, it leaped toward him, mirroring the movement it had made when bursting from the resource box. However, Chen Bo noticed that this creature's speed appeared diminished compared to before. Could it be that its stamina was limited, causing its speed to wane? This time, Chen Bo did not dodge. He devised a strategy. He drew forth the multifunctional military knife, which had been compactly stored within the handle for ease of transport. As the bloodthirsty mole rat approached, Chen Bo pressed the button on the inner side of the handle, and suddenly the blade flashed. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh resonated. The mole rat, poised to strike at Chen Bo's head, was impaled, suspended in midair. As a spring knife, its effectiveness proved remarkable. Most importantly, Chen Bo witnessed the knife's sharpness firsthand, leaving no room for disappointment. The mole rat did not perish instantly. It struggled against the blade, though the movements grew increasingly feeble, its vitality steadily waning until it ultimately faded away. Chen Bo gave a firm flick of his wrist, sending the mole rat crashing to the ground, lifeless. Blood pooled on the ground, resembling a bifurcated stream. A faint, metallic odor permeated the air. Chen Bo paid little mind to the scent. It was merely a triviality he would have to acclimate to. Observing the blade, he noted the final droplet of blood sliding off, leaving it looking as pristine as ever, remarkably blood-free. This spared Chen Bo considerable effort. With the danger averted, he sheathed the knife. Had it not been for this weapon, he felt he might not have emerged unscathed. Righteous hero medal lay beside the corpse of the mole rat, an inconspicuous-looking medal. Had it not been for the prompt, it is likely that Chen Bo would have overlooked it. He picked it up and examined it. It was a dull, grayish piece devoid of luster, adorned only with simple patterns. It could be considered one of the less prestigious medals. Moreover, this item could not be upgraded, and the only explanation provided was that it was merely a trophy. Chen Bo had no idea of its purpose, so he simply stowed it away on his person, relieved that it occupied little space. Coca-Cola in milliliters, banana roots, and shards of glass. To his surprise, Chen Bo discovered that the resource box he had just smashed also contained resources. It seemed that most resource boxes were likely to hold resources, though some might be empty. However, the presence of danger did not preclude the existence of resources. They often coexisted. Many individuals, upon encountering danger, were content to preserve their lives, leaving little room for thoughts of resources. This time, the resources comprised 3 items. They appeared quite satisfactory, at least capable of enhancing one's living conditions. The presence of a beverage offered a momentary indulgence. While its thirst-quenching ability was average, its delightful taste was undeniable. Alas, he lacked a refrigerator. The cola was far less enjoyable in such high temperatures without being chilled. Next, there were fruits, which certainly improved his quality of life. Subsisting solely on bread might stave off starvation, but it grew tiresome over time. Supplementing his diet with fruits was undoubtedly beneficial. Many others, suffering from hunger, would consider any morsel a boon and dare not wish for more. Bananas, to some extent, could also stave off hunger. As before, Chen Bo chose to upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 250 milliliters of cola has been upgraded to 20 liters. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 3 bananas have been upgraded to 100 bananas. Chen Bo gazed at the abundance of upgraded supplies before him, momentarily perplexed. After the upgrade, this was far too much. In such an environment, no one would complain of excess supplies. The issue lay with the vehicle's limited space, which had already been filled with numerous items, leaving little room to spare. While 20 liters of cola was manageable, the 100 bananas were rather cumbersome. If others were aware of Chen Bo's predicament, they would likely be exasperated to tears. After considerable effort, he managed to cram everything into the vehicle. Chen Bo was acutely aware that if he continued to upgrade and amass more resources, he might have to reluctantly dispose of some. Driving slowly after loading the vehicle, he lacked a clear direction or destination. There was no urgency in his journey. Speeding seemed unnecessary unless faced with danger, in which case a swift retreat would be prudent. Having consumed 3 bananas, Chen Bo felt entirely satiated. Yet, in the face of 100 bananas, his consumption seemed trivial. With limited personal capacity, he could only manage as best he could. He never anticipated that a survival game could lead him into such a quandary over an excess of resources. Who would believe such a tale? This was no trivial matter. Soon, he might find his belongings overflowing. In the short term, he could neither enlarge his vehicle nor acquire a different one. He had only just entered the game, and currently, everyone was preoccupied with survival. Contemplating a vehicle change seemed excessive. Whether to modify the vehicle or replace it entirely was something Chen Bo had yet to comprehend, and he would only learn with experience. Thus, if his possessions became overwhelming, he would have to selectively discard some. Wasting food or water was a disgraceful act, especially in such an environment. Some might even go so far as to sell themselves just for a sip of water. Discarding items felt wasteful. Chen Bo believed that if trading were an option, it would be preferable to exchange them. In this way, others would benefit, and he could acquire some valuable goods. As for materials, he could afford to slow down his trading pace. It wasn't that Chen Bo did not need them. He understood that accumulating those items could prove useful later. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that once those materials were upgraded, their quantity would increase, similarly taking up space. Moreover, their weight would likely surpass that of food and water. Earlier, when Chen Bo discovered shards of glass in the box, he opted to hold on to them for now, choosing not to upgrade them just yet. He would wait and see if any desirable manufacturing blueprints emerged. He would be open to trade. Driving slowly, he accessed the trading platform. Currently, his inbox was flooded with private messages. It seemed many had recognized him as a prominent player. Most were hoping for free handouts, pleading with Chen Bo. He even encountered numerous messages from women, the content of which was quite distasteful. How dare you? Chen Bo could not help but exclaim, "What do you think I am?" None of them had even sent a photo, leaving him to wonder about their appearances. What if one of them turned out to be a heavy-set individual? Ignoring these frivolous messages, he also set aside inquiries from those seeking iron. However, one particular message caught Chen Bo's attention. "Qi Muing, hello. I lack materials, but possess a manufacturing blueprint. May I propose a trade?" The name seemed to belong to a woman. Of course, her gender was not the crux of the matter. Whether she was a woman or not held little significance for Chen Bo. Even if promises were made, without knowing each other's locations, it was unlikely they would ever meet, rendering such promises meaningless. What truly piqued Chen Bo's interest was the mention of a manufacturing blueprint. This item served a significant purpose, occupied no space, and could consume numerous materials, precisely what Chen Bo needed. "Certainly, but please specify the blueprint in question." Chen Bo replied, understanding that it was reasonable to inquire about specifics before a trade. At that moment, he held the upper hand. "Bulletproof glass manufacturing blueprint." The response came promptly from the other side. Chen Bo assessed it. While it was not particularly remarkable, it was still valuable, as he yearned for weapons above all else. Nonetheless, bulletproof glass was a decent option, as it could fortify his vehicle. On the road, a car was not only his home, but also his sole refuge. Should the vehicle be destroyed, he would lose everything. Equipping it with bulletproof glass could prove beneficial. Chen Bo speculated that firearms would eventually emerge in this environment. Furthermore, should he encounter other humans, who could guarantee that conflicts would not arise? Chen Bo promptly replied, "I am open to trade. What would you like in return?" He had not assigned a value to the blueprint. The two would need to negotiate. "I require some water, and, if possible, a bit of bread as well. My sister is currently very weak and needs water and food." The request was modest, yet tinged with caution. Chen Bo was slightly taken aback. Why was she with her sister? Wasn't this game designed for individual players? Moreover, it seemed challenging to pinpoint others' locations. At least, Chen Bo had not discovered this feature. It was a bit peculiar, but Chen Bo refrained from probing further. He proactively stated, "No problem, I can offer you some water and bread. By the way, would you like a banana? Consider my treat for you sisters." After pondering for a moment, Chen Bo added another remark. Chapter 9. The twin sisters. Chen Bo was not a bleeding heart, nor did he harbor any particular sympathy for the individuals opposite him. One cannot simply feel pity for someone merely because they are female. In such an environment, the primary concern is survival. Anything beyond that is truly beyond his purview. The crux of the matter lay in the abundance of resources. Bananas, being a tropical fruit, have a limited shelf life. Chen Bo estimated that they would spoil in no more than 3 days, and that was only because bananas are resilient to high temperatures. It was improbable that he could consume all 100 bananas within that time frame. Doing so would likely lead to his own demise. Hence, letting them spoil would be wasteful, and trading them seemed more prudent. After all, the manufacturing blueprint provided by the other party held reasonable value. Qin Muying, seated in her vehicle, felt her fair complexion flush upon receiving Chen Bo's message. This person is quite something. Offering me bananas sounds rather open to misinterpretation. Yet, she understood that he likely meant no such implications. It was probably her own overthinking. In such dire circumstances, fruit was undoubtedly a rare commodity. At least for the time being. She had observed the conversations around her, acknowledging the preciousness of food and water. Should they meet for a trade? Chen Bo's single banana could very well exchange for a night with a woman, given the current climate. One cannot expect all women to uphold stringent morals. Some may even be engaged in such transactions by choice. "Thank you," Qin Mu-ing exclaimed, somewhat startled by the wealth of resources provided by the other party. There were no explicit prices. Chen Bo simply offered what he deemed appropriate. To her surprise, he had given her 1 liter of water, 10 slices of toast, and 10 bananas. She never anticipated that her single manufacturing blueprint could yield such a bounty. Chen Bo's generosity was evident, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. The additional supplies could significantly sustain her and her sister for a few more days. Deep down, she felt immense appreciation for Chen Bo, unaware that he was merely clearing out his inventory. After assessing the situation, Chen Bo realized that few individuals would come to trade valuable items, indicating that the manufacturing blueprint was indeed a rare find. With no immediate prospects for further trades, he decided it was better to give a little extra rather than discard the items. He offered a controlled amount, slightly more than necessary, which did not seem excessive. At least this woman was courteous and not unpleasant. In his final message, he mentioned, "Feel free to reach out for similar trades in the future, as a means of fostering customer relations." However, Chen Bo held no grand expectations, as good items were not easily obtainable. Moreover, it was uncertain how long the two sisters would survive. With the transaction concluded, Chen Bo relished his success and proceeded to issue further trade announcements. He retracted the offer for refined iron, focusing instead on collecting manufacturing blueprints. He also welcomed inquiries for other valuable items, as he believed many things remained unknown to him. Chen Bo stated. As long as the goods are quality, I assure you, you will not be shortchanged. I have pure water, bread, fruits, and beverages available for your choosing. While this may carry a hint of sensationalism, he was not naive enough to suggest that anything could be had for free. The intention was to create a buzz, encouraging others to partake in the trade. At present, Chen Bo's resources were plentiful, with the only notable shortage being gasoline. His current supply was merely sufficient for his own use, making it unsuitable for trade. Nevertheless, he felt no anxiety. When the time came to require fuel, he would simply trade for it. Exchanging water for gasoline would certainly be feasible, and acquiring a portion would allow for a significant upgrade, ensuring he would be well equipped for a while. Chen Bo was intently examining the manufacturing blueprint for bulletproof glass. Meanwhile, in Qin Muying's vehicle, her sister sat in the passenger seat. Had Chen Bo been present, he would have noticed that this young woman bore a striking resemblance to Qin Muying. They were twins. Both possessed extraordinary beauty, a rare combination indeed. However, amidst the perils of the road, looks were of little utility, potentially even a liability. Despite Chen Bo's handsome appearance, it would not put food on the table. He relied on the system for sustenance. Muyin, have some water, Qin Muying said, her demeanor cautious as if fearing the water might spill. The girl in the passenger seat appeared rather pale and weak. After taking a sip, she seemed to recover slightly. Qin Muying was aware of her sister's thirst, but refrained from allowing her to indulge too freely. That would be too extravagant. 1 liter of water was not much, and the next opportunity to acquire more could be uncertain, necessitating frugality. She then personally peeled a banana and handed it over. Eat something. You need to regain your strength. Qin Muying opened her eyes, a look of surprise crossing her face. Sister, where did you get the banana? Don't ask, just eat. A kind person treated us. Chapter 10. All vehicles upgraded with glass. Defense enhancement. Upon witnessing the manufacturing blueprint, Chen Bo chose to upgrade immediately. Previous experiences had taught him that only through manufacturing blueprints could one achieve an upgrade. The items crafted from blueprints were not eligible for enhancement. For instance, the multifunctional military knife was a case in point. Chen Bo speculated that he could upgrade to an advanced version of bulletproof glass. Although they were all bulletproof, there would undoubtedly be differences in quality. Some bulletproof glass could withstand even the most powerful sniper rifles. Congratulations, host, the upgrade is successful. The bulletproof glass manufacturing blueprint has been upgraded to a bulletproof glass manufacturing mold. Bulletproof glass manufacturing mold description. Utilizing this mold allows for the repeated production of bulletproof glass. Upon reading this, Chen Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It became evident that the mold was significantly superior to the blueprint. In summary, a manufacturing blueprint is a one-time use item, whereas a manufacturing mold is reusable. This development meant that Chen Bo could virtually upgrade the entire vehicle with bulletproof glass, which would otherwise be a cumbersome task. As darkness fell, Chen Bo decided against continuing his journey and parked the vehicle by the roadside. The surroundings were a vast expanse of wilderness, with poor road conditions and uncertainty regarding the availability of resource boxes. Thus, straying from the road was not an option. One could only pause to rest when needed. Driving incessantly without brakes was simply impractical. After parking, Chen Bo meticulously studied the mold, finding its operation straightforward. It even had measuring capabilities, allowing for the determination of the glass's intended application. For instance, if utilized for a vehicle's window, this modest car requires merely 50 shards of glass. The materials necessary for production vary. Should one endeavor to manufacture the front windshield, after measuring, Chen Bo realized he would need over 100 glass fragments. At this juncture, Chen Bo's priority lay in procuring materials. Thus, he promptly accessed the trading center to exchange for glass shards. Securing materials appeared more feasible than obtaining manufacturing blueprints. Chen Bo felt that half a day had elapsed, suggesting that many individuals had likely found this resource. Within the previous crate, he had also discovered a glass shard. Following the announcement of his trading notice, Chen Bo upgraded the glass shard he had previously acquired. Congratulations to the host for a successful upgrade. 1 glass shard transformed into 20. The quality remained unchanged, yet the quantity had significantly increased. Fortunately, at this moment, it was precisely the number Chen Bo required. A 20-fold increase was indeed commendable, yet it still fell short of the several hundred he needed. Thus, further transactions were necessary. Fortunately, it was well known that Chen Bo was a prominent figure. As soon as the news was published, discussions began to circulate. Goodness, how many resources does this Chen Bo possess? I see him trading continuously. Even as cola, doesn't he? One wonders if he possesses some secret we are unaware of. It's not really a secret. It doesn't diminish his status as a big shot. I happen to have glass shards. This is quite fortunate for me. I've searched through 4 or 5 crates, yet what I've obtained is still insufficient for my needs. Why does he have so many resources? Chen Bo had almost become the focal point of everyone's discussions. However, he remained indifferent. Engaging in such conspicuous trading inevitably revealed his wealth, which could serve as a form of promotion. Establishing a renowned brand, whenever transactions occurred, people would feel reassured knowing it was Chen Bo. Moreover, it was rare for others to encounter him. Knowing that Chen Bo had abundant resources bore little significance. Glass shards were not particularly difficult to find, and, as Chen Bo had surmised, many individuals indeed possessed them. As long as there was water, everything could be negotiated. Some even sought bananas, and others desired cola. Chen Bo readily agreed, as the exchange for a single glass shard was minimal, entirely within his capabilities, allowing him to clear his inventory. After approximately 10 transactions, combined with the shards he had upgraded, he accumulated a substantial number of glass fragments. He manufactured 4 windows, in addition to the front windshield and the rear glass, all of which could be replaced. As for the sunroof, it was non-existent. This dilapidated vehicle had no such feature. To Chen Bo's delight, the process of replacing the glass was exceedingly simple. There was no need for manual labor. Merely selecting the replacement option completed the task instantaneously. Akin to a game, the discarded glass, albeit stained with grime, was of no use to him and took up space, so he casually discarded it by the roadside. After replacing all the windows with bulletproof glass, claiming invulnerability was still far-fetched. A vehicle's glass constituted merely a fraction of its overall structure. For instance, if a tire were to burst, the car would similarly be rendered useless. One could only assert that its defensive capabilities had improved slightly. After completing these tasks, Chen Bo took a sip of water and reclined in his seat, preparing to rest. Given the circumstances, he set aside thoughts of a proper bed for the time being. Before sleeping, he habitually placed his knife in his pocket for easy access. In the tranquil night, he kept company with the stars. Chapter 11. Encountering a young woman on the road with 2,000 flowers leading to an additional update, the night passed without incident. As the gentle dawn light graced his face, Chen Bo slowly opened his eyes. Upon rising, he stretched lazily, feeling the discomfort of sleeping in a chair. The chair's inability to recline was exacerbated by the excessive cargo in the back, leaving him with no choice but to adjust. Simultaneously, Chen Bo felt a twinge of apprehension. Just before sleeping last night, he had resolved not to fall into a deep slumber, maintaining vigilance to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Yet he had indeed succumbed to a deep sleep during the latter part of the night. After all, he had only experienced one day of such a life, and truthfully, Chen Bo could not yet resemble a seasoned hunter who could sleep with one eye open. Additionally, driving throughout the day had undoubtedly been exhausting. One must adapt gradually to their environment. Expecting immediate acclimatization was unrealistic. Fortunately, everything had been well during the night, with no unforeseen events. Chen Bo exited the vehicle to stretch his limbs. Having camped here for a night, he did not mind taking a moment to gather himself. Upon stepping out, he could distinctly perceive the refreshing morning air. It was a stark contrast to the stale atmosphere within the vehicle, which lacked any ventilation system. Last night, Chen Bo had hesitated to open the door, opting instead to leave all 4 windows slightly ajar, resulting in poor air quality inside. After consuming a piece of bread and sipping some water, he resolved to address personal matters by the roadside and continued on his journey. He recalled playing road trip games, maneuvering vehicles within the game, often finding the endless drive monotonous. The reality of driving for survival was undoubtedly tedious. Should Chen Bo have a companion, he might feel differently. Surviving alone was already challenging. Adding another person would only introduce more uncertainty. Chen Bo drove for an indeterminate length of time, losing all sense of time, only able to approximate morning, noon, or evening. He encountered a resource crate, which, upon opening, replenished his water supply and provided the gasoline he required. He gained 50 liters of high-quality gasoline, which was highly efficient and would sustain him for a considerable period. Given the capacity of Chen Bo's old car, which could only hold around 20 liters, the timing was fortuitous as he was nearly out of fuel. He poured the 20 liters obtained yesterday into the tank, leaving the remaining 50 liters in the trunk, ensuring a measure of security for the journey ahead. However, regarding the water supply, it posed a slight headache for Chen Bo. He had traded some away yesterday, only to have dozens of liters return after an upgrade today. The continuous acquisition of resources without the ability to manage space was a significant dilemma. Yet if forced to discard something, Chen Bo would prefer to part with bananas and cola rather than water. In a high-temperature environment, water was undeniably vital. Unlike food, one never grows weary of drinking water. Conversely, cola might not quench thirst. It could even exacerbate it, especially when served warm, serving merely to satisfy a fleeting desire. Since yesterday, Chen Bo had scarcely sipped cola. Continuing on his path, while advancing slowly, he browsed the trading market. One cannot merely wait for others to seek them out. One must actively search, as fortune may favor the vigilant. After a lengthy inspection, he found nothing of interest. The majority of exchanges were for basic resources like water, food, and gasoline. Chen Bo saw no need to trade, as acquiring resources would only consume space. Moreover, he was uncertain about the materials he would require next. He preferred to wait until necessity arose before making exchanges. Suddenly, a jarring sound interrupted his thoughts. As Chen Bo relaxed while driving and glanced at the road, he was startled to see a woman standing in the middle of the street. Beside him stood a dilapidated vehicle, identical to his own save for its color, likely belonging to the young woman ahead. She was positioned in the middle of the road, seemingly having spotted Chen Bo's car from afar, as it was not traveling at a high speed. This allowed her ample time to obstruct the path, arms outstretched, clearly intent on halting the vehicle. Chen Bo, alert to the situation, slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision. In this world, it seemed that collisions might bear little consequence. Yet his ingrained driving habits prompted an instinctive reaction. Simultaneously, he veered the steering wheel to the side, aiming to create some distance from the woman. As he remained uncertain of her intentions, prudence was warranted given that this was his first encounter with another human being. The tranquility within him was abruptly disrupted, although he had not anticipated this particular mode of introduction. As the vehicle came to a halt, Chen Bo observed the scene. It appeared that only this young woman was present, with no other individuals in sight, eliminating the possibility of hidden threats. Had there been others, he would have simply accelerated away without a second thought. With just one woman before him, there was little reason for alarm. His vehicle was in good condition, and she approached with an air of urgency. Chapter 12. Unexpected Gains, the Emergence of Firearms. Please send flowers. When the young woman approached, Chen Bo proactively opened the door and exited the car. He kept his military knife concealed in his pocket, ready to be accessed at a moment's notice. Despite her gender, he could not afford to be careless. In this nascent stage of their reality, it was evident that everyone's combat prowess was limited, as they all grappled with the essentials of sustenance. Otherwise, he likely would not have stopped, avoiding unnecessary complications. Handsome, could you spare some gasoline? My car has run out of fuel. The young woman appeared somewhat carefree, yet her eyes betrayed her shrewdness as they cautiously assessed Chen Bo. Perhaps his striking appearance and charismatic demeanor offered her a sense of reassurance. Her demeanor suggested a lack of security, which in turn eased Chen Bo's apprehensions. He quickly deduced that her vehicle had stalled due to a lack of fuel. Before he could respond, she continued, "Do you have any water? I'm incredibly thirsty." Chen Bo regarded her with mild exasperation. It seemed rather naive of her to expect charity. Although she appeared pitiable, stranded without a functional vehicle, it was clear that encountering a benevolent soul might yield assistance, while a more sinister individual could lead to dire consequences. Chen Bo held no malicious intent, yet he was far from being a do-gooder. Her predicament held no relevance to him. In this environment, self-preservation was paramount, and the circumstances of others were of little concern. Expecting charity was entirely out of the question, even though Chen Bo currently had no scarcity of resources. He regarded her coldly, stating, "If you seek gasoline and water, you must offer something in return. If not, do not waste my time." Uncertain of what she possessed, he held little hope for a favorable exchange. Should she produce any valuable materials, even if he had no immediate need for them, he would still refuse her request for water. The young woman, upon perceiving his expression, felt her hopes dashed. "If I had something to offer, would I be so pathetically begging you?" she retorted, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone. Chen Bo, uninterested in further discourse, turned to leave. If he desired to depart, she could not impede him. "Wait," she implored, desperation evident in her voice. She had waited an indeterminate length of time for someone to arrive, and the prospect of losing this chance filled her with dread. Gritting her teeth, she added, "I possess a manufacturing blueprint. Would that be of value?" "What kind of blueprint?" Chen Bo paused, curiosity piqued. He had underestimated this woman. She was not as naive as she appeared, cautiously retreating a few steps to reveal the blueprint for a handgun. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's heart raced. A firearm held immense value. Possessing a handgun would significantly enhance his ability to protect himself. No matter how formidable his military knife, he was not an expert. The difference between cold and hot weapons was undeniable. This unexpected revelation was monumental. Chen Bo responded with patience. "Very well, let us utilize a trading platform." He sensed her apprehension and believed that this method would ensure fairness. The moment she mentioned the blueprint for a firearm, she had unwittingly placed herself in a precarious position. Chen Bo, if he were of a more ruthless disposition, could easily eliminate her and seize the blueprint without the need for trade. The blueprint would likely be on her person or within her vehicle, and the car itself would become his, conveniently resolving his space issues. Although one could not drive two vehicles simultaneously, he could manage with a rope, albeit at the cost of speed and maneuverability. It was a trade-off with its own merits and drawbacks. Yet, Chen Bo had no desire to take such a path. He lacked for nothing and saw no need to engage in actions that violated his principles. He preferred to adhere to the rules of exchange. Regardless of how the trade unfolded, he would ultimately benefit. Should circumstances become dire, survival would necessitate more drastic measures. But for now, he chose integrity. The young woman, observing Chen Bo's willingness to engage in a trade, felt a measure of relief, particularly as he did not exude an air of danger. She proposed a condition, asserting that the blueprint was valuable and warranted a more substantial exchange. Negotiating was acceptable, as long as her demands were reasonable. What she sought could be considered surplus to Chen Bo, making it easy for him to accommodate her request. As Chen Bo accessed the trading platform, he inquired curiously, "If you're in such dire straits, why not trade this item on the platform? Are you perhaps planning to keep it for your own future use?" Everyone understood the value of manufacturing blueprints, yet some chose to trade them. In times of true survival, few would hesitate to part with such items. If they lacked the resources to create them in the short term, their value diminished significantly. The young woman scoffed, "I would gladly trade. But those with gasoline possess too little to be worthwhile, and even those with fuel may lack sufficient water. I hesitated to part with it." There's a figure named Chen Bo, reputed to have an abundance of supplies, yet he did not respond to my message last night. Chen Bo's lips twitched in response. Chapter 13. The desire for companionship. Being suddenly called out was a peculiar sensation. However, he had been blissfully asleep the previous night, far too preoccupied to check private messages on the trading platform. Simply put, he was the one in a position of advantage. Most individuals sought him out rather than the other way around. Chen Bo had no reason for concern, nor did he feel the urgency that others might. Furthermore, his inbox was filled with messages, many of which were not from those seeking to trade. Instead, they were often from idle individuals hoping to glean some wisdom or seeking to exploit his generosity. Such time-wasting inquiries were unworthy of his attention. With an overwhelming influx of private messages, it became increasingly challenging for Chen Bo to discern the valuable ones. The young woman before him was not oblivious. She understood the high worth of the gun manufacturing blueprint she possessed. However, at present, she lacked the capability to retain such an asset. In her hands, it would deteriorate, and even in death, she might not be able to utilize it. It would be more prudent to exchange it for something of genuine value. Chen Bo was not particularly stingy. To be frank, he harbored no intentions of taking advantage of anyone. He operated solely based on his own judgment. As long as her items held merit, he would not offer her a meager deal. He proposed 10 liters of gasoline, a 500 milliliter bottle of water, and 5 bananas. Such a proposition was difficult to refuse, sufficient to last several days if used sparingly. Since gasoline was her most pressing need, Chen Bo was able to provide the most of that resource. For him, these items were easily obtainable, rendering any haggling unnecessary. Bargaining with a woman, he felt, would leave him at a disadvantage. Primarily, he wished to expedite the process of acquiring the gun blueprint. "You are Chen Bo," the young woman exclaimed, her voice infused with surprise and delight. Upon entering the trading platform, her true name would be revealed, a fact Chen Bo had no intention of concealing. In contrast to her reaction, Chen Bo maintained a nonchalant demeanor, merely nodding without elaboration. Denying it seemed futile, for she was no fool. While there might be others with the same name, it was unlikely that anyone else could muster such resources. The offer Chen Bo made evidently pleased her, and the transaction was completed smoothly. As he held the portable gun manufacturing blueprint, a rare smile crossed Chen Bo's face, indicating that luck was on his side today. "All right, if you come across anything good next time, feel free to reach out," he remarked, adhering to international norms. One could never predict luck. As he prepared to leave, the moment the transaction concluded, all the resources transferred to the young woman. Chen Bo was eager to upgrade the blueprint and see what improvements might ensue. However, it was imperative to refrain from doing so in her presence to avoid complications. "Wait, hold on," she called after him before he could take more than a few steps, causing him to frown. Upon turning, he was taken aback. The jacket she had worn moments ago now lay on the ground, leaving her shoulders and collarbone exposed to the air. Remarkably, her skin appeared well-maintained. She leaned closer, her tone slightly off. "Big brother, could I join you?" Chen Bo felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. Her intentions were clear. She sought a refuge. This was reminiscent of women in his previous world who pursued wealthy men, preferring a comfortable existence over hard work. Given Chen Bo's reputation as a prominent figure with abundant resources, she believed he could offer her security. Moreover, his handsome appearance likely contributed to her interest. The struggle for survival was exhausting, and finding someone like Chen Bo, who seemed relatively at ease, was a rare opportunity. Yet, Chen Bo furrowed his brow and replied curtly, "Speak properly. Don't breathe so loudly." Startled, the young woman adjusted her voice, softening it as she said, "Brother, being alone is so lonely. We could keep each other company." Observing the chat channel, he noted that many had chosen to travel in pairs, finding mutual assistance beneficial. She continued, "I can stay by your side, and I'm willing to do whatever you ask." Chen Bo regarded her with skepticism. "You wouldn't be able to contribute much, and I would rather not waste my resources." Farewell. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance, leaving her in a daze, bewildered by his rejection. Was he truly human, shunning the companionship of a woman? Chen Bo shook his head as he drove away, considering that having someone along was merely a burden. While he had no shortage of food and drink, the prospect of caring for a woman seemed manageable and could alleviate the monotony of the journey while providing some physical exercise. However, the issue was not merely about resources. Should danger arise, a woman lacking combat capability would indeed be a liability. Moreover, with the secret of his system, he was unwilling to expose it to anyone. Ultimately, it boiled down to one truth: she simply did not appeal to him. Chapter 14. The Collector's Edition. Desert Eagle. Chen Bo maintained a brisk pace as he drove, only feeling a sense of relief once he confirmed that the young woman was not pursuing him. Gradually slowing down, he picked up the gun manufacturing blueprint. Upon inspection, he realized he could not identify the model. In his previous life, he had some knowledge of cars, yet he was not a military enthusiast. By his own estimation, this pistol seemed rather ordinary, compact, and unremarkable in appearance. Its primary advantage was likely its portability. In this environment, any firearm would significantly enhance safety. However, Chen Bo felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, he had yet to upgrade it. Who knew what improvements might arise? Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Portable gun manufacturing blueprint has been upgraded to Collector's Edition Desert Eagle manufacturing blueprint. The Collector's Edition Desert Eagle manufacturing blueprint required precision stainless steel fragments. Chen Bo's excitement surged as he read the notification. Regardless of his lack of attention to firearms, the Desert Eagle was a name that resonated widely. Having played games featuring it, he knew that compared to the previous handgun, the Desert Eagle represented a significant upgrade. Even without prior experience, he recognized that the firepower of these two handguns would be on entirely different levels. While he lacked the necessary materials, he felt no urgency. He would simply explore the trading market. Currently, Chen Bo had but one thought: to fabricate this weapon as swiftly as possible. The trading market offered a search function, which was quite useful. When uncertain, one should utilize the search feature. Unfortunately, he found no leads for precision stainless steel fragments, only standard stainless steel fragments. It appeared that materials were categorized by quality and grade. Lacking the superior type meant he had no choice but to make do with what he could find. He decided to trade for a piece of stainless steel fragment to see if it could facilitate an upgrade. The system was his only glimmer of hope. If he could not upgrade to the precision grade, then the production of the Desert Eagle would be indefinitely postponed. The transaction was straightforward. In truth, there was no one currently seeking stainless steel, as it held no edible value. A few pieces would scarcely suffice should he encounter a manufacturing blueprint requiring such materials. It would be far more advantageous to trade for water or food, likely leaving others feeling they had profited. Value was secondary. What he needed was paramount. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. One stainless steel fragment has transformed into 5 precision-grade stainless steel fragments. The outcome brought a sigh of relief to Chen Bo, indicating that the system is indeed reliable. The precision-grade fragments exhibit a visibly distinct difference from the ordinary ones observed earlier. The luster alone is entirely different, and the internal disparity is likely even more pronounced. Alongside the enhancement in quality, there is also a notable increase in quantity. Although it appears to be a mere 5-fold increase, a total of 20 pieces is still not excessive. Chen Bo continued with the transactions, as if engaged in a repetitive assembly line task. After several iterations, the materials were assembled, and Chen Bo directly utilized the manufacturing diagram. In an instant, the 20 precision-grade stainless steel fragments vanished, replaced by a silver handgun in Chen Bo's hand. It was his first encounter with such an item, and upon gripping it, he found it to be quite heavy. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation as a heavyweight among handguns. Chen Bo estimated its weight to be no less than 4 or 5 pounds. Being merely a handgun, this weight is decidedly inconvenient for carrying. Nevertheless, its impressive appearance and formidable power sufficed for Chen Bo's needs. He had heard that this firearm also possesses significant recoil, which could potentially harm lighter individuals upon use. Chen Bo had yet to try it, thus unaware of the specifics. As the vehicle crawled forward, he began to study it. It was relatively straightforward. Understanding how to engage the safety and fire was all that was necessary. The only concern was that Chen Bo discovered a critical limitation. There were only 10 bullets in the magazine, with no extras available. It dawned on him that without ammunition, the gun would be rendered useless, akin to scrap metal, entirely ineffective. The crucial issue remained that he had no additional bullets, only the 10 that came with it. Chen Bo was uncertain about the manufacturing process for bullets. Given this situation, he realized he could not afford to use it recklessly. The 10 bullets must be conserved until he found a method to produce more. Initially, he had intended to fire a few rounds to gauge the feel of the weapon, but he completely abandoned that notion. Ideally, you would never need to use it which would signify that he encountered no threats. His solitary journey continued. During his travels, Chen Bo finally stumbled upon a new resource box. Resource boxes are fundamental for survival, and seeking them out is essential. Chen Bo is no exception. Although he had sufficient food and water, he craved fresh supplies. It felt akin to opening a blind box. One could never know what treasures lay within until the moment of revelation. As before, Chen Bo wielded a hammer, though his attire concealed knife, and a desert eagle rested in his pants pocket. Chapter 15. Defense upgrade again, top-quality explosion-proof tires. With a decisive strike, the resource box exploded into fragments. It seemed to be a design flaw, as a single blow to a wooden box would not yield such results. Nevertheless, the thrill of witnessing it burst apart was undeniably satisfying. In moments like these, one might be led to believe their combat prowess was commendable. The absence of any disturbances suggested that the resource box contained no immediate threats. To Chen Bo's astonishment, the first item he beheld was a tire, standing there in a rather comical manner. Upon inspecting the explosion-proof tire, he noted that its quality surpassed that of the current tire on his vehicle. However, the peculiar aspect was that there was only one. Additionally, another item, somewhat smaller, was concealed behind the tire. Had it not been for the floating name, Chen Bo might not have noticed it at all. The hemostatic bandage was merely a standard adhesive bandage. This marked his first encounter with medical supplies, which proved invaluable in such an environment. While minor wounds might not pose a significant issue, more serious injuries could lead to complications if left untreated. The scarcity of medical supplies made treatment even more challenging. In a situation where water was limited, cleaning a wound might be considered a luxury. Having a bandage was certainly beneficial, though its effectiveness would be limited for larger injuries. Chen Bo was quite pleased with this acquisition, appreciating the novelty of both items. They serve as a testament to the existence of various resources in this world, hinting at countless others yet to be discovered. Continuously accumulating resources while simultaneously strengthening oneself seemed to be one of the few remaining pleasures. Chen Bo decided to upgrade once more to see what rewards awaited him. Without upgrading, he felt somewhat lacking. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. One hemostatic bandage has evolved into 20 healing bandages. This initial upgrade proved to be quite lucrative, offering both an enhancement in quality and quantity. Chen Bo had anticipated merely receiving a few additional bandages. The healing bandages, by their very name, suggested a significant improvement over regular adhesive bandages. Healing bandage description: suitable for wound dressing, can be sterilized, and enhances the healing speed of injuries. This simple description belied its immense value. Naturally, Chen Bo intended to keep it safe in the event of a serious injury. Its presence would be a source of great comfort. Moreover, this item was compact, likely due to compressed packaging, ensuring it occupied minimal space. This was of utmost importance. Continuing with the upgrades, congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. One explosion-proof tire has transformed into 4 top-quality explosion-proof tires. Top-quality explosion-proof tire description: offers significant improvements in wear resistance, stability, and sturdiness compared to standard tires, capable of withstanding bullet impacts. Upon reading the final line, Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback. What sort of tire could withstand bullet attacks? This revelation was indeed surprising. Aside from glass, the tires are typically the most vulnerable part of a vehicle. While shattered glass poses little issue, a blown tire severely hampers control. If 2 tires were punctured, attempting to drive would be perilous. Now, with the tires upgraded, the vehicle's defensive capabilities had significantly increased once again. Chen Bo never could have imagined that the most fragile aspect of his dilapidated vehicle had become the metal frame. Changing tires was not a daunting task. He discovered a one-click tire replacement function, allowing for a seamless transition in the blink of an eye, saving him considerable effort. After installing the new tires, the demeanor of his old vehicle seemed to shift somewhat. The new tires appeared slightly larger, adorned with a twisted pattern on the rims, enhancing their aesthetic appeal. While appearance was not paramount, functionality remained the primary concern. Currently, no one posed a threat to Chen Bo's tires. To puncture a tire, one would need a firearm. At this juncture, Chen Bo doubted many individuals possessed such weapons. Even if they did, accuracy was essential. One could not simply shoot and hit their target. It was prudent to have replaced the tires early, providing peace of mind against sharp objects on the road. The 4 tires that were replaced, though of rather inferior quality, reminiscent of novice equipment in a game, still possess some inherent value. Chen Bo felt that if he retained them for trading purposes, there might be someone willing to acquire them. In the realm of this survival game on the highway, anything could transpire. It was inevitable that someone would experience a flat tire, an unfortunate predicament, especially when there was no spare to replace it. Chen Bo intended to trade, and indeed, there was a demand for such items. However, it was unlikely that a transaction could be executed immediately. Regrettably, he could not carry them, as the combined bulk of the 4 tires was considerable, and there was no way they could fit in his vehicle. Chapter 16, 100 square meters of storage space. Upon entering his vehicle, Chen Bo noticed a notification. It was a message from a friend, which prompted the alert. Unlike the trading platform, where he had disabled notifications due to the overwhelming number of private messages, his circle of friends was small, consisting primarily of individuals with whom he had previously engaged in successful transactions. If he ever wished to remove someone, he could easily do so. However, he had not deleted anyone. All his friends remained. Upon opening the message, he recognized it was from Chen Bo. This young lady was among the few with whom Chen Bo had traded, alongside the one who had recently blocked his path. Notably, Chen Bo had a sister, and the fact that the two were together left a lasting impression on Chen Bo. If she sought him out, it was likely for a reason. And since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he replied, "I am here. What is it?" The mere fact that she could send him a message meant she had not encountered any trouble. Although less than a day had passed in this environment, danger could arise in an instant, and no one could predict when. The survival abilities of women here were, comparatively speaking, somewhat diminished. Chen Bo hoped she was seeking him out to engage in a trade. He had little interest in idle conversation, particularly after the earlier encounter where she almost pounced on him. Chen Bo, today, I found an item that allows for spatial storage. Do you have any need for it? Really? What kind of item? Chen Bo's heart raced at her words. This was something he genuinely desired, far more than a mere firearm. The existence of such a storage item was a thrilling revelation. There were countless treasures yet undiscovered in this place, and the possibilities were boundless. Each person's fortune varied. As long as one could survive, they were bound to uncover something of value. Trading was indeed essential. This was precisely what Chen Bo urgently needed. He had accumulated far too many belongings for his modest vehicle, a compact hatchback with limited capacity. The prospect of a spatial storage item, even one offering just a few square meters of space, would alleviate a great deal of pressure. Moreover, there was the enticing possibility of upgrading it. Who knew what wonders awaited after an upgrade? The pressing issue he faced might soon be resolved, and this stirred excitement within him. Since Chen Bo had brought it to his attention, it was evident she was not merely boasting. Her intentions were likely to engage in a trade. For Chen Bo, the only concern was whether she wished to proceed with the transaction. If she did, it would simply involve resource exchange, and he was prepared to offer her 90 of his resources. After all, he could always reclaim them later, and by that time, he would be able to store even more resources. Do you wish to trade? If so, please state your conditions. Chen Bo did not conceal his eagerness. To be candid, there was no competition. She would naturally choose to trade with him. Their previous transaction had been smooth, establishing a solid foundation, and the bananas he had given her likely fostered goodwill. Furthermore, his abundant resources rendered others ineffectual in comparison. I am currently well supplied, having found some resources myself. If you need anything, please feel free to take it. I have no use for it. Chen Bo was genuinely surprised by this response. Offering items without expectation was indeed a bold move. It also indicated that she was quite astute. If she did him a favor now, he would be inclined to assist her in the future if she found herself in need. Such a gesture, however, relied on mutual trust. Should he acquire the item and then sever ties, her generosity would have been in vain. Just as his thoughts concluded, the transaction request was sent, and she unilaterally accepted it. What did this signify? It meant her offer was sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. Her decisive actions showcased her determination, leaving no room for hesitation. By agreeing to the trade, all that remained was for Chen Bo to provide his consent. Even without offering any items as leverage, the transaction could still proceed. Upon viewing the trading items, Chen Bo could hardly contain his excitement. He chose to accept the transaction. Upon receiving it, he discovered a modest-sized box, roughly the dimensions of a mobile phone packaging. Following the instructions, he could indeed see the storage space within. It was a genuine spatial storage solution. 10 square meters was quite substantial, particularly in a three-dimensional context, capable of accommodating numerous items. Many bathrooms and homes do not even boast an area of 10 square meters. Such a remarkable item was indeed priceless. The added capability for upgrades heightened Chen Bo's anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded. The 10 square meter storage space has been enhanced to a 100 square meter storage space. Chapter 17. Oh my. After the upgrade, Chen Bo could not suppress an exclamation of delight, as the transformation was utterly exhilarating. The initial 10 square meters had seemed sufficient, but now it had expanded tenfold to an impressive 100 square meters, an expansive area indeed. For perspective, a typical three-bedroom apartment may not even encompass 100 square meters of usable space. The mention of over 100 square meters typically includes shared areas, which are often disproportionately large in today's housing market. With this newfound space, Chen Bo realized he had far too few possessions. If he placed all his belongings inside, it would scarcely occupy any room. It was akin to a financially struggling individual receiving a modest sum, only to be suddenly gifted a fortune, overwhelming and bewildering. On the other hand, Chen Mo, observing that Chen Bo had accepted the items, felt a wave of satisfaction. She was relieved that he had not feigned reluctance. She was not adept at such pretenses. Sitting in the passenger seat as her sister drove, Chen Mo-ing's sister, Chen Mo-yin, pouted and remarked, "Sister, why would you give away something valuable just because of that? It seems such a waste. It is truly a remarkable item with considerable worth." Sister Chen Mo-ing smiled softly and replied, "While it is indeed valuable, we have no use for it. Our vehicle is ample for our needs. He is indeed the one who needs this item the most. For him, it holds the greatest value at present. It would be wise to allow him to use it first. The fact that we found it this time indicates that there will be future opportunities to discover more." Chen Mo-yin expressed her helplessness, stating, "I understand the logic. We do not currently require this. However, you should ask him for more items. He will surely oblige. If one can profit, why not?" Her sister shook her head, replying, "Our resources are temporarily sufficient. There is no need to actively demand more from him. Offering him a personal favor might prove beneficial in the future when we might need his assistance." "Sister, you think too far ahead. Who knows how long we will survive? Why worry about the future?" Chen Mo-ing interjected. "Moreover, if you offer a favor, he might forget it, rendering it a gift with no return." Chen Mo-ing, however, remained optimistic. "I do not believe he is that kind of person. Even if it is a gift, it is of little consequence. If it weren't for the items he previously provided during our transaction, I doubt we would have made it through." Her sister fell silent at this, recalling the dire situation they faced due to extreme dehydration. Although it was a transaction, Chen Bo's assistance had indeed been life-saving. After a brief moment of joy, Chen Bo's thoughts returned to normal. He had taken the item, but he was not accustomed to taking without giving in return. Given the generosity of others, as a man, he could not simply accept without offering something in exchange. After some contemplation, he considered what he could provide. Food and water were not a problem. However, he also had the manufacturing molds for bulletproof glass. Since he could produce it continuously, he decided to gift them a few sheets of bulletproof glass. Even if he gave more, he felt the value would still not surpass that of the box. Furthermore, he had developed a fondness for the sister's straightforward nature. She was clearly seeking a fair exchange, including the earlier favor, which was based on mutual value. In comparison to a previous encounter with a woman who demanded an exchange of her body, this sister was infinitely more admirable. It was evident that she understood her worth in this environment. The principle remained. In this place, everyone was equal, especially in the challenging early stages of survival. Without value, one could not expect assistance from others. Chen Bo was also curious about how she had acquired her resources. Luck was one aspect, but her capabilities were likely commendable as well. Perhaps being together made them stronger. He did not dwell on it for long. Manufacturing the glass required time, and Chen Bo first needed to trade for glass shards. He also managed to trade for several units of gasoline, as exchanging water for fuel was straightforward. Upon his return, he upgraded his supplies, adding several hundred liters of premium gasoline to his inventory. With ample resources at hand, he felt liberated, allowing him to store items without worry. After preparing his offerings, Chen Bo sought out Chen Mo-ing to initiate a trade, placing his prepared items one by one into the trade interface. He included 6 sheets of bulletproof glass, which he considered a significant gesture. Additionally, he contributed 20 liters of water, 50 liters of gasoline, and various food items, including bread and cola. Finally, he added 30 bananas, knowing that the sisters had a penchant for them. Now that he had storage space, he was no longer concerned about food spoilage. The system assured that stored food and water would remain unspoiled indefinitely. Still, Chen Bo did not particularly enjoy bananas, and he had enough left to sustain himself while planning to find other fruits later. Once everything was placed, he initiated the trade, unilaterally agreeing to the terms. Chapter 18. The Highway Chase. Ding dong. The notification for a private message from Chen Mo-ing sounded. This was displayed on the small LCD screen of the car's central console, allowing both sisters to see it. Her sister exclaimed, "It's that guy, Chen Bo." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo-ing, who had been reclining in her seat, instantly straightened up as if invigorated. Chen Mo-ing glanced at her sister and said, "Why are you so excited? He's just an acquaintance." A slight blush appeared on her sister's fair face, yet she said nothing further. Having grown up together, the sisters were incredibly familiar with one another, necessitating no further discourse. Upon opening the message, they found a trade request. Her sister gasped, "My goodness, this person is wealthy. He is offering so much." In her excitement, she veered the car slightly, fortunately without encountering any obstacles. Chen Mo-ing was also taken aback, realizing that the resources Chen Bo offered could, in this environment, be worth many lives. Feeling somewhat bashful, she replied, "You've given too much." Her sister urged her, "Sister, don't be so coy. He is being generous. What is there to feel shy about? Plus, look, there are even bandages here, which will be perfect for your wounds." A few seconds later, Chen Bo replied, "It's fine. Take it. The items you provided earlier were quite valuable to me." With that, he felt there was no need for further politeness. Fortunately, Chi Muing was not one for prolonged exchanges and accepted the offer directly, thanking him. After the trade was completed, the sisters encountered a slight issue with space in their vehicle. They had to pull over to organize their items and replace the glass. Given that there were two of them, with one occupying the passenger seat, they effectively had less space. Nonetheless, this was a delightful dilemma. With these supplies, they were assured of sustenance for at least a week. They would contemplate their next steps after that, as survival was a day-by-day affair in this harsh reality where no one could think too far ahead. Her sister remarked, "Sister, you must admit, that guy has decent character. I believe your decision was wise. At least he is reliable. I just wonder if he is handsome. His looks are irrelevant. In this place, one cannot predict how long they will survive or if they will even meet. That is not necessarily true." Meanwhile, after finishing his tasks, Chen Bo continued on his journey. Observing the odometer, he noted that he had only traveled a little over 200 kilometers, which was not far at all. The road had been relatively calm, with no resource boxes in sight. For Chen Bo, who lacked for nothing, this tranquility was quite welcome. At least it allowed for a rare moment of peace. However, this calm was short-lived as he suddenly heard bright honking from behind. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw a black car approaching. Another human, for some reason, encountering humans, especially when it involved a vehicle, unsettled him more than encountering a beast. Chen Bo was traveling at a moderate speed while the other car accelerated, closing the distance between them. The approaching vehicle exuded a wild energy, clearly targeting Chen Bo. The intentions of the occupants were uncertain. Perhaps they were drawn by the presence of another human, or they were seeking assistance. Regardless of their motives, it was not good news for Chen Bo. If possible, he preferred solitude. With his system, encountering people could lead to complications. While he had managed to evade the previous sister, this situation felt different. Chen Bo pressed the accelerator, preparing to flee. As Chen Bo accelerated, the vehicle behind him became increasingly aggressive, charging towards him with fervor. Chen Bo furrowed his brow, sensing that such reckless behavior was not born of good intentions. It resembled a scene from a highway chase. The issue, however, was that his car did not speed up quickly, and the process took time. The opposing vehicle was approaching with unwavering speed, and Chen Bo realized this a moment too late. The distance between them was diminishing rapidly, and it was clear that the other party was intent on colliding with his car. Chen Bo had no doubt that they would indeed crash into him. Ultimately, he decided to decelerate, intending to make contact with them. He felt a pang of concern for his vehicle. If it were damaged, it would be quite distressing. Besides, he had little to fear. His previous reluctance to confront them stemmed from a desire to avoid wasting time. Armed with a gun and a knife, Chen Bo truly felt secure. After halting his vehicle, he exited, and the car behind him came to a stop as well, indicating that they were not genuinely intent on a collision. Vehicles held significant value. As Chen Bo stepped out, the doors of the opposing vehicle swung open simultaneously. His eyes narrowed upon realizing that there was more than one person. Fortunately, it was not a Wuling Hong Wong, which could have resulted in a multitude of individuals descending upon him, thus remaining within manageable limits. Chapter 19. Repeat what you just said as anticipated. Two men emerged from the opposing vehicle. Both were of average height, one notably lean like a bamboo stick. His lack of height somewhat mitigated the impression he conveyed. Their gazes immediately settled on Chen Bo, revealing unmistakable ill intent. Chen Bo remained remarkably composed. It is difficult to remain flustered when armed, and he doubted these two possessed any firearms. Chen Bo initiated the conversation. "Gentlemen, what brings you here pursuing so closely?" It was only natural to feel a bit excited upon encountering companions. The lean man replied with a disingenuous smile, his eyes already scanning the interior of Chen Bo's car. Unfortunately, all valuables had been stored away, leaving only a couple of bottles of water for his own convenience. The other individual, whose face was marked by numerous pimples and clearly had oily skin, spoke up, "Buddy, surviving here is no easy feat. We must band together. How about we travel together for mutual support? Indeed, there's strength in numbers." The lean man echoed his sentiment. Chen Bo maintained an expressionless facade. He was not surprised by their proposal. Traveling together was out of the question. As previously mentioned, Chen Bo had a system, and he had yet to devise a perfect way to conceal this secret. Upgrading his equipment was inherently precarious. It was impractical to wait for moments of solitude to do so. From the outset, Chen Bo had an aversion to teaming up with others. He could thrive independently, so why burden himself with others? It was uncertain who would be of assistance to whom. If he truly wished to accompany someone, he could have taken that previous young woman along, which would have been far more comfortable. What reason did he have to bring along two grown men? Moreover, these two did not appear to be virtuous individuals. If they truly formed a partnership, it was likely they would resort to treachery. In this environment, One should not trust strangers lightly. Chen Bo smiled and replied, "No need for that. I prefer to be alone." 3 monks may not necessarily have enough water to drink. It was unclear how these two had come together. Perhaps they had entered the game as a pair or happened to meet later on. Thankfully, Chen Bo was aware that Qin Mu Ying was accompanied by her sister, so the sight of 2 individuals did not seem unusual. However, the current situation indicated that they were clearly aligned. If Chen Bo were to engage, he would be facing 2 adversaries, which would only serve to complicate matters. After Chen Bo declined their offer, their expressions changed dramatically. "Oof." The pimple-faced man scoffed. "You refuse our invitation. Do you think you can ignore us?" Chen Bo chose silence. There was no need for explanation. If they were to resort to violence, there was no point in engaging in petty quarrels. Perhaps their earlier invitation had been a ruse, and their true intention was to instigate conflict. Typically, 2 individuals traveling together would be the most suitable arrangement, given that his vehicle could only accommodate 2 at present. Having another vehicle trailing behind would create a sense of detachment, making one feel like a potential sacrifice at any moment. The lean man's eyes glinted with menace. "Fine. If you're unwilling, let us be clear. Hand over all your resources, and we might let you go." This statement elicited laughter from Chen Bo. "If you intend to rob me, you should have said so earlier instead of dragging this out." His expression management was not particularly refined, as he had not undergone professional training, and he could not help but chuckle. This laughter irritated the 2 men opposite him, who felt disrespected. The lean man swiftly produced a gleaming dagger, its sharpness evident. Chen Bo assessed it. It was a slender dagger, seemingly quite sharp. Although it was small, it possessed a degree of intimidation. At that moment, Chen Bo felt entirely at ease. It was merely a dagger. He could play with him at will. "Are you still laughing?" The lean man, emboldened by the weapon, began to shout like a madman. Chen Bo frowned, while the pimple-faced man interjected. "Hurry up and stop wasting time. Hand over your belongings. If we have to do it ourselves, you'd better consider your options." "What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," Chen Bo replied with a playful glint in his eye. The pimple-faced man, losing his temper, could clearly see that Chen Bo was deliberately provoking him. "Are you trying to die?" In an instant, the pimple-faced man lost his patience, visibly agitated. Chen Bo remained calm, slowly retrieving his Desert Eagle from his pocket. With a click, he disengaged the safety and aimed the gun at the 2 men, saying coolly, "Repeat what you just said." Chapter 20. Weren't we supposed to count to 3? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The expressions on the faces of the 2 men became rigid, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had initially believed that possessing a knife made them formidable, only to be met with the unexpected appearance of a firearm from Chen Bo. This was a clear case of a dimensional shift in power. In reality, Chen Bo's multifunctional military knife would have been more effective than their dagger, but it lacked the intimidation factor. With a firearm drawn, the outcome was unequivocally settled, leaving no room for doubt. Just moments ago, the pimple-faced man had exuded bravado, now rendered speechless by fear. People are inherently pragmatic, and the tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong is ingrained in human nature, though some exhibit this trait more acutely than others. "Big brother, we were just joking. Please don't be impulsive." The lean man, quick to react, hurriedly donned a conciliatory smile and apologized, simultaneously stowing away his dagger as a gesture of goodwill. After all, in the presence of a firearm, a small dagger offered little reassurance. It was wiser to put it away and make the other party more comfortable. The 2 individuals stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, as the notion of seizing the weapon was nothing more than a plot from a television drama. Could human speed truly rival that of a bullet? The distance between them was not insignificant. Should the situation escalate, Chen Bo could easily pull the trigger in an instant. If one were to fall, the other might seize an opportunity, yet neither wished to be the one to succumb, resulting in an impasse. The authenticity of the firearm and the presence of ammunition were equally uncertain. They dared not gamble, for losing such a wager could cost them their lives. With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Bo regarded the 2 men, questioning why they had provoked him. His tone remained as dispassionate as ever. "I will count to 3, and you would do well to vanish from my sight by then." As the first number escaped his lips, panic seized the 2 men, as if they had heard the call of Yama, the god of death, compelling them to flee towards their vehicle. At that moment, thoughts of anything else were discarded. Survival was all that mattered. They sprinted away, faster than rabbits. Bang! Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted, a crack that shattered the silence. The slender man was struck in the back, collapsing to the ground in a staggering fall. His eyes widened in disbelief. In his final moments, he could not grasp that Chen Bo had only just counted a 1. The second number had yet to be uttered. The other man, paralyzed by terror, stood rooted in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The sight of his companion lying in a pool of blood overwhelmed him, nearly rendering him senseless. There was no escape. Chen Bo's countdown had clearly been a cruel jest. Yet, one could not accuse Chen Bo of dishonor, for in this world, the rules were dictated by the strong. Thud! The frightened man fell to his knees before Chen Bo, willing to abase himself if it meant preserving his life. Better to live as a dog than to perish. Bang! However, Chen Bo offered him no chance to speak. The second bullet was fired. At this range, there was no possibility of missing, and the second man soon joined his companion as a lifeless statistic. After dispatching the two, Chen Bo hastily concealed the firearm and pressed his arm, feeling the undeniable recoil that lived up to its reputation. Although his physique was reasonably robust, a result of regular exercise, the impact from the two shots had left his arm aching. Thankfully, he had been using both hands. A single-handed grip would have surely caused more pain. This was his first experience with such a weapon, and he was certain he would improve with practice. Having taken 2 lives, Chen Bo felt surprisingly little emotional turmoil. Perhaps his prior encounters with hunting beasts had prepared him for this moment. Upon entering this realm, his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. His only regret was the loss of 2 precious bullets. With only 10 in total, the urgency to discover a method for ammunition manufacture became paramount. He could not afford to waste such resources recklessly. Despite his reluctance, the necessity of eliminating those 2 men was unquestionable. The moment they brandished their knives in a threat against him, their fate was sealed. One cannot afford to be overly compassionate, especially in a world devoid of laws and moral constraints. If today, Chen Bo had not possessed the Desert Eagle, lacking the means to defend himself against those 2, what would have become of him? The best outcome would have been the loss of resources, a fate hardly distinguishable from despair. They could have seized everything he owned, leaving him with no means to survive. In a worse scenario, they might have ended his life on the spot. The promise of sparing him in exchange for his possessions was merely a deceptive ploy. In such an environment, the darker aspects of human nature would inevitably flourish. Yet, this also presented an opportunity, a chance to hone his skills for future encounters, which were likely to be frequent. To Chen Bo's astonishment, approximately a minute later, the bodies of the 2 men began to vanish, leaving no trace behind. Even the blood that had stained the ground moments before appeared to have been cleansed, as if nothing had ever transpired. This was a revelation for Chen Bo. In this place, death was absolute, devoid of remains, a notion that felt rather grim. In truth, no one could ascertain how many lives were extinguished each day. Surely, it was more than just those 2. However, this development was somewhat fortuitous, as a clean environment was preferable, preventing the deceased from becoming obstacles. The dagger that had belonged to the 2 men remained, appearing on the ground, and Chen Bo approached to retrieve it. This weapon held little value for him, as his multifunctional military knife could serve a similar purpose and was in fact sharper. Additionally, upon inspection, it seemed this dagger could not be upgraded, indicating it was a product of a crafting blueprint. Chen Bo had previously experimented with blueprints that were upgradable, but thus far, nothing he had created had exhibited similar potential for enhancement. He decided to keep the dagger, perhaps for future trade or as a favor for the 2 sisters he had encountered earlier. Fortunately, their vehicle remained, and Chen Bo approached it with curiosity. It felt somewhat amiss to have killed and not looted. He was eager to discover what the 2 men possessed. Given the absence of anything on their bodies, it was likely their belongings were contained within the vehicle. With swift movements, he opened the car door and conducted a thorough search. The vehicle was compact, and Chen Bo quickly assessed its contents, which consisted primarily of a small supply of water and dry bread, insufficient for sustenance. It was clear why the 2 men had rushed towards him. They were desperate for resources that would not last long. Chen Bo had no interest in the meager provisions, primarily due to their poor quality, which he would not consume. However, the opportunity to upgrade was enticing. Utilizing these items, he could produce a greater quantity of water and bread, ensuring a higher quality for his own supplies. The remaining items were of little worth, save for 2 rotten apples, which Chen Bo promptly upgraded to 100 exquisite Fuji apples, ensuring his sustenance for a while longer. Apples, consumed sparingly over a few days, would be beneficial, even if their taste was somewhat lacking compared to other fruits. In the trunk, he unexpectedly discovered a barbecue grill, a delightful find. It was compact, yet capable of accommodating a dozen skewers, appearing pristine and unused. This discovery brought Chen Bo considerable satisfaction, leading him to initiate an upgrade. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Simple barbecue grill has been enhanced to a high-grade folding barbecue grill. As Chen Bo gazed at the newly upgraded grill, its superior craftsmanship was evident, elevating it to a higher standard. Its larger size would allow for the cooking of a substantial amount of food. He tested its functionality and found it easy to fold, making it convenient to transport, a significant improvement over the previous model. Although the inability to fold may seem insignificant to Chen Bo, who currently possesses ample storage space, he soon discovered the remarkable capabilities of the device after reviewing the instructions. To his astonishment, it was a solar-powered barbecue grill, the likes of which he had never encountered before. Rather than relying on charcoal, It utilized direct electric heating, powered by a robust solar battery. A mere 5 minutes under the sun could sustain barbecuing for at least 2 hours, with the added benefit of energy storage. This meant that as long as he had meat on hand, Chen Bo could instantly transform into a barbecue master. After placing the upgraded items into his storage space, he departed. He opted not to take the vehicle, deeming it worthless compared to his own car, which had upgraded tires and glass. In an extreme scenario, he could have siphoned the gasoline from this vehicle, as it undoubtedly contained fuel. However, he dismissed this idea as too cumbersome, for he had no need for such trivialities. As he restarted his car, he took out an apple to munch on. With each bite, he felt the monotony of his diet, consisting solely of fruits and bread, becoming increasingly unbearable. Initially indifferent, the sight of the barbecue grill ignited a genuine craving for meat within him. Since he possessed a grill, it was reasonable to assume that meat must exist somewhere. The mere existence of such a grill was something Chen Bo had not anticipated. Searching the trading platform yielded no results, yet he remained undeterred and posted a message, expressing his desire for barbecued meat and promising fair prices. His post quickly captured the attention of many, eliciting a wave of envy. While we are still struggling to meet our basic needs, you are already yearning for barbecue. The joys of the affluent are unfathomable. Chapter 22. A cigarette to refresh the mind. Seriously? I'm starving here, and you are contemplating barbecue? Please, take me along. Though I am in dire straits, I can still manage. The moment I saw the word barbecue, my stomach began to growl. You wouldn't believe it. I once found a piece of pork and, out of hunger, consumed it raw. Raw pork? Aren't you worried about parasites? Huh, what does it matter? Having something to eat is a blessing. Just yesterday, I nearly gnawed on the steering wheel from hunger. The crowd discussions brimmed with envy towards Chen Bo. They had all entered together, yet he seemed to be living a life of abundance, leaving others puzzled. Besides, Chen Bo being the center of attention. Another reason for the chatter was the overwhelming boredom amongst the group. They spent their days on the road, likely alone. The sense of loneliness was palpable, and public screen chats became one of the few diversions available. Each day saw many engaging in casual conversation, discussing a plethora of topics. Chen Bo made his post and left it at that, confident that if anyone had something to trade, they would reach out. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk approached, another night was about to fall. Chen Bo could hardly believe that he had not encountered a single resource box all afternoon. His luck had been quite poor. However, as night fell, he finally stumbled upon a resource box. The design indicated it was of intermediate quality. Finally, I've come across one. He hastily parked, feeling relatively secure with his weapons at hand. With a satisfying crack, he opened the resource box, revealing no sounds from within, thus confirming its safety. Relieved, he began to inspect the contents. Wow, what is this? Upon discovering a packet of red items, Chen Bo was utterly astonished to find a pack of Huazi cigarettes. It seemed that even tobacco existed here. Indeed, there was nothing one could not find. He momentarily pondered how, over time, an increasing variety of items might emerge. Perhaps everything he had enjoyed in the previous world could also be found here. Chen Bo, being a smoker, appreciated a cigarette from time to time, especially while gaming, as it enhanced his focus. The prospect of enjoying a smoke here added richness to his life, bringing him satisfaction. Although lacking a lighter was no issue since his car was equipped with a cigarette lighter, he could always resort to using the barbecue grill to ignite a cigarette if necessary. Recalling the possibility of upgrades, he resisted the urge to rip open the package immediately, almost succumbing to the temptation of tasting one right away. Continuing to search, he found a metal box that piqued his curiosity. It seemed likely to contain something valuable. Reinforcement coating description could be applied to the vehicle's surface to enhance its strength. Upon opening the box, he indeed discovered a container filled with black paint resembling ink. Fortunately, it bore no strange or pungent odors. It was a commendable find, allowing Chen Bo to address the final shortcoming of his vehicle. In the future, he might even drive recklessly without concern. What thrilled Chen Bo the most was the barbecue sausages, which aligned perfectly with his craving for grilled food. Although not meat, the description indicated they were made entirely of meat, promising a delightful flavor. Chen Bo felt an eagerness to try them, but before indulging, upgrading remained the priority. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 1 pack of Huazi cigarettes has been upgraded to 2 cartons of premium Huazi cigarettes. Premium Huazi cigarettes description. These cigarettes have been modified by the system to pose no harm to the body, retaining their flavor while providing a powerful, invigorating effect. Upon reading the description, Chen Bo understood the true power of these cigarettes. They could genuinely refresh the mind without any adverse effects. A couple of puffs would undoubtedly be enjoyable. The essential detail was that 1 pack had transformed into 2 cartons, each containing 10 packs, meaning Chen Bo now possessed 20 packs. Given his modest smoking habit, consuming only a few each day, this stash would last him quite some time. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 200 grams of reinforcement coating has been upgraded to 20 kilograms of top-tier reinforcement coating. Top-tier reinforcement coating description. When applied to the vehicle, it enhances its sturdiness, enabling it to withstand bomb explosions. Wow. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Chen Bo was still taken aback. How outrageous! It could withstand bomb blasts? What need was there to fear bullets hitting the vehicle, which would feel like mere scratches? Moreover, with 20 kilograms, there would be more than enough to coat the entire car, given its modest size. Chen Bo felt a surge of excitement, knowing that with this upgrade, his vehicle would become extraordinarily durable. Given the current lack of firearms, breaching his car's defenses would be nearly impossible. Chapter 23. Improved Beef, Massive Boost. With only one item remaining, Chen Bo chose to upgrade once more. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 5 barbecue sausages have been upgraded to 100 barbecue sausages. This upgrade was rather unremarkable, merely an increase in quantity. Nonetheless, the sheer number of 100 sausages pleased Chen Bo immensely. To put plainly, such a bounty of sausages would suffice for quite some time, and upon inspection, he noted that each sausage was impressively sizable. After securing all his belongings, Chen Bo drove approximately 10 kilometers before deciding to park by the roadside for a well-deserved rest. His daily driving was not merely a rush to reach a destination. It was a quest for resources essential for survival. With ample resources, there would be no need for such exhaustion. Primarily, Chen Bo was eager to indulge in a bit of barbecue to enhance his meal. Once the vehicle was parked, he retrieved the barbecue grill, which was conveniently powered, and activated it with a simple switch. He then tossed a few sausages onto the grill. These sausages were pre-oiled, eliminating the need for additional greasing. Understanding that barbecue required patience, he settled in for the wait, knowing that the perfect cooking temperature was critical. Excessive heat would ruin the dish. As he relaxed, Chen Bo took out a cigarette, igniting it with the grill's flame, and savored a slow inhale. He closed his eyes in bliss, wishing time could pause at this moment. While waiting for the sausages to cook, Chen Bo perused his private messages and discovered someone was seeking to trade meat. This individual claimed to possess a piece of Wagyu beef. Intrigued, Chen Bo felt a surge of excitement. Trading for meat was always worthwhile, especially if it was Wagyu, renowned for its superior quality. Although sausages were indeed meat, their texture and flavor could not compare to that of Wagyu. The conversation revealed that the Wagyu was graded at level 3, typically indicating Japanese Wagyu. There existed another famous type from Australia, graded starting from level 1, with the highest being level 12. However, in terms of rarity, level 5 Wagyu was the most coveted. The level 3 piece offered was commendable, as the most common high-grade Wagyu available was usually level 3, and its price was quite impressive. A level 5 cut, due to its exceptional quality, was scarce and often unattainable even for those with wealth. The individual had acquired a 500-gram piece that afternoon, so freshness was not a concern. Importantly, the seller was not in a desperate state. Typically, one does not consume raw meat unless they are starving. Regardless of its quality, raw meat can be difficult to eat, often less palatable than a simple piece of bread. At that moment, it was doubtful anyone would have a grill. Thus, trading seemed the wisest option, as the meat would spoil if left uneaten for a few days. Chen Bo effectively seized an opportunity, exchanging a small amount of water and bread for the meat. Ultimately, it was a mutually beneficial transaction. Once the Wagyu was in his possession, Chen Bo promptly upgraded it. The system announced the successful upgrade. 500 grams of level 3 Wagyu transformed into 50 kilograms of improved level 5 Wagyu. The description of the improved level 5 Wagyu read, the highest quality Wagyu, renowned for its tender and succulent meat with an exceptional flavor. Additionally, after undergoing systematic enhancement, consuming this meat would bolster one's physical constitution and strength. Upon reading this description, Chen Bo felt a wave of exhilaration. While the taste of food is significant, even the most exquisite flavors can become mundane with frequent consumption. However, the prospect of enhancing his physical abilities was exhilarating. In this world, Chen Bo understood the paramount importance of physical prowess. Despite possessing weapons, the outcome often depended on the individual's reflexes. In a scenario where both parties wield firearms, reaction time becomes crucial. With an ample supply of 50 kilograms, equivalent to 100 gene, Chen Bo anticipated it would last him a considerable time. Motivated by the meat's unique benefits, he resolved to consume a portion daily. He was curious about the extent of his physical enhancement after finishing the entire 100 gene. Furthermore, the meat was neatly portioned, a blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He tossed 2 pieces of Wagyu onto the grill, looking forward to a delightful meal. As the last remnants of his cigarette extinguished, Chen Bo flicked the butt away and began applying paint to his vehicle. Utilizing a one-button function, the paint was automatically applied. To his surprise, there was a special feature allowing the paint color to be changed. Under Chen Bo's guidance, the vehicle transformed into a camouflage pattern. After completing the painting, Chen Bo was curious about the durability of the metal. Unfortunately, bullets were precious, or he would have liked to test the car's resilience with a shot. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, signaling that the barbecue was nearly ready. The Wagyu, being tender, cooked more quickly than the sausages. Its surface glistened with fat, requiring no additional oil, and the cooking time was short. After a quick flip, Chen Bo deemed it ready. Without chopsticks or tongs, he utilized his multifunctional military knife. While this knife had not seen blood and bore no scent, it had previously been used to hunt beasts, leading Chen Bo to wash it twice with purified water. After cleaning, he took a piece of meat and tasted it. The first bite was slightly hot, but as he chewed, the remarkable flavor became evident. The absence of seasonings like cumin or chili powder allowed him to appreciate the meat's pure essence. It was truly delicious. Previously, he had never encountered such high-grade meat. After a piece, Chen Bo sipped on a cola, enjoying it as the evening temperature dropped. In warmer conditions, drinking unchilled cola would be unpalatable. After consuming a piece of meat, Chen Bo felt a slight warmth in his body, but it was not overwhelming. Any enhancements in strength were not immediately apparent. He did not feel transformed into a superhero. He suspected any changes would be gradual. Chen Bo had only grilled 2 pieces of Wagyu, and after finishing the second, he felt sufficiently full. The combined weight of the 2 pieces was substantial, at least 1 gene, and Chen Bo's appetite was not particularly large. Noticing a few sizzling sausages left on the grill, he pondered whether he could finish them. They were quite filling, and if he overindulged, he might struggle to eat more. He shook his head, deciding that if necessary, he could store them in his storage space, although he was uncertain about the preservation of cooked food within. Though he had an abundance of items, he was reluctant to waste food. Lifting a sausage, he blew on it to cool it slightly before tasting it. To his surprise, its flavor was delightful, clearly processed and seasoned, surpassing the taste of the 5 or 6 yuan sausages sold outside. After finishing one, Chen Bo genuinely felt full and promptly turned off the grill. At that moment, a private message chimed in, and he initially wondered who it was, only to find it was Chen Mo, now a familiar contact. "I have found a batch of gunpowder. Do you need it?" Chen Bo observed that this young lady was not here for casual banter, as her character suggested. Remarkably, she had discovered something once again. Chen Bo thought to himself, "This young woman is quite impressive. Not only has she survived until now, but she also continues to unearth valuable items. Being a woman certainly adds to her allure." However, the gunpowder she had found was of little use to Chen Bo at this moment, and he presumed it would be even less beneficial to her. Yet, her tendency to think first of herself when acquiring items left Chen Bo feeling somewhat uncomfortable, pondering whether she might be a mere admirer of men. He speculated that if she were indeed an admirer, she likely did not possess striking looks. Typically, attractive women are accustomed to having admirers around them and tend not to take the initiative with men. Nevertheless, her appearance was of no consequence to Chen Bo, as they would likely never meet in person. Gunpowder, being a type of material, was still a mystery to him in terms of its potential uses. However, he believed it might be useful, and he had an inkling that it could be related to bullet manufacturing. Without hesitation, Chen Bo replied, "If you have no use for it, feel free to give it to me." True to her nature, the young lady readily agreed, and Chen Bo, not wishing to take advantage of her generosity, tossed the dagger he had acquired that day towards her, stating, "Here, take this weapon for self-defense. It can also serve well for cutting fruits." Having a knife is certainly advantageous in survival situations. To his surprise, the young lady politely declined, saying, "It's all right. We have knives. You should keep this one for yourself." Chen Bo had not anticipated that they were already equipped with knives, which suggested they were faring quite well. Given this, he felt he had little to offer her, especially since he had already provided them with ample water and food, ensuring they would not be lacking in the short term. Initially, he had intended to simply take advantage of the situation, but upon noticing the remaining 2 sausages on the barbecue grill, an idea struck him. It would be a shame to waste them, especially considering they might not have eaten meat since their arrival. He promptly placed the 2 sausages into the tray, declaring, "All right, this time I shall take advantage. Let me treat you both to some sausages. Just right, one for each of you sisters." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt her cheeks flush, wondering why he was being so peculiar in his generosity. Her younger sister, noticing her change in demeanor, asked, "What's wrong, sis? Why do you look so off? Did he tease you?" Chapter 24. Precision-level gunpowder. Chen Mo, who had briefly been lost in her thoughts, snapped back to reality upon her sister's words. She quickly responded, "No, what are you thinking? I am too embarrassed to say it myself." Chen Bo appeared quite earnest. It was merely her overthinking. The kind gesture of offering food should not have led her to such musings. Chen Mo regained her composure and replied, "We have food. You should keep it for yourself." Chen Bo couldn't help but smile at this response. In such situations, one should be mindful of how to reply. Low emotional intelligence would yield a response like, "I've eaten already. This is leftover." High emotional intelligence would sound more like, "It's fine. I can continue grilling if I feel like eating later." After Chen Bo's reply, Chen Mo decided not to be upset with him anymore. Chen Bo, recognizing it was time to conclude the conversation, said, "Be safe during the night. I'm going to take a shower." In truth, the two of them could manage without stopping for the night. They could alternate driving, as many long-haul drivers have 2 drivers per vehicle to ensure continuous travel. However, for someone like Chen Bo, who couldn't afford to remain awake all day, it was unsustainable. Just as the conversation seemed to reach its natural conclusion, Chen Bo's last comment was a clear signal to end the dialogue, akin to when one is chatting with a goddess. And she states she is going to take a shower. Regardless of whether she genuinely intended to do so, one must recognize that she might simply wish to conclude the conversation. Yet, upon seeing the words "take a shower," Chen Mo could not restrain herself. Being a girl, she naturally valued cleanliness. However, in their current environment, water was a scarce resource, making bathing a distant luxury. In all honesty, the only private space they had was within the vehicle. Stepping outside exposed them to an entirely different environment, making it impractical to bathe. Unable to help herself, she inquired, "How do you manage to shower? Is there a designated place for that?" "No, I just rinse off quickly when I step out," came the reply. Chen Mo decided not to pursue the topic further. The notion of showering outside was indeed unappealing. And what if a vehicle suddenly approached? The real issue was the limited water supply. It was a vital resource, and using it for bathing felt excessively wasteful compared to their circumstances. With that, the conversation came to an end. Afterward, her younger sister remained somewhat curious about their discussion, her eyes darting back and forth. Upon seeing the content of the chat, Chen Mo suddenly felt restless. She exclaimed, "No way, is this person being a bit too excessive?" Excessive about what? Chen Mo presumed her sister was referring to the sausages and quickly defended Chen Bo, saying, "He meant well. What are you talking about? What good intentions? He has already bathed using water. Isn't that excessive?" Chen Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It seemed she had misinterpreted the situation. She quickly covered up her faux pas, stating, "He is a well-known figure. We cannot compare ourselves to him. Ugh, this is so frustrating. I want to shower too." Her sister expressed her exasperation. Chen Mo shot her a disapproving glance. People are peculiar. Just days ago, when their lives were in jeopardy, they were merely content with having food and drink. Now that they had temporarily resolved that issue, they were fixated on bathing and such luxuries. Yet, Chen Mo couldn't deny that she shared that sentiment. She retrieved the 2 sausages and said, "All right, let us eat quickly. These are Chen Bo's sausages. After we finish, we can use a bit of water to wipe ourselves down, as bathing isn't feasible at the moment." Chen Bo swiftly folded up the barbecue grill. True to its upgraded nature, it boasted an automatic cleaning function, alleviating any concerns about post-barbecue cleanup. In his hands appeared a box of dark powder. This was the gunpowder he had obtained from Chen Mo earlier, though the quantity was not significant. There was no detailed description, merely a note indicating it was a material, with a warning to keep it away from fire. Chen Bo understood this. Gunpowder and fire were a perilous combination. With some idle time and ample space, he decided to upgrade it. "Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Ordinary gunpowder of 100 grams has been upgraded to precision gunpowder of 10 kilograms. Although the upgrade was quite substantial, it remained gunpowder. 20 pounds of it could lead to serious legal repercussions if discovered outside. Chen Bo stored it away, knowing it wouldn't be of immediate use. However, he recognized its potential lethality for future manufacturing endeavors. After dealing with these matters, Chen Bo resolved to rest. His earlier mention of taking a shower was no idle chatter. He genuinely intended to wash up. The heat in the area was intense, and the car lacked air conditioning. Even with the windows down, only warm air circulated, leading to considerable perspiration each day. He retrieved a large bucket of water and poured it over himself. With no shower gel or soap, a simple rinse with cold water suffices, providing great satisfaction. Chapter 25, Flamethrower and Remote-Controlled Bomb. The following morning, Chen Bo awoke, devoid of any sense of panic. To be honest, his vehicle felt remarkably secure. With only a slight crack in the windows, it was nearly impossible for anyone to intrude. Should anyone attempt to break in, Chen Bo would undoubtedly sense it. Once again, the night passed without incident, and these 2 nights had felt quite serene. Although he could not see the exact time, Chen Bo distinctly felt that his routine had become remarkably regular. He intended to have breakfast, but was unexpectedly delighted to spot a resource box nearby, approximately 10 meters away. Initially, he thought it might be an illusion and rubbed his eyes, fearing he had not fully awakened. Upon confirming the box was indeed there, he realized it was a delightful surprise. A resource box appearing after a night's rest, akin to encountering an airdrop in a battle royale game. This discovery led Chen Bo to deduce that the resource box indeed respawned randomly, likely refreshing daily rather than being fixed in one location. Since he had stayed in this area the previous night, he was certain it had not been present. The sizable box was visible even in dim light. Forgetting breakfast, he decided to smash the box first. Chen Bo retrieved all his weapons from storage. One must never be careless when confronting a resource box. With a decisive crack, he smashed open the intermediate resource box. Thus far, the highest tier he had encountered was the intermediate box. The advanced ones remained elusive, presumably rare. Chen Bo had contemplated whether he could upgrade the resource box, imagining the joys of enhancement. But alas, it was not possible. After opening it, silence prevailed, and Chen Bo exhaled in relief. Inside was pure milk, a highly nutritious beverage. From a survival standpoint, it certainly surpassed sugary drinks. Congratulations, host. On a successful upgrade, 200 milliliters of pure milk has been upgraded to 40 liters of natural organic pure milk. Chen Bo was quite satisfied with this upgrade. Although he was not particularly fond of milk, its nutritional value was undeniable and beneficial for the body. It was noteworthy that in this world, the milk appeared to be trustworthy. The second item was a lighter, a device capable of producing flames for ignition. It resembled a slightly larger cylinder than a typical lighter. Upon testing it, a flame shot forth instantly. Essentially, it was just a slightly upgraded lighter. Congratulations, host, on a successful upgrade. The lighter has been upgraded to a flamethrower. Startled, Chen Bo jumped. The lighter, which was only slightly longer than his finger, instantly transformed into a lengthy flamethrower, a rather fierce upgrade. Aiming into the distance, he tested it, and a column of fire erupted from the nozzle, reaching a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters, which was quite impressive. He could feel the searing heat. One could only imagine the consequences of being caught in its flames. Originally a mere tool for igniting fires, it had unexpectedly evolved into a formidable weapon. Truly impressive. Chen Bo nearly found it irresistible, but then remembered another item, a crafting blueprint, which was also of significant value. He retrieved the blueprint for the time bomb, and, upon inspection, discovered it was indeed for a bomb. Given that it was also a weapon, its damage potential was notably higher. Chen Bo opted to upgrade further. Congratulations, host, on a successful upgrade. The time bomb blueprint has been upgraded to a remote-controlled bomb mold. Upon seeing that it was a mold, Chen Bo felt genuinely pleased. With a mold, it was no longer a one-time use. As long as he possessed sufficient materials, he could continuously produce them. Moreover, a remote-controlled bomb could be detonated at will, which was certainly superior to a timed one. However, upon reviewing the required materials, Chen Bo realized that creating it would not be so straightforward. Required materials: gunpowder, grams, iron plates, pieces, electric wires, length, calcium carbide blocks. Needing 4 different materials was already quite complex in Chen Bo's eyes. The crucial point was that he currently only had gunpowder. He lacked the other 3. Fortunately, he had trading capabilities, so he was not in a rush and could slowly gather the materials. His current weapons were sufficient, and a few days' delay in crafting them would not be a significant issue. Just then, while Chen Bo was thoroughly satisfied with his recent acquisitions, a sudden commotion erupted beneath the shattered resource box, and the broken wood pieces began to stir. Chapter 26. Fire-roasted Cyclops lizard without warning. Before Chen Bo could react, the boards and dirt mixed together flew into the air, revealing a peculiar creature before him. It resembled a lizard, but was significantly larger, about the size of half a person. Quite intimidating. Chen Bo quickly retreated, realizing he had stumbled into trouble. The box had clearly been empty moments ago, and this creature must have emerged from underground. It seemed that in the future, he should not be too complacent when opening boxes, even if they appeared devoid of threats. The creature emitted a high-pitched screech, its singular eye adding to its unsettling appearance. The Cyclops lizard charged at Chen Bo with alarming speed. He hurriedly dodged to the side, though it was hardly a graceful maneuver, as he fell to the ground. There was little choice. The creature's speed was astonishing. Faced with such swiftness, Chen Bo dismissed any thoughts of fleeing. He had to fight. This marked his second battle since entering the survival world, and unlike the previous encounter with a mole, this Cyclops lizard exuded a far greater combat prowess. Chen Bo acted swiftly, his arms stinging from the fall. Nevertheless, he disregarded the pain and drew his Desert Eagle, firing 2 shots. Surprisingly, he found that he was not as perturbed by the recoil as before. Perhaps it was due to his earlier practice or the 2 pieces of beef he had consumed yesterday that had enhanced his strength. Regardless, he had no time to ponder this now. He grimaced at the disheartening realization that both bullets struck the creature, yet merely sparked upon impact. This indicated the formidable hardness of its skin. The power of the Desert Eagle was undeniable. It was not the weapon's fault, as it could easily fell a child with a single shot. The issue lies with the one-eyed lizard before me. It is utterly unreasonable. Despite its remarkable speed, its armor remains astonishingly high. However, it is evident that even though my previous 2 shots did not inflict significant damage, they were still quite painful for it. The creature continues to screech, its voice growing increasingly irritable. Chen Bo finds himself in a predicament. He had not anticipated that the Desert Eagle was not invincible. Some monsters are indeed far more formidable than humans. While the creature bellows, Chen Bo contemplates his next move. The pistol seems temporarily ineffective. It may not be entirely useless. If he could strike its weakness, it would surely prove beneficial. Surely, it cannot be without vulnerabilities. In Chen Bo's eyes, that solitary eye may well be its greatest Achilles heel. However, the eye is rather small, and he lacks the confidence to land a shot. Hitting it would be far more challenging than a headshot, and merely firing would be a waste of bullets. After using 2 more rounds, he has only 6 bullets left, so he decides to bide his time. The explosives he possesses would undoubtedly be effective, but he has only just acquired the manufacturing mold, lacks materials, and has no time to prepare, making it impossible to create them. Engaging in close combat with a knife is also unfeasible. Firstly, Chen Bo is uncertain whether the knife could pierce its defenses. Secondly, in close quarters, he would be at a significant disadvantage due to its speed. Fortunately, Chen Bo is not entirely without resources. Earlier, he had acquired a flamethrower, which he can now utilize. If the pistol represents a physical attack that proves ineffective, he could resort to the flamethrower, a magical attack, which might yield unexpected results. With a burst, the lizard, after screeching for a while, charges at him again. While its physical abilities are indeed grotesque, its methods of attack are quite limited, primarily relying on brute force. Chen Bo's gunfire has evidently heightened its eagerness to eliminate him. The moment it lunges forward, Chen Bo unleashes a long stream of flame from the flamethrower, engulfing the one-eyed lizard instantly. With the flames engulfing it, the creature is propelled backward within mere seconds, landing on the ground and rolling about. Its cries are sharper and markedly more frantic than before. Witnessing this, Chen Bo is reassured that the flamethrower is indeed effective. He is grateful for the resource box he discovered this morning. Chen Bo continues to unleash bursts of flame, showing no mercy towards such creatures. The crucial factor is that it seems devoid of intelligence, failing to realize the need to flee. Instead, its pain only incites its ferocity, compelling it to attempt to tear Chen Bo apart. Remaining calm, Chen Bo continues to incinerate it. The creature exhibits a certain fear of high temperatures at such intensity. It cannot approach him. However, after a while, Chen Bo observes that its vitality is alarmingly resilient. While the heat is certainly uncomfortable, it does not seem poised to perish anytime soon. How long must he continue this? Chen Bo senses the need to intensify his efforts. Slowly, he retrieves some gunpowder from his storage space. Chen Bo has always carried this storage space with him, allowing for swift access to its contents. After carefully extracting the gunpowder, aware of the danger it poses should it spill onto himself, he deliberately ceases the flamethrower, granting the lizard an opportunity. The one-eyed lizard, after howling in agony, still refuses to abandon its assault on Chen Bo. Upon seeing the flames extinguished, it lacks the intelligence to ponder its situation. It merely believes that the bothersome fire has vanished, and thus it can proceed unhindered. As it charges headlong towards him, Chen Bo swiftly disperses the gunpowder. The air around him suddenly becomes shrouded in gray. The lizard, in its reckless advance, inadvertently coats itself in a substantial amount of gunpowder. With a resounding explosion, Chen Bo takes 2 steps back and continues to spray flames. The resulting fireball that erupts is nothing short of spectacular. Even Chen Bo feels the force of the blast, causing him to stumble backward a few steps. A piercing scream echoes as the creature crashes to the ground, still ablaze, accompanied by sporadic crackling sounds. After thrashing about for a moment, it finally lies still. Chen Bo breathes a sigh of relief. Encountering such a robust defense is indeed challenging. Had it been anyone else, they might well have perished here. Watching the flames extinguish, he confirms that the one-eyed lizard has finally met its demise. However, after its body disintegrates, a significant quantity of items remains on the ground. When Chen Bo approaches, he discovers a number of hero medals, the same type he acquired upon defeating the mole. Counting them at the site of the lizard's corpse, he finds a total of 10 hero medals. The abundance of medals indicates the lizard's formidable nature. It is reasonable to surmise that the more ferocious the beast, the greater the reward in medals. Chen Bo still does not fully comprehend the use of these medals, but he decides to collect them. The mere presence of such items suggests they must hold some value. It is evident that many aspects remain unclear and require further exploration. Congratulations to player Chen Bo for successfully leveling up and unlocking new features. Please check promptly. At this moment, a cold voice resonates. Chen Bo is not startled, instinctively attributing it to the system. However, 2 seconds later, he realizes that such remarks are not typical of the system. Moreover, the tone differs from the System S, which carries a hint of emotion. Chen Bo then understands that this is a notification from the survival game. The prospect of leveling up within the game is a revelation to him. Previously, he had not heard of anyone achieving a level up, nor had it been mentioned in chat. This indicates he may belong to the earliest cohort of players to level up. This leveling process appears unrelated to the system. Based on Chen Bo's assessment, It likely correlates with defeating beasts. It seems similar to the monster-slaying mechanics in online games, and perhaps these hero medals are indeed the means to level up. Chen Bo finds some merit in his hypothesis. Nonetheless, he prioritizes examining what functions have been unlocked post-leveling. The first unlocked function, Crafting Guide. Compared to before, it indeed presents additional features, including this crafting guide. Chen Bo opens it to peruse. Toilet paper, required materials, wood. Shirt, required materials, ripped cloth. Frying pan, required materials, wood, stainless steel fragments. Upon reviewing the contents, Chen Bo discovers a plethora of items available for crafting. Most are essential everyday items, such as clothing, shoes, and even toiletries like toothbrushes and towels. This indicates that once this feature is activated, as long as one possesses the necessary materials, these small items can be manufactured. There is no need to fabricate diagrams or similar items. As for weapons, they are simply non-existent here. Chen Bo found this quite agreeable, especially regarding clothing, which he could create at will, offering him great comfort. He had long desired to replace his current attire. Additionally, essentials such as toilet paper were of utmost importance. He recalled the inconvenience of not having paper during a rather unfortunate incident yesterday. Furthermore, paper serves other purposes for men. Those familiar with the nuances understand well. Chen Bo continued to explore and appeared to have unlocked a new function, upgrading vehicles. Upon seeing this feature, his breath quickened. To be honest, he had long wished to enhance that dilapidated little car of his. The introduction stated that to upgrade one's vehicle, one must collect vehicle fragments. The fragments required to upgrade to a 5-seat sedan were listed as 20. Chen Bo glanced at the description of the vehicle fragments. Initially, he naively believed they were materials, but he quickly realized that vehicle fragments were unique to cars. Each vehicle contained one fragment, and once collected, the car would be rendered obsolete. Chapter 28. Endless ammunition. When Chen Bo learned that each vehicle contained merely one fragment, it dawned on him that once the fragment was removed, the car would be discarded. Intensifying competition. This meant that the struggle among individuals would become considerably fiercer. To upgrade one's car, one must acquire the fragments from others' vehicles. In this boundless world of highways, lacking a car equated to a dead end. Of course, there is also the possibility of abandoning one's own vehicle to rely on the powerful. After all, a single car could accommodate more than one person, and in such cases, survival was certainly feasible. Yet, living in such a manner would lack comfort, as it would require one to constantly consider the whims and emotions of others. Moreover, it seemed that women might find such a path easier. Nevertheless, this could also be seen as a positive aspect. For Chen Bo, competition was not something to fear, as long as he could continually upgrade his vehicle. That would be ideal. It was not always necessary to resort to dubious means. Sometimes, trouble would find you without provocation. For instance, the two individuals he had previously dispatched had essentially brought their demise upon themselves. Regrettably, he had not collected the fragments from their vehicle, as he was unaware of their significance at the time. Collecting vehicle fragments was no trivial task, at the very least. It was impossible to do so while the vehicle was intact and its owner was present. Otherwise, if he were to see a car on the road and simply collect its fragment, chaos would ensue. The vehicle must either be abandoned or rendered inoperable for him to collect the fragment directly. Based on the frequency of encounters he had experienced, fully collecting 20 fragments to transform his vehicle into a proper sedan would undoubtedly require time. It was not something to be accomplished instantaneously. Chen Bo, however, wasted no time and quickly got into his car. He started the engine and drove forward. Remaining stationary would make it difficult to encounter competitors. While driving, he munched on breakfast. After the recent battle, he had expended some energy. Milk and bread seemed to suggest a decent life. In truth, Chen Bo felt that some fried dough sticks, buns, or perhaps a savory pancake would have been more satisfying. But unfortunately, he had yet to encounter such delicacies. Those items were likely hard to come by, as only freshly made ones could be truly enjoyable. Following breakfast, Chen Bo spent time browsing the trading market, primarily hoping to procure a remote control bomb out of curiosity and to enhance his combat capabilities. However, he could not find all the necessary materials in the trading market. He already possessed gunpowder, so that was not an issue. The remaining iron sheets could be acquired from the market, and since they were abundant, they held little trading value. Chen Bo casually exchanged a small amount of currency for them, which was quite effortless. The remaining items, electric wires and electric stones, proved to be exceptionally elusive. There were certainly no listings for these two items in the trading market, as Chen Bo failed to locate them. Consequently, he could only post a trading announcement, inviting those who possessed these materials to approach him. Chen Bo continued forward aimlessly, finding the journey relatively peaceful. He thought that listening to music or the radio would have made the experience far more enjoyable. Gradually, he began to forget that he was in this place to survive rather than to indulge. In the afternoon, he heard a notification from the trading system, which sounded only when a trade was initiated. He was unsure of the exact time, but generally, after finishing lunch, he classified the time as afternoon. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Bo felt a surge of excitement and quickly checked the notification. He hoped for any required material. Even just one would suffice for him to make significant upgrades. However, upon reviewing the offered trade items, he discovered that they were not the electric wires or electric stones he needed, but rather a bullet-making blueprint. Bullet-making blueprint introduction, capable of producing 100 rounds of ammunition of any caliber. Once 100 rounds are completed, the blueprint automatically becomes obsolete. Chen Bo could see the item's description, and this was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Ammunition was something he currently needed, and he had been pondering how to produce bullets. It turned out that there was indeed a blueprint for it. "Chinda, do you find this item desirable?" Came a message from the other party. It was evident that Chen Bo had established a good reputation. Those who acquired valuable items for trade might think of him first, as everyone was aware that Chen Bo had abundant resources and could offer something in return more easily. Sometimes, expanding one's reputation could yield benefits. Chen Bo responded directly. "I will take this. What do you desire in exchange?" "I would like some water, and I also need a knife. I wonder if you have one." It is quite critical. The other party appeared to be quite audacious in their demands. Chen Bo nearly chuckled. "You want a knife? How fortuitous. I happen to have a dagger I recently acquired that serves no purpose. Rather than let it gather dust, trading it makes more sense." The moment the other party saw the dagger and water, they immediately agreed without hesitation. Chen Bo successfully acquired the bullet-making blueprint. "Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful." The bullet-making blueprint has transformed into a bullet-making mold. A satisfied smile spread across Chen Bo's face. Upgrading to a mold meant he would have access to an endless supply of ammunition in the future. Chapter 29. Ideally, trouble would come knocking. Chen Bo's face could not conceal the joy he felt upon obtaining the bullet-making mold. He understood that another of his worries had been alleviated. Truth be told, with this mold, he could produce bullets repeatedly. As long as he had sufficient materials, ammunition would no longer pose a problem. For someone like Chen Bo, who possessed an upgrade system, materials were merely minor obstacles. Chen Bo examined the description of the bullet-making mold. It was not limited to producing just one type of bullet. It could create ammunition of any caliber. The only difference lay in the quantity of materials required for varying calibers, but that was a trivial concern. In essence, with this item in Chen Bo's possession, he has essentially acquired an inexhaustible arsenal. This is of paramount importance. Although the Desert Eagle appeared to serve little purpose during the recent skirmish with the one-eyed lizard, it is certain that the firearm will prove invaluable in future encounters, particularly against humans. Moreover, other weaponry is bound to emerge. Should an automatic rifle come into play, it would be quite advantageous. Chen Bo is eager to seize the Desert Eagle and engage in target practice, perfecting his marksmanship. Previously, with only 10 bullets, he felt a pang of regret after dispatching 2 adversaries. Now, with ample ammunition at his disposal, he can unleash his firepower without restraint. The creation of a manufacturing mold has resolved numerous issues, illustrating that Chen Bo's reputation has begun to flourish. Many prospective traders seek him out, as others lack his capabilities. In this world, relying solely on scavenging for resources without engaging in trade would lead to a significantly slower progression. To put it plainly, what may seem superfluous to one could be desperately needed by another, a mutual exchange of necessities. For instance, the bullet manufacturing blueprint may be of little use to the individual who possesses it, especially as they currently lack even a knife, let alone a firearm. If resources were not scarce, they could afford to hold on to it. However, in times of need, it is prudent to trade. Once a person perishes, their possessions become utterly worthless. Chen Bo is not in a rush to practice shooting. He first examines the process of bullet manufacturing. He discovers that it requires gunpowder and metal sheets, both of which can be produced in bulk, necessitating a minimum of 10 bullets at a time. The materials needed are not particularly rare. The size of the bullets makes this evident. Fortunately, he possesses both components. The gunpowder was previously acquired, while the metal sheets are commonplace and easily traded for. Chen Bo has stockpiled a portion. Without hesitation, he produces 100 rounds for the Desert Eagle, which he deems sufficient for his needs. After all, a handgun operates on a one-shot basis, making it impractical to deplete a vast quantity of ammunition at once. It is likely that before he exhausts these 100 rounds, he may acquire an even more formidable weapon. As he progresses, Chen Bo maintains a deliberate pace, primarily focused on studying the manufacturing blueprints while also crafting some basic necessities such as clothing, trousers, and toilet paper. This manufacturing blueprint is a permanent feature, meaning that as long as he has the materials, he can produce indefinitely. The required materials are not hard to come by. Fabric scraps and wood are readily available in the trading market and hold little value. Chen Bo easily acquires them, and after upgrading his system, he finds himself with a plethora of materials. He first replaces his entire outfit, including his shoes and trousers, discarding all his dirty clothes. Now, he feels truly refreshed. The newly manufactured garments bear no odor and possess commendable quality. In this world, brand names have lost their significance. Perhaps it was due to the resource box he encountered earlier that absorbed all of Chen Bo's luck for the day. After wandering for an entire afternoon without any success, he remains in good spirits, especially given his substantial supplies. He has gradually adopted a more laid-back attitude. It is crucial not to panic when resources are scarce. Luck operates on probabilities, and one cannot expect to be fortunate continuously. After all, if one could consistently find resource boxes, there would be no risk of dying from thirst or hunger. As nightfall approaches, Chen Bo intends to take a break when he hears a series of honks behind him. The sound instantly sharpens his senses. Could it be that he has encountered other humans? In the past, he might have felt uneasy or out of place when encountering others. Habitual solitude had led him to prefer his own company, wishing for his tranquil existence to remain undisturbed. However, his mindset has shifted, especially after realizing that he could upgrade his vehicle through encounters with others. Chen Bo now longs for such interactions, ideally with those seeking trouble. The honking persists, seemingly an attempt to ensure Chen Bo is aware of their presence. Annoyed by the noise, he glances in the rearview mirror. To his surprise, two vehicles are racing alongside each other. It appears that the number of companions is greater than he anticipated. However, two vehicles signify a promising opportunity. The two vehicles accelerate aggressively, indicating a sense of urgency. Encountering fellow beings in such a manner typically suggests ill intentions. Suddenly, the screech of brakes fills the air. A silver car spins around, positioning itself in front of Chen Bo's vehicle, effectively blocking his path. The vehicle behind is closely tailing him, employing a pincer movement, seemingly intent on preventing his escape. Chen Bo, however, has not accelerated. He has maintained a steady speed. Their haste only serves to impede his progress. If he were to press the accelerator, he could easily gain distance, as all vehicles share similar performance capabilities. He deliberately allows them to pursue, keeping a close watch on their movements. All three vehicles come to a halt. The doors of the two cars open almost simultaneously, and three individuals emerge. Fortunately, 3 is within an acceptable limit and poses no significant threat to Chen Bo. After all, he wields formidable weaponry. Observing the trio exit their vehicles, Chen Bo remains seated, opting not to join them immediately. There is no need for haste when the situation remains unclear. His calm demeanor is bolstered by the security of his vehicle. As long as he locks the doors, they cannot gain entry. The three individuals approach, led by a burly man with prominently muscled arms, exuding an air of strength. He knocks on a window and calls out, "Brother, why not step out and introduce yourself?" It's serendipitous to encounter someone in such a desolate place. The thin glass of the window offers little sound insulation, allowing Chen Bo to hear every word. Internally, he remains entirely unfazed, even suppressing a smile. If he were to be swayed by such words, it would be a testament to his naivety. The last individuals he encountered had uttered similar lines, and their true intentions were all too clear. "Hey, this guy is acting a bit pretentious. He is ignoring us," remarks a shorter man among the three. It appears that among the three individuals, the imposing figure is the leader, a conclusion that aligns with his physique. Meanwhile, the individual with the yellow hair displayed a cold smirk, remarking, "So, big brother, I told you we could simply seize it, yet you insisted on engaging in trivial conversation." The yellow-haired one, exhibiting a straightforward demeanor, openly expressed his thoughts, questioning why they did not just declare their intentions to rob. Such a statement would undoubtedly deter the other party from exiting their vehicle. However, the yellow-haired individual remained unperturbed, producing a dark object from his hand. Upon closer inspection, Chen Bo's gaze slightly flickered. It turned out to be a handgun. Initially calm, Chen Bo felt a ripple of unease upon seeing the firearm. It became clear that others besides himself possessed lethal weapons. With so many players and a vast global population entering the game, it was inevitable that some would be fortunate or particularly skilled. Moreover, the three of them were banded together. Chen Bo recognized the gun. It was the portable handgun from the manufacturing blueprints he had previously acquired, which he later upgraded to a Desert Eagle. While the power of his handgun was certainly inferior to that of his Desert Eagle, Chen Bo did not intend to compare. Ultimately, a firearm is still a firearm, and a single bullet could incapacitate a typical person. There was no need for Chen Bo to gamble with them. Remaining in his vehicle seemed the wisest choice. With this thought, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Fortunately, his car was fortified with comprehensive protection. Otherwise, the situation could have been quite troublesome. Chen Bo's time held little value, so he decided to toy with these individuals. Their intentions toward him would be futile. The only surprising aspect was that the large man was indeed the leader, raising the question of why the gun was in the possession of the yellow-haired individual. It appeared that either the yellow-haired one possessed some shooting skills, or there was a measure of trust between them. Chen Bo found it hard to believe that they had two firearms. As the yellow-haired man brandished the gun, his expression visibly swelled with bravado. After all, wielding a firearm carries significant intimidation. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Bo had long since acquired a superior weapon. Get out of the car if you don't want to die. Do you really think you're safe inside? The yellow-haired man shouted ferociously, aiming the gun through the car window. Chen Bo did not even glance at him, choosing instead to ignore the threat. Calmly, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and began to blow smoke rings. Chapter 31. Could this gun be fake? Damn it. The yellow-haired man was infuriated. After all, he was the one holding a gun, a genuine one at that. Chen Bo had certainly seen it. Yet he acted as though it were inconsequential. The yellow-haired man was baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Big brother, look at this guy. He is incredibly arrogant, he fumed. Previously, they had robbed another vehicle, and Chen Bo was not their first victim. The previous driver had seen their gun and immediately knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. The three of them had relished that feeling, as they had never experienced such power before, always relegated to subservience in their company. Chen Bo's reaction, however, diverged entirely from their expectations. Another shorter individual fixated on the cigarette in Chen Bo's hand, his eyes nearly popping out. Unable to suppress his desire, he gulped. Clearly a smoker. Before, he had managed to abstain, but the sight of the cigarette reignited his craving. Big brother, he has cigarettes. We must rob him, he insisted. The leader was also growing enraged. This individual was too adept at feigning nonchalance. Seeing their lack of fear, he was smoking in the car. Would he choke on it, perhaps? As they prepared to shoot, Chen Bo remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious to their actions. The yellow-haired man could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth as he aimed the gun at Chen Bo, observing their demeanor, Chen Bo maintained his composure while analyzing the situation. Their reluctance to fire might stem from inexperience or a lack of ammunition. Just as he had experienced before, if one could not produce bullets, each shot was precious. He estimated their magazine held only 6 or 7 rounds, certainly fewer than his Desert Eagle. If they were to squander their ammunition, it would certainly prove entertaining. Bang! As Chen Bo pondered, a gunshot echoed. He felt no fear, instead comparing the sound to that of his Desert Eagle. It was decidedly softer. The fact that he remained unharmed confirmed the absolute reliability of the bulletproof glass. Even a sniper rifle could not breach it, so a mere handgun would be futile. Chen Bo glanced at the car window beside him. It showed no signs of damage, not even a mark. The defensive capability was evident. From the outset, Chen Bo had never doubted the performance and quality. The system upgrade could not have produced counterfeit goods. Big brother, what the hell? The yellow-haired man was at a loss. Gun in hand, bewildered. The reactions of the remaining two were no better. What is going on? The leader inquired. Oh no. The yellow-haired man instinctively fired another shot, aimed again at the glass, but it met with the same lack of result. The yellow-haired man confirmed, Big brother, the gun is fine. Fortunately, the leader was not foolish. He quickly deduced the situation. Damn it, this kid has bulletproof glass. No wonder he was so brazen. The leader gritted his teeth. Shoot the windshield. The side windows are merely bulletproof. His eyes shimmered with greed. Bulletproof glass was indeed a valuable asset. They must keep the car or strip the glass. This individual even had cigarettes. Perhaps they had stumbled upon a lucrative target. The yellow-haired man moved to the front and aimed at the large windshield. Bang! Following the shot, silence reigned. Nothing had happened. The yellow-haired man was on the brink of despair. Big brother, the windshield is bulletproof too. Chen Bo nearly burst into laughter, thinking not only the front glass, but all the windows of the vehicle were fortified. In fact, even the glass of the headlights had been replaced. To say it was armed to the teeth would be an understatement. The leader was equally stunned. This vehicle was outfitted with bulletproof glass throughout. The shorter man then suggested, Big brother, shoot the tires. If the tires explode, he won't be able to escape and will be stranded. We can simply outlast him. The leader's eyes lit up. You're clever. Give me the gun. I'll handle it myself. As he spoke, he took the gun from the yellow-haired man's hands. Using bullets on tires seemed wasteful. Just as Chen Bo had suspected, they only had a limited number of rounds. However, they were so incensed by Chen Bo that they felt compelled to fire and assert their dominance. Bang! A shot rang out, striking the tire with precision from such a short distance. The moment the three individuals beheld the tire, their smiles vanished instantaneously. This was utterly excessive. It was one thing if the glass were impervious, as bulletproof glass does exist. But what was this nonsense with the tire? Could it be that I am utterly incapable of puncturing even a tire? The one with the yellow hair, in disbelief, remarked, Brother, could our gun be fake? Try shooting at the little black one, he suggested. The short man beside them sprang up, exclaiming, Why don't you shoot yourself first? Chapter 32. Who is troubling whom? 1,000 blossoms, ignoring the two jesters beside him. The elder brother was not foolish either. The sensation of firing a gun could not possibly stem from a toy. The question then arose, why was he unable to pierce the tire? A hint of doubt about life crept in. Bang! The elder brother, undeterred by superstition, fired again, this time aiming at the car's metal body. The shot was fired and sparks flew. Yet, it proved futile. The metal remained unscathed. Chen Bo, seated inside the car, found the spectacle amusing. Unable to breach the glass or tire, was he now contemplating the car's body? His vehicle had been coated with the finest reinforcement material. Not even explosives would be effective against it. It was merely a waste of ammunition. The elder brother was infuriated, even losing a bit of his sanity. All three drove the same model. Logically, the car's quality was quite average. Upon collision, it would likely shatter easily. Normally, a single shot would penetrate the metal, possibly even hitting Chen Bo. Yet, now it was utterly ineffective. Could this car be impervious from every angle, harder than a turtle's shell? Bang, bang, bang. After the initial shot, he no longer cared about anything else, firing repeatedly. Suddenly, he discovered that the trigger had become unresponsive. The yellow-haired man quickly tugged at his leader's arm, whispering, "Brother, stop shooting. We've run out of bullets." Upon realizing this, the elder brother felt a pang of regret. All those precious bullets wasted without even grazing Chen Bo. It was truly disheartening. Until they found more ammunition, the gun was practically useless, serving merely as a prop for intimidation. What should we do about this guy? He asked like a turtle. The yellow-haired man despaired. The trio found themselves at a loss for effective strategies against Chen Bo. If they continued to exhaust themselves, they could not inflict any damage on him. The short man, feeling rather clever, suggested, "Why don't we just wait it out?" The car's windows and doors were tightly sealed, and Chen Bo remained inside, smoking, with no airflow whatsoever. As long as they maintained their vigil, he would eventually falter or perhaps suffocate inside. The yellow-haired man concurred, adding, "This plan has merit. Just think, if he spent the night inside and falls asleep, he'll surely suffer from oxygen deprivation. And can he eat and drink in there? The stench will only intensify." Ha ha. The elder brother nodded, acknowledging the soundness of his companion's reasoning. The only option left was to wear Chen Bo down. Wasting some time was inconsequential. He had to acquire that car. Chen Bo, meanwhile, was unable to contain his amusement, thinking, "These fools believe they are clever." If he wished to leave, no excessive maneuvers were necessary. He could simply start the car and accelerate away. Their two vehicles could not obstruct him, as he could crash through them at will. If he truly damaged their cars, he would then need to consider his next steps. However, Chen Bo had no intention of departing just yet. He had no reason to abandon the two vehicles before him. As the trio discussed, taking turns to watch over Chen Bo, the car window gradually lowered. Chen Bo understood they had run out of ammunition. He was now absolutely safe. If they had any bullets left, they would surely have reloaded. "Brother, look!" the yellow-haired man exclaimed, pointing at Chen Bo. The elder brother then noticed Chen Bo had opened the window. "How dare you open the window?" In that moment, fearing to miss an opportunity, he brandished a knife and lunged at Chen Bo. These three were indeed well armed, possessing not only guns but also knives. Bang! A resounding noise followed. The yellow-haired man was splattered with droplets of blood, his eyes widening in shock as he realized the one who had fallen was his elder brother. Even more shocking was the revelation that Chen Bo also wielded a gun. Only then did he comprehend the gravity of his miscalculation. Who was truly troubling him? His mind blanked. "Help me." His brother collapsed on the ground, not immediately dead. Chen Bo's shot had missed a vital area, thus not delivering a fatal blow. It was likely he could still struggle for a while. Instinctively, in the face of danger, the desire to survive was strongest. A normal person would not wish for death. However, the elder brother's plea jolted the yellow-haired man back to reality. Save him? No way, he thought, and he fled. The short man, slightly slower to react, followed suit. Chen Bo would not let them escape. He intended to claim the remnants of their vehicles. Exiting swiftly, he fired 2 more shots, taking down one of them with each bullet. Glancing back at the still-moving elder brother, he surmised that his resilience was likely due to his strong constitution. Chen Bo delivered another shot, ensuring the complete annihilation of his adversaries. Chapter 33. Upgrading the fragments. Cleaning the battlefield. The present advantage was that ammunition was an unlimited supply. Firing a few rounds posed no pressure, unlike before when he felt a pang of regret. Having dispatched the 3 men, Chen Bo felt little emotion. Perhaps due to previous experiences, everything felt more routine. He recognized that in this world, he must learn to adapt to such circumstances. In the days to come, this would likely be the norm. Fortunately, the bodies did not linger. Soon, both the corpses and the blood on the ground vanished, as if nothing had transpired. However, the cars remained, and that was sufficient. The collection of vehicle fragments was straightforward and simple. The 2 cars before him, though undamaged, were ownerless, thus qualifying as collectible. Utilizing the collection function, he executed a one-click collection. In an instant, the 2 vehicles transformed into scrap cars, clearly rendered inoperable. The fragments appeared somewhat miniature, resembling small car cards, just 2 pieces each. Recalling that the first upgrade required 20 such fragments, He pondered how long it would take to gather them. If he were to find 2 cars a day, it would take 10 days. The key issue was that he lacked the fortune to encounter humans daily. Even when he did, if they did not provoke him, Chen Bo could not simply act. In this regard, Chen Bo does not entirely lack moral boundaries when it comes to intimidating the weak. Thus far, those he has encountered have only sought to bully him, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate. As the saying goes, if you wish to provoke me, then you shall face dire consequences. There is no room for sympathy here. Had Chen Bo not possessed superior skills, he would have been the one meeting his demise. As for upgrades, Chen Bo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the 2 fragments of automobile debris bore the potential for enhancement, akin to other items he had previously acquired. There was no reason for hesitation. He chose to proceed with the upgrade immediately, filled with curiosity and delight. The surprise lay in the fact that this item could indeed be upgraded, as he had assumed it was incapable of such transformation upon obtaining it. He was eager to see what it might evolve into. Congratulations, host. The 2 fragments have successfully upgraded to 10 fragments. This upgrade was purely in terms of quantity. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The quality likely could not be enhanced. A 5-fold increase left Chen Bo with little to complain about. With 10 fragments now in his possession, reaching 20 was certainly within grasp. Most importantly, should he acquire more automobile fragments in the future, they too could be upgraded. Thus, the prospect of upgrading his vehicle was indeed drawing near. Chen Bo carefully stored the fragments and began to clean the battlefield. The individuals he dealt with possessed little of value, merely a firearm and a military dagger. The gun held considerable worth, without a doubt. However, upon inspection, Chen Bo noted that it could not be upgraded. It appeared to have been manufactured using a schematic, which signified its inability to be enhanced. The same applied to the dagger, which he collected, considering it might be valuable for trade later. As for the handgun, he decided to keep it for himself. Having 2 firearms would undoubtedly bolster his combat capabilities. He opened the wrecked vehicles and began his search. Both cars contained a portion of supplies. After a cursory examination, he found an abundance of gasoline, but food and clean water were scarce and tainted. It was no wonder they had resorted to robbery. Their supplies were evidently insufficient. With 3 robust men in their company, their consumption rate would be high, and they likely wouldn't last long. Chen Bo had no qualms about taking everything, simply biding his time for future upgrades. To his surprise, he discovered 2 energy cables, a much-needed resource he had not anticipated finding. Indeed, eliminating others proved to be a means of enhancing oneself. Although he only found 2 cables for now, he looked forward to upgrading them later. Aside from that, there was little of worth. Truthfully, 3 men with such limited supplies were rather impoverished. This was to be expected. Having acquired a firearm likely required them to exchange a considerable amount of goods, which was their choice. No one else could upgrade as freely as Chen Bo. He also stumbled upon some seasonings, including salt and cooking oil. Salt was certainly essential for cooking, so he decided to keep it for future use. Additionally, Chen Bo found a book titled Zhongmen Shenyang Aiwa. It was surprising to discover even such items in this place. The title was quite intriguing, but upon opening it, he found it began on page 45, with the preceding pages clearly torn out. It was highly likely that it had been repurposed as toilet paper. Fortunately, Chen Bo now possessed toilet paper. Otherwise, that would have been a rather unfortunate option. After completing his scavenging, Chen Bo proceeded forward. Dinner time had already arrived, yet these encounters had delayed him somewhat. Thankfully, he had reaped substantial rewards, making the time lost worthwhile. He could have rested in place. But given that a death had recently occurred there, even with the bodies gone, Chen Bo felt somewhat uneasy. Thus, he decided to drive a short distance further. It would not be too burdensome. Once parked, he set up a barbecue grill and, while preparing a small feast, took the opportunity to upgrade the resources he had just collected. The gasoline, water, and salt yielded a considerable amount upon enhancement. Now, the supplies stacked in Chen Bo's space positioned him as a veritable tycoon, capable of surviving for at least 6 months, if not more. The energy cables particularly captured Chen Bo's attention, as they upgraded to 20 pieces, which would suffice for the time being. Unfortunately, he still lacked an electric stone. Otherwise, he could have crafted a remote control bomb. At that moment, Chen Bo received a private message from friend. The notification was quite conspicuous, making it hard to ignore. He suspected it was from Chen Muing. Receiving a message today indicated that she was likely unoccupied, which was reassuring. Chen Bo had initially thought she might have found something valuable, and he felt a flicker of anticipation. He replied, "I am here just about to eat." He refrained from inquiring whether she had discovered anything, wishing to avoid appearing overly opportunistic, and preferred to let her initiate the conversation for a more pleasant exchange. To his surprise, Chen Muing asked, "I was wondering if you found any clothing or anything similar. Is something wrong? Are your clothes too dirty?" It turned out she sought his assistance. Surprisingly, clothing was not a challenge for Chen Bo to create. He could easily fabricate any style or type, provided he had enough fabric fragments. This led him to deduce that she had not yet upgraded. Had she done so, she would have unlocked the schematics for crafting and would not need to inquire of him. Perhaps, considering they both received the hero medal, her advancement might be slower due to their shared progress. With her having reached out, it was no trouble for Chen Bo to assist her. In such an environment, not changing clothes could be quite uncomfortable, especially after a day of sweating, particularly for women. Unexpectedly, she revealed, during my battle with a beast today, my clothes were severely damaged and are now unwearable. I cannot manage like this. I can't find anything in the trading market either. If you have any spare clothing, that would suffice. Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback. It wasn't merely a matter of dirty clothes. She had no clothes at all. The mental image was vivid. No wonder she had approached him for help. She was truly in a predicament. While clothing was undoubtedly less critical than food and water, where the latter two could lead to death, being without clothing could be quite embarrassing, especially for a woman. Even if a man could accept being without a shirt, it was a different matter entirely. Chen Bo quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. I can provide you with as much clothing as you need. Just let me know your height and weight, and I will prepare a few outfits for you." The creation of clothing posed no restrictions and was low in cost, requiring only fabric fragments, which were easily traded. Chen Bo had amassed plenty after his upgrades. This was a simple task for him, a way to repay a favor, especially since he had previously gained advantages from items like gunpowder. Wang found it somewhat peculiar and asked, "Where did you acquire so many garments? After slaying beasts, isn't there a Brave's medal? Once a certain quantity is collected, it can be upgraded, resulting in the creation of a crafting blueprint that enables one to make their own clothing." Chen Bo provided some insights and added, "I can craft now. It's quite simple. Just tell me what you need, and I can make it for you." "Really? I'm immensely grateful." Chen Ying responded. Her spirits lifted as she disclosed her measurements. Height 170 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms. Chen Bo was taken aback upon seeing these figures. A girl of 1.7 meters is indeed considered tall, and weighing merely 100 gene, such a physique is quite commendable. "By the way, does your sister need any? Shall I make something for her? My sister's height and weight are similar to mine. You can follow those specifications," Chen Ying replied. No longer in a sulky mood, Chen Bo, upon hearing this, was astonished. It's rare for two individuals to share such heights. Before long, he crafted around 10 sets of clothing, primarily summer attire, which did not require much material. Pants and shoes were also quickly prepared. "By the way, can you also create that particular type of clothing?" Chen Ying inquired, her cheeks reddening as she sent a message. Chen Bo was momentarily confused. What clothing? The kind that is form-fitting. Oh, Chen Bo finally comprehended. He searched and confirmed that it could indeed be made with minimal fabric requirements. He hastily replied, "How old are you and your sister? Please provide the details." Chapter 35. He is certainly a straight man, huh? Chen Ying seemed somewhat caught off guard but responded, "We are both 21 years old. At 21, one is in the prime of youth, a delightful age." However, Chen Bo was surprised that she and her sister were the same age. This seemed rather unusual. Statistically, they likely were not biologically related, as it is improbable for siblings to share the same age unless they are twins. Of course, it could also be that they met by chance and have been companions for so long that they began to refer to each other as sisters. It is common for girls to refer to anyone as a sister. The reality behind those relationships often remains obscured. During university, it was not uncommon for a dorm of 6 girls to have 5 separate chat groups. Chen Bo quickly interrupted his thoughts, realizing he had misunderstood the question entirely. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he simply stated, "That is not what I was inquiring about." Chen Ying had become momentarily flustered, and upon seeing his words, she could no longer react. These measurements were rather personal, but Chen Bo needed them to create clothing. Without sizes, how could he proceed, especially for such items? As each girl is unique, if the fit is slightly off, it could still be manageable, but if it deviates too much, wearing it could become quite uncomfortable. One is his. Upon seeing the details, Chen Bo gasped. When making clothing, accurate data was essential, so the likelihood of exaggeration was low. If true, her physique was indeed exceptional. Nowadays, many girls tend to be quite slender. These two sisters could be considered extraordinarily gifted in that regard. It is often said that such attributes can be enhanced later on, and while there might be some effect, it is not always significant. More often, the natural endowment plays a crucial role, unless one opts for surgery to achieve a fabricated appearance. Knowing the measurements sufficed for Chen Bo, he refrained from asking which sister was which. Given their circumstances, they certainly needed suitable attire. Although many girls claim to dislike wearing such clothing due to discomfort, it is often necessary when venturing out. In this world, the restrictions on movement during combat are even more pronounced. Such clothing, being form-fitting, indeed requires frequent changing. Otherwise, it can become quite unbearable. If there were any drawbacks, it would be that it may require slightly more fabric than usual. Without further ado, Chen Bo began to diligently craft, and soon an abundance of such items appeared in the vehicle. Anyone unaware of the situation might mistakenly perceive him as peculiar. Chen Bo did not linger on the items to avoid straying thoughts and promptly initiated a private chat with Chen Mo, transferring the goods to her. This might very well be a singular occasion. As long as the girl survived and persevered, she would soon be able to upgrade and craft on her own. Inside Chen Mo's vehicle, the sisters gazed at the array of items that Chen Bo had just traded, their eyes brimming with delight. It is inherent in women to be drawn to new clothing. Sister, I didn't expect he actually had clothes. This is wonderful. We can finally change outfits. Her sister, Chen Mo, exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Initially, they sought out Chen Bo out of sheer necessity, never anticipating that he could create items himself, thus resolving their immediate dilemma. Chen Bo's assistance proved to be remarkably timely. To put it plainly, receiving clothing at this moment left them immensely appreciative. When they're capable of crafting on their own, offering such a favor would lose its significance. Chen Mo's private chat chimed again. It was Chen Bo initiating another trade. All were items for women, and Chen Mo accepted them without reservation. Her sister, upon seeing the vibrant array of clothing, was taken aback. After a moment, she asked, Sister, how did you manage to have him make all of this? If he can craft, why haven't you changed in so many days? Isn't it uncomfortable? Chen Mo's neck flushed as she feigned calmness. Well, he is a man. It feels a bit odd. Come on, her sister retorted. You sought his help. It's fortunate that he didn't reject us. Can't you at least make a request? Why is everything in such garish colors? It's utterly hideous. He must be a straight man. Stop the chatter. He can't see colors anyway. Let's change outfits, grab something to eat, and then rest. She promptly ended the discussion. Chen Bo, meanwhile, sneezed. He pondered who might be thinking of him. Perhaps the two sisters were expressing their gratitude. On the dimly lit roadside at night, darkness enveloped everything, creating an ominous atmosphere that felt as if it could swallow anyone whole. Chen Bo had no inclination to leave the road and wander into the wilderness, merely stopping to rest by the roadside. He placed the meat on the barbecue grill, finding a rare moment of peace. Dinner is often the time when one feels most relaxed, and typically the evening brings no unexpected events. Chapter 36, Can Pets Also Level Up? Chen Bo expertly turned the meat, his multifunctional military knife gradually becoming more adept at handling the grilling process. Simultaneously, his skills matured, and the Wagyu beef sizzling before him appeared quite tantalizing. After a long day of labor, it all boiled down to this culinary delight. Regrettably, there was no alcohol. A cold beer would surely enhance the experience. As for spirits, those were off the table for him, as he was not accustomed to strong liquor, and it was rare to find someone his age with a high tolerance for alcohol. Drinking was merely for indulgence. In such an environment, getting drunk could lead to dire consequences. Chen Bo believed that beer undoubtedly existed in this world. If there was Coca-Cola, how could there be no beer? It was only a matter of time before he found it. However, just as the meat was nearly grilled to perfection and Chen Bo was ready to indulge, he heard a peculiar sound nearby. The noise was not particularly loud, but the stillness of the night made every sound remarkably clear. Chen Bo turned his head and felt a chill run from his tailbone all the way to the crown of his head. A pair of emerald green eyes stood out starkly against the darkness of the night. Chen Bo could no longer remain seated. He hastily stood up, retrieving his desert eagle. He truly did not expect to encounter a wild beast at such a late hour. It could only be said that he had overthought things. In this world, there was no moment that was entirely safe. Danger could arise at any time, and it was no jest. He could not clearly discern what kind of creature it was, primarily due to the absence of light. Chen Bo relied on his car as headlights for illumination, but they were merely ordinary halogen lights, barely illuminating his immediate vicinity. The sight of those eyes was somewhat terrifying, yet the creature moved slowly and did not appear to be in a hurry. It seemed to belong to the family of moles, and given its size, Chen Bo felt the threat was not overly intense. He decided not to wait any longer. After all, he had no idea what kind of creature it was. Should it launch a fatal attack, he would not have time to lament. He intended to shoot it and eliminate the threat. However, just as Chen Bo was about to disengage the safety, the mysterious beast stumbled and fell a short distance away. Chen Bo was taken aback. Could this truly be a wild beast? It seemed rather off. Was it injured or something else? He pondered this, but refrained from firing, wanting to observe what this creature was. As he approached, he finally discerned that it was none other than a dog. It was small and furry, likely something he could easily kick away. The moment it opened its mouth, it confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a dog with a distinctly unique bark. The sound was devoid of any intimidation, and it had a distinctly juvenile quality, clearly a pup. No wonder it had difficulty walking earlier. To his astonishment, it was a Siberian husky. As he drew closer, the creature began wagging its tail at him, displaying a rather shameless demeanor. Upon seeing its face, Chen Bo immediately recognized it as a husky. He had previously owned such a dog, notorious for its penchant for destruction. It carried the ancestral trait of silliness in its blood. Chen Bo nearly chuckled, having seen nothing but wild beasts all day, only to be greeted by a harmless, goofy creature. It was quite refreshing. It seemed that many ordinary beings existed in this world, albeit with slightly more difficulty in survival. For this little pup to be alive was indeed remarkable. The creature approached Chen Bo, wagging its tail in a bid for affection, its gaze fixated on the grill. It could not help but inch closer, though the heat from the grill deterred it. Chen Bo found it amusing. It appeared that the enticing aroma of the meat had drawn it in. He realized that this creature posed no real danger, and he need not remain overly cautious. Stay there, and I'll give you some grilled sausage shortly. He gently moved the pup aside. At the moment of contact, Chen Bo was still somewhat wary, fearing it might bite. However, his concerns were unwarranted, as the dog merely barked a couple of times and made a token struggle, clearly more interested in the meat. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind, detecting the presence of a purebred husky. Players may bind the pet and become its owner. Chen Bo was taken aback. It turned out this creature was not a wild beast, but a pet that could be captured by humans. In an instant, he was both amused and perplexed. This was indeed a purebred husky. Had it not been for its purity, he might have considered it. Its lineage was so untainted that it could be a bit overwhelming. Owning a dog posed no significant burden, but it offered little assistance to him. Chen Bo was conflicted. At most, it would provide companionship, alleviating some boredom. Yet, its utility seemed limited, likely just a heartless food-consuming machine. Previously unaware of the pet feature, he had hoped to capture a powerful companion to aid him. Acquiring a husky felt slightly off. Host, pets can also level up. At that moment, the system chimed in, providing Chen Bo with a prompt. After level up, the bloodline appears to be pure. However, it did not indicate any ability to level up. Chen Bo glanced at the husky before him, perplexed. According to past experiences, something capable of leveling up would definitely display such indicators. Systems like vehicles, which could not be upgraded, did not feature such terminology. The system explained, only after taming and binding it as a pet can it level up. Chen Bo understood. In other words, it was not enough to merely see a pet. He had to bind it himself. Since the system had stated this, he thought it unlikely to deceive him. The process of taming the pet was unrelated to the system and relied on Chen Bo's own efforts. Upon further examination, he discovered the existence of the pet function. The first step in binding a pet was to tame it, ensuring the creature willingly complied without resistance. Theoretically, this posed a challenge. One needed to either build rapport or subdue it until it acquiesced. The husky before him seemed rather easy to tame. Chen Bo cut a small piece of beef, sizzling with juices, and tossed it in front of the pup. It could not resist and swallowed it eagerly, appearing famished. This morsel was not large. Chen Bo had intentionally cut it into smaller pieces. Food, as a lure, was one of the important techniques in dog training. After all, pet dogs were often trained in this manner. The strategy of combining carrots with sticks was imperative, otherwise the dog would not comply. He feared that giving a larger piece might leave the pup overstuffed, considering its small size. After devouring the meat, the pup's eyes sparkled with eagerness as it gazed at Chen Bo, barking excitedly and wagging its tail incessantly. One could hardly deny that if a girl were present, she would likely be utterly charmed. The purebred husky has been completely tamed and shows no signs of resistance. Would you like to bind it as a pet? Chen Bo was taken aback. He had intended to continue enticing it with more meat, yet this creature was already fully tamed? How shameless! However, considering it was a purebred husky, it was not entirely surprising, as pet dogs generally harbored little malice towards humans. Chen Bo had little choice but to select the binding option. There was no elaborate blood oath or contract. The binding was instantaneous. From that moment onward, this silly creature became Chen Bo's pet. There was no profound sense of blood connection felt. If one were to be connected by blood to a dog, that would certainly raise concerns. However, it was evident that Air had grown increasingly affectionate towards Chen Bo, a stark contrast to its earlier attempts to curry favor for food. As Chen Bo patted the creature a couple of times, he was pleased to see the words indicating an upgrade appear before him. What was he waiting for? Chen Bo promptly chose to upgrade. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. The bloodline of the purebred husky has been significantly enhanced. Chen Bo was taken aback. Was that all? The upgrade had indeed occurred, yet it would have been nice to have an explanation of how it was achieved. Merely stating that the bloodline had been enhanced was somewhat alarming. It couldn't be purer, could it? This was quite different from previous upgrades involving other items. Perhaps this was the distinction between living beings and resources. Upon observing the creature's appearance, it seemed unchanged, still sporting that goofy demeanor. Chen Bo speculated that there wasn't much of a significant enhancement, though its fur appeared shinier than before. He decided not to dwell on it too much. Having a pet could provide companionship. As long as it didn't interfere with his ability to adopt other pets in the future, he was content. Earlier, Chen Bo had been troubled, primarily concerned that he could only keep one pet, which would have been rather awkward. However, he had checked and found there seemed to be no restrictions. One person, one dog, and they began to share a meal. Most of the beef was consumed by Chen Bo, given its high value. Treating Erha to grilled sausages was more than sufficient. One could imagine that many people nowadays might have nearly forgotten the taste of meat, while this creature had surpassed most in its enjoyment. Surprisingly, Erha's appetite was greater than Chen Bo had anticipated, as it devoured 2 sausages along with some beef. To be frank, it ate no less than Chen Bo did for dinner. From its appearance, it seemed still unsatisfied, and Chen Bo was concerned that this creature might overeat. Logically, such a small dog should not have such an appetite. Many small dogs lack the concept of fullness and will eat as much as they are given. It would be wise to impose some limits. Let us give you a name, shall we? After storing the barbecue grill, Chen Bo began to play with Erha. Having a name was indeed necessary. Names like Wang Kai or Ergo were far too common and lacked significance. Calling it silly felt somewhat affectionate yet rather simplistic. Chen Bo struggled with naming, so he decided, forget it. I shall simply call you Xiaoha. It's straightforward and easy to remember. Upon hearing its new name, the creature seemed quite delighted, bouncing around like a fool. Chen Bo observed this scene with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Clearly, the bloodline was indeed purer than before. While Xiaoha frolicked about, Chen Bo felt little concern. They were already bound together, which implied a sense of belonging. It was unlikely that it would wander off after being well fed. As long as it didn't stray too far, all was well. Suddenly, Xiaoha began barking vigorously. At first, Chen Bo paid little attention, but when the barking persisted without pause, he grew curious. Was it perhaps reacting to something? Dogs are known for their alertness. After all, it has been said for ages that dogs are kept to guard homes. If it were a wild beast, Xiaoha would likely have been swiftly overcome. Upon reaching the source of the noise, Chen Bo found nothing, leaving him feeling rather helpless as he patted the dog. All right, let us head back, he urged. However, Xiaoha refused to budge, remaining rooted in place. Chen Bo was puzzled by the dog's reluctance to leave. In fact, it even tugged at his pant leg, refusing to let him go. Chen Bo sensed something was amiss. Turning back, he noticed Xiaoha was scratching at a particular spot. It was then that he realized the little creature had quite sharp claws. How could such a small dog manage to dig into the earth? Are you suggesting there is something beneath? Chen Bo inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. To his astonishment, Xiaoha nodded in affirmation. Really? Chen Bo continued. Can you understand what I'm saying? Once again, Xiaoha nodded. Chen Bo was taken aback. This was not merely a misunderstanding. The creature's intelligence appeared to surpass that of an ordinary dog. Or perhaps it merely understood the concept of nodding, responding affirmatively to any question posed. Do you enjoy eating excrement? Xiaoha's response was vehement as it shook its head vigorously. Chen Bo had no time to ponder the dog's preferences. He was astounded that this creature could genuinely comprehend human speech. This transformation was likely a result of the upgrade. Dogs are inherently intelligent, among the few animals capable of understanding human emotions. However, with Xiaoha being a husky, it had its quirks. The ability to understand human language added a layer of intrigue. It felt as though he now had a friend with whom he could communicate, even if just a little. The system's upgrade was indeed not to be underestimated. Yet the pressing question remained, what lay beneath? Given Xiaoha's behavior, it would be strange if nothing were there. Step aside, I shall dig. Driven by curiosity, Chen Bo decided to take action. If he did not dig, it seemed Xiaoha would not leave. Armed with the military knife he had acquired from the 3 individuals earlier that day, he began to excavate. Digging with his bare hands was far too arduous. He would rather not. Chen Bo was cautious as he proceeded, honestly not expecting to uncover anything of value, hoping only to avoid danger. He had previously encountered a one-eyed lizard emerging from the ground. He certainly hoped this would not turn out poorly. After only 10 minutes of digging, his hand struck something hard. Upon contact, his anxiety lessened, for the sensation indicated it was not a living creature. Shortly thereafter, he cleared the surrounding soil to reveal a box. To his surprise, it was quite substantial, and it took considerable effort to extract it from the earth. Once the hidden resource box was unearthed, Chen Bo discovered its nature. Hidden resource boxes? This is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Concealed underground. One had to wonder who devised such a clever hiding place. It was exceedingly well concealed. Most individuals would likely never discover its existence. Few were aware of its presence. Were it not for Xiaoha, Chen Bo would certainly have remained oblivious. Now the question arose, how did Xiaoha know something was buried beneath? Chen Bo wished to inquire, but alas, the creature could only comprehend and not articulate. His gaze fell upon the hidden resource box, which was smaller than the typical resource boxes he had encountered. The size was markedly different. However, standard resource boxes of that size were often inconsequential. Perhaps this one contained only a modest amount of items. The object before him was entirely enveloped in a deep black hue, exuding an air of mystery. To Chen Bo's astonishment, despite having been unearthed from the soil, the box remained remarkably clean, devoid of any dirt. Its method of opening was also distinct from that of ordinary resource boxes. It did not require a hammer's force, but could be easily opened by hand. Lifting the lid, he found silence within, indicating that there was no immediate danger. Peering inside, he discovered a treasure, a mini-car refrigerator. The revelation of a refrigerator was indeed a delightful surprise. In an environment characterized by high temperatures, such an appliance was indispensable. Chapter 39. Unexpected Discoveries During Upgrades. Manufacturing remote-controlled explosives. Upon seeing the refrigerator, Chen Bo was filled with exhilaration. At the very least, the numerous cans of cola he had accumulated could finally serve a purpose. Truth be told, after acquiring an abundance of cola, he had barely indulged in it, perhaps sipping a few gulps during meals. In sweltering weather, drinking cola at room temperature was quite unpleasant. With the refrigerator's arrival, chilled cola was now within reach, providing an unparalleled comfort. Even plain purified water could be enjoyed cold, a significant improvement over its room temperature counterpart. Additionally, one could chill fruits or produce ice cubes. However, the refrigerator's best feature, its preservation capabilities, was of little use to Chen Bo, as he stored food in his storage space, which remained unspoiled indefinitely, surpassing even the refrigerator's functionality. When considering the relative utility of a refrigerator versus air conditioning in high temperatures, Chen Bo felt the latter was far more beneficial. Once the heat reached a certain threshold, one would come to appreciate that their very life was sustained by the air conditioner. However, now that a refrigerator had been found, it was reasonable to speculate that an air conditioning system might not be far behind, perhaps even accompanying the car's upgrades. Chen Bo decided to stow the refrigerator away for the moment, opting to continue his exploration. The second item he unearthed was also food, specifically a type of meat that Chen Bo greatly needed. He stored it away without hesitation. The third item was an electric stone. Upon seeing it, Chen Bo could hardly contain his excitement. This was the final piece of the puzzle for the remote control bomb he had been working on. This item was undoubtedly rare, as he had openly expressed his willingness to pay a premium for it in the trading market. Yet no one had approached him, signifying its scarcity. For an ordinary person, this item would be of no use, and they might as well trade it with Chen Bo for something valuable. With just these three items, Chen Bo felt quite satisfied, as each held significant value. If he could acquire water and bread easily, he would find it even more worthwhile. The hidden resource box, which had caught him off guard, was a gift from Xiaoha. He resolved to treat it to a chicken leg at the next meal. Once everything was sorted, Chen Bo returned to his vehicle with Xiaoha. He was cautious not to stray far from his car. Without it, he would be in dire straits, especially considering the effort he had invested in fortifying it. Back inside, he placed Xiaoha in the passenger seat, noticing its fatigue. After digging for quite a while, Chen Bo felt weary himself. He took a moment to rinse off and change into fresh clothes. Living a life of luxury, he had taken to changing outfits daily, never repeating a single ensemble. After feeling refreshed, he offered Xiaoha some water, ensuring it could rest peacefully. Now that he had confirmed the dog's intelligence, he felt no concern regarding potential accidents inside the vehicle. With everything in order, Chen Bo began his upgrades, starting with the refrigerator. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. Mini-car refrigerator has been upgraded to a solar-powered stereo refrigerator. Chen Bo observed that the refrigerator, which had previously been about the size of 2 footballs, had transformed into a large double-door model. However, he realized that this oversized appliance could not possibly fit within his vehicle, no matter the angle. Fortunately, upon completion of the upgrade, it was directly transferred to his storage space. This revelation sparked a new idea in Chen Bo's mind. Could he also perform upgrades directly within his storage space? If this were indeed possible, it would significantly reduce his exposure to risk, as he would not need to remove items for upgrades, rendering his actions invisible to others. Next, he attempted to upgrade the chicken legs without extracting them from the storage space. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 5 chicken legs have been upgraded to 200 free-range chicken legs. The upgrade was indeed successful, and as he beheld the mountain of chicken legs in his storage, he realized that upgrades could occur silently. Previously, he had thought that items needed to be before him to undergo upgrades. 200 chicken legs were quite a substantial quantity, given their size. They would last him a considerable time. However, with the dog around, he no longer worried about any potential wastage. Even the bones would be put to good use. The only disappointment came when he checked the description of the chicken legs, which merely noted their exquisite flavor without any benefits to enhance his physical condition. Unlike the upgraded Wagyu beef. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 1 electric stone has been upgraded to 5 electric stones. Upgrading the final item did not yield the quantity Chen Bo had hoped for. It was better than having only 1. Typically, materials like these underwent quantity upgrades. The multiplier for upgrades was not fixed. Thus, the same item could yield different results upon upgrading, indicating a degree of randomness. With all materials gathered, Chen Bo retrieved the blueprint and began manufacturing the bomb. The remote control bomb was essentially a mold, signifying that as long as he had sufficient materials, he could produce as many as he desired. Chapter 40. The powerful danger warning ability. While it was said that he could manufacture without limit, Chen Bo knew he was still constrained by the availability of materials. The electric wires and electric stones were insufficient. At present, he could only create 5 bombs. He decided to produce one to assess the process. To his surprise, the manufacturing speed was rather slow, taking approximately 10 minutes, which was considerably longer than the time required for other creations. The remote control bomb emerged, its size substantial, as it contained a significant amount of explosive material, resembling a frisbee. Chen Bo held it in his hand, feeling its weight. Along with the bomb came a controller, similar in appearance to a car key. As it was a remote control bomb, the controller was essential for determining the detonation time. Remote control bomb description can be detonated at any time via the remote control and possesses a certain degree of adhesion. The adhesion feature was an unexpected bonus. One could theoretically attach such a device beneath a vehicle and detonate it from a distance. However, he deemed such an act unnecessary, as the cost of producing one bomb was quite high, making it a wasteful endeavor to use it merely to destroy a car. After securing the bomb, Chen Bo decided to create 2 more, conserving his materials for future use. The inadequacies of verbal expression may still hold value. 3 bombs are sufficient for now, and should the need arise, it would merely take about 10 minutes to prepare more. Chen Bo meticulously stored the bombs, ensuring the remote control was secured as well. This device was not one to be carelessly manipulated, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Notably, it was not a scenario where each bomb had a corresponding remote. Such a configuration would have been utterly chaotic. Chen Bo possessed only one remote, yet each bomb bore a unique serial number, facilitating a systematic approach to operation. The night passed without incident, yet Chen Bo's quality of sleep had evidently diminished compared to before. To speak candidly, he no longer slept as soundly. Gradually acclimating to his surroundings, he found himself lacking the audacity to slumber so deeply. The following morning, Chen Bo shared a modest breakfast with Xiao Ha. Given the circumstances, he could not indulge in excessive meat. Instead, he opted for bread, fruit, and milk. Truth be told, in the outside world, Chen Bo's breakfast had never been this nutritious, typically consisting of a pastry or 2 buns. Xiao Ha, on the other hand, had no choice but to nibble on some bread. Milk was unsuitable for his digestive system. With breakfast concluded, they resumed their journey. Reflecting upon daily life, it was strikingly similar to a monotonous routine. The essence of humanity, particularly for the majority, seemed to dwell in repetitive patterns, regardless of wealth or status. This routine, albeit slightly more liberating than a conventional job, lacked the fatigue of relentless toil, save for the ever-present specter of danger. In the passenger seat, Xiao Ha exhibited a palpable excitement, bounding about and occasionally standing to peer out the window at the passing scenery. Chen Bo suddenly felt a sense of companionship in having an animal by his side. The presence of a human might not have afforded him the same comfort. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from Xiao Ha, who began barking fervently at something ahead. Chen Bo furrowed his brow, instinctively applying the brakes and reducing his speed. Xiao Ha had remained unusually quiet until now, and given the events of the previous night, Chen Bo's concern heightened at the sight of his companion's agitation. "What is it, Xiao Ha?" Chen Bo's gaze darted between his canine companion and the road ahead. Xiao Ha continued barking, shaking his head vigorously, the fur along his back standing on end. Recognizing the intensity of Xiao Ha's response, Chen Bo understood that something was amiss. Grasping the steering wheel tightly, he swerved the vehicle to the side. The road was sufficiently broad, allowing for such maneuvering without concern. A deafening crash resounded as Chen Bo altered his course, his eyes widening in shock. Before him, a significant portion of the road had collapsed. A cold sweat enveloped him. This was no mere anxiety, but an instinctual response to imminent peril. Despite the relatively mild temperature, the situation was undeniably frightening. The area of collapse was not extensive, yet it perfectly aligned with the trajectory Chen Bo would have taken. Had it not been for Xiao Ha's timely warning, he would have plunged into the abyss, the consequences of which could have been catastrophic. A ferocious roar echoed, reminiscent of a lion's growl. From the depths of the collapsed road emerged a beast. Chen Bo's realization struck him like lightning. It was no wonder the road had given way, particularly at the precise moment he approached. This creature had been lying in ambush. This incident served as a harsh lesson for Chen Bo. It became evident that driving along a seemingly normal road did not guarantee safety. Hidden dangers could lurk beneath the surface, ready to strike. Although this encounter had not resulted in harm, there remained an ever-present risk that could manifest at any moment. Before Chen Bo could fully process his near miss, a formidable creature crawled from the pit. Towering over 2 meters, it was significantly larger than an average human. Its physique reminiscent of a massive bear, yet its head bore the features of a lion, an extraordinary hybrid. The beast exuded an aura of formidable strength. Should it collide with Chen Bo's vehicle, the damage could be severe, and he dared not take the risk. Xiao Ha, upon sighting the creature, seemed invigorated, barking excitedly and leaping towards the window. Fortunately, Chen Bo had only slightly ajar the window, preventing Xiao Ha from launching himself outside. Chen Bo found himself somewhat exasperated. His dog needed to recognize the disparity in their strengths. While Xiao Ha had indeed evolved beyond a mere ordinary canine, it was still a puppy, ill-equipped to confront such a formidable opponent. The reaction was merely instinctive, a testament to its courage in the face of danger. Quickly, Chen Bo rolled up the window to prevent Xiao Ha from making a rash leap. Xiao Ha, calm down and be quiet, he urged, starting the engine and accelerating away. The beast pursued them, fixated on Chen Bo and his vehicle. As he drove, Chen Bo contemplated his next move. To his surprise, he soon discovered that the creature was not particularly fast. While humans could outrun it, Chen Bo was behind the wheel, and a slight increase in speed would keep the beast at bay. Relieved, Chen Bo relaxed. The danger appeared less threatening now, with the most perilous moment having been the road's collapse. Having evaded that, the creature posed minimal risk. Indeed, if it were both fast and strong, the odds would have been insurmountable. As it chased after them, it could only express its fury in vain. Chen Bo intentionally reduced his speed, realizing that the creature might not even catch a glimpse of the car's taillights. He could simply accelerate away, yet he hesitated. After all, encountering such a beast was a rare opportunity. To let it slip away would be regrettable. Initially, he had wished to avoid trouble and ensure his safety. But now he understood that slaying the beast could yield a brave medal, which could be accumulated for future upgrades. Having recently experienced an upgrade that introduced valuable new features, he felt a sense of anticipation for what the next upgrade might bring. If one does not engage in battle, how can one hope to level up? Chen Bo pondered how to tackle this predicament, contemplating the limitations posed by his physique, which might render gunfire ineffective. Even if it were effective, a single shot would hardly suffice. Moreover, simultaneously driving and shooting presents a considerable challenge. This is not a cinematic portrayal where everything appears effortless. Chen Bo had never practiced marksmanship, and a misstep could very well result in his own demise. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about the bomb? He recalled the remote control bomb he had crafted the previous day. Its potency should be sufficient to eliminate this bear lion beast without issue. All Chen Bo needed to do was to accurately throw the bomb at the creature. If he missed, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. Resolute in his decision, Chen Bo chose to act without further hesitation. After all, it seemed the most viable approach, and he could always try again. Failure held no fear for him, as he could continually manufacture more bombs. However, Chen Bo understood that the execution would not be as simple as it sounded. He could only throw with one hand and would need to close the distance to the beast. Thus, he made a swift U-turn, opting to approach the creature directly. Though danger lurked, Chen Bo's driving skills were commendable. As he neared the bear lion beast, it stood upright like a human, presenting an opportunity for Chen Bo. With a deft toss, the remote control bomb adhered to the creature's belly. Upon achieving this success, he quickly jerked the steering wheel to the right and accelerated away. Fortunately, the beast was not particularly swift. Otherwise, Chen Bo would have been far more apprehensive. Once a safe distance was established, he retrieved the remote control and detonated the device. With a resounding boom, the explosion echoed in the air. The bomb proved to be incredibly effective and highly responsive. A mere press of the button triggered an immediate detonation. Thankfully, Chen Bo had distanced himself adequately to avoid the shockwave's impact. After the explosion, he turned the vehicle around to assess the results. The outcome was promising. The bear lion beast's defenses were not as formidable as he had feared. One bomb sufficed to incapacitate the massive creature, which now lay motionless on the ground, its vitality extinguished. With no further threat to guard against, Chen Bo was skeptical that the beast could feign death to ambush him. Upon exiting the vehicle, he observed that the creature's carcass vanished automatically. Upon inspection, he discovered the ground strewn with hero medals, 20 in total. In previous encounters, he had only amassed 11 medals. This indicated that the bear lion beast was indeed stronger than the two creatures he had faced previously combined. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Chen Bo, who was not easily deterred, thus rendering its advantages moot. After collecting all the hero medals, Chen Bo realized that he had not leveled up, indicating that he would require a greater number of medals for the next upgrade. This was understandable, akin to the experience required in video games. Initial upgrades demand less experience, but as one progresses, the requirements increase. Ultimately, it is a process of accumulation, and this encounter had proved quite beneficial. Chen Bo also gained a preliminary understanding of the remote control bomb's power. Besides eliminating the beast, the ground bore the scars of craters left in the explosion's wake. This was not particularly concerning. The more pressing issue was the collapse of the road surface. Should an unsuspecting driver fail to notice the damaged area, they could easily fall into the pit. Maintaining focus while driving on such roads is challenging, especially with distractions like chatting on public screens. Yet, the fate of those who might fall was of no concern to Chen Bo, gazing at the large crater. He increasingly believed that the bear-lion beast possessed formidable strength. The road quality seemed adequate. It was no shoddy construction. The bomb had not obliterated it entirely, even though it had detonated above ground, merely resulting in uneven terrain. The fact that it could cause a section of the road to collapse was no small feat. Chen Bo cast aside his scattered thoughts and continued on his journey. The atmosphere in the vehicle returned to tranquility. He patted Xiaoha's head and praised, "This time, your assistance was invaluable." Following this crisis, Chen Bo realized that Xiaoha was not merely a pet, but a vital companion. Xiaoha's ability to detect danger was an unparalleled asset, and his talent for locating resource boxes provided Chen Bo with substantial support. This was merely the beginning of Xiaoha's capabilities. He might yet offer Chen Bo unexpected surprises. Truly a treasure of a dog, Xiaoha seemed to understand Chen Bo's praise, appearing pleased and enjoying the affection as he nudged against him. The lengthy journey became far less monotonous. By midday, Chen Bo found a resource box. Resource boxes were essential for survival. Without them, life would become exceedingly difficult. Having survived for several days, Chen Bo understood the probabilities associated with locating resource boxes. As long as fortune did not abandon him, he should be able to find at least one each day. Of course, the contents remained uncertain, adding to the survival challenge. Chen Bo surmised that many had likely perished in these endeavors, a potentially alarming statistic. After parking, he and Xiaoha disembarked. With Xiaoha by his side, Chen Bo felt significantly more at ease. It was common knowledge that resource boxes often harbored hidden dangers. Previously, Chen Bo had been cautious, fearing an unexpected surprise upon opening one. However, with Xiaoha's presence, those worries dissipated. He could gauge the situation through Xiaoha's reactions. As they approached, Xiaoha displayed no signs of alarm, wagging his tail joyfully at the sight of the resource box. This reassured Chen Bo, confirming that there was unlikely to be any danger. If a threat existed, Xiaoha would undoubtedly alert him. Upon closer inspection, Chen Bo noticed that this resource box was unlike the others. He had long wondered about the advanced resource boxes, having never encountered one before. At last, he had the opportunity to see one, and it indeed looked distinct. Its deep purple hue suggested it was not crafted from wood, but rather appeared to be composed of some crystal-like material, exuding a sense of sophistication. However, Chen Bo was not in the mood to admire it. Even if it were an artistic masterpiece, it paled in comparison to the practicality of a bottle of water. He swung his hammer down, expecting a satisfying crack, but was met with surprising resistance. The box remained largely intact, leaving Chen Bo momentarily astonished. The impact reverberated through his hand, causing discomfort. Upon closely inspecting the box's surface, he found only a minor mark where his hammer had struck, revealing a small opening with some powder. In relation to the entire box, this damage was negligible. It appears that the advanced resource chest is indeed quite distinct. The previous method has proven ineffective. However, after a thorough search, Chen Bo confirmed that it is also different from the hidden resource chest he discovered last night. In the case of a hidden resource chest, there was at least a switch to facilitate its opening. The advanced resource chest before him, on the other hand, appeared to be an integral whole, devoid of even the tiniest fissure, with no viable options, and lacking the inclination to ponder whether there might be a concealed switch. Chen Bo aimed his gun at it and fired. After all, brute force is often the most straightforward approach. With a resounding crack, the barrel of the gun had indeed seen better days. Upon impact, Chen Bo heard the sound of shattering. A portion of the top was destroyed. He then utilized the hammer to break through the newly formed gap, swiftly dismantling the advanced resource chest. Chen Bo was filled with anticipation regarding its contents, as logic dictated that they should be of superior quality. The first item was a toolbox, the kind commonly used. Upon lifting it, he noted its substantial weight. Toolbox description contains various commonly used tools. Upon inspecting the contents, Chen Bo found wrenches, screwdrivers, and pliers. Indeed, genuine tools. He set it aside and continued to explore. Next, he stumbled upon something delightful, a large watermelon. The moment he laid eyes on the watermelon, he could not help but salivate. When it comes to refreshing fruits on a hot day, watermelon is undoubtedly divine. Although Chen Bo was not particularly fond of fruit, the sight of this watermelon was irresistible. With a refrigerator at his disposal, its utility had just expanded. He promptly collected the watermelon for future enjoyment. Further rummaging revealed another item of considerable value, a drone. Chen Bo was no stranger to drones, having previously purchased one for recreational photography, which eventually became neglected. In this world, however, he had yet to determine how to utilize a drone. Nonetheless, its high value was undeniable, showcasing the advanced technology characteristic of an elite resource chest. Having acquired all three items, Chen Bo hastened back to his vehicle, eager to upgrade and discover the results. Congratulations, host, upgrade successful. One ordinary watermelon has been upgraded to 100 premium seedless watermelons. The upgrade results were exceedingly gratifying. 100 large watermelons would indeed last a considerable time. Given their substantial size, a single watermelon could easily be shared among several individuals. Chen Bo noticed that the upgraded premium watermelon appeared even larger than the ordinary one. He estimated that one slice would suffice for several days of consumption. Without hesitation, he retrieved his military knife, transforming it into an instrument akin to a fruit knife, and sliced the watermelon in half. Upon contact, he heard a crisp sound, indicating that the fruit was perfectly ripe and likely delicious. However, Chen Bo had no time to indulge just yet. He merely stored the cut watermelon in the refrigerator, anticipating the pleasure of eating it later. He proceeded with further upgrades. Congratulations, host, upgrade successful. The toolbox has been upgraded to a multi-functional toolbox, which includes a complimentary automobile repair proficiency card. Multifunctional toolbox description contains an extensive array of automotive repair tools. Automobile repair proficiency card description. Upon usage, the host will master a wealth of automotive repair knowledge, becoming a skilled mechanic. This was the first time Chen Bo had encountered such a proficiency card. Its effects were formidable, though the title of mechanic felt somewhat peculiar. Additionally, upon examining the comprehensive toolbox, he realized it was stocked with an impressive selection of items, including jacks and various automotive components, even a device for inflating tires. Without a storage space, it would have been impossible to accommodate such an abundance of tools. The proficiency card activated automatically, flooding Chen Bo's mind with fragments of knowledge. After a brief period of adjustment, he had successfully acquired a valuable skill, although he currently had no immediate use for it, as he had just begun driving. He recognized that in the event of an unforeseen circumstance or vehicle malfunction, possessing repair skills would be advantageous. After all, being stranded on the road due to a breakdown would be quite dire. Finally, Chen Bo proceeded with the last upgrade. Congratulations, host, upgrade successful. The drone has been upgraded to a reconnaissance drone. Reconnaissance drone description. This drone can fly and scout from the air, and it can connect to the vehicle via Bluetooth, allowing the host to view the reconnaissance footage on the car's central control screen. Upon reviewing this information, Chen Bo felt a surge of excitement. This drone seemed exceptionally powerful, effectively providing him with an aerial electronic eye, with real-time footage accessible at his command. This feature paralleled many modern vehicles, which offer rear-view visibility while reversing and side visibility during normal driving. However, this drone provided an even broader perspective as it could soar above, granting a vantage point unlike any other. Should any unusual occurrences arise ahead, Chen Bo would be able to make timely decisions. This capability was undeniably beneficial, marking it as a remarkable asset. Furthermore, upon inspection, he noted that the drone was equipped with multiple cameras, seamlessly integrated into its design. Its power source was solar energy, with a robust battery, alleviating any concerns Chen Bo might have had. Unlike the refrigerator, which required occasional exposure to sunlight, the drone would charge itself while flying, making it exceedingly convenient. The only drawback was the necessity for cautious usage. If it were to be shot down, he would incur significant losses. As time progressed, it was inevitable that more people would acquire firearms. Overall, Chen Bo was thoroughly satisfied with the rewards garnered from this advanced resource chest. It was indeed a lucrative venture. If only he could encounter such a chest every day. Of course, under normal circumstances, it was not so advantageous. Yet Chen Bo's upgrade system was undeniably potent. Imagining a future where his vehicle had a small companion capable of sensing danger, coupled with an aerial drone for reconnaissance, he envisioned a significant reduction in the likelihood of unforeseen incidents. Parking his car by the roadside, Chen Bo intended to procure some food and attempt to connect the drone to the vehicle. However, upon testing, he discovered it was simply not feasible. Upon investigating the issue, he realized that his vehicle was too rudimentary. It required an upgrade before any connection could be established. With that, he resigned himself to the fact that the drone would remain in use for the time being. Fortunately, he was only 10 fragments away from upgrading his vehicle, a minor hurdle he anticipated overcoming in just a couple of days. Thus, he exited the car to seek sustenance. On ordinary days, Chen Bo would hastily have his lunch outdoors without stopping, merely taking a few bites. However, with the presence of Xiao Han now, things had changed. Seizing the moment at noon, Chen Bo took out his large refrigerator to bask in the sun. After all, there was no sunlight in the evening. The energy of this refrigerator was minimal and would likely last only a few days. Nonetheless, after a sun bath to recharge, it could easily sustain itself for several months. On one hand, the battery was indeed powerful. On the other, the energy consumption of a refrigerator was relatively low, especially in comparison to an air conditioner. Chen Bo also brought out a watermelon, which had already begun to chill in just a short time. He cut half of the melon into chunks with a knife. While many believe that the best way to enjoy watermelon is by holding half and scooping it out with a spoon, Chen Bo found comfort in biting into it piece by piece. Xiaoha too enjoyed it, and Chen Bo tossed a piece to him, providing a delightful respite from the heat. After finishing the watermelon, Chen Bo contemplated the matter of lunch, as watermelon could not serve as a meal. Fortunately, the large chicken leg he had procured the previous night was ready for consumption, offering a change of flavor. There are two primary cooking methods, grilling or frying. Growing weary of grilled food, Chen Bo opted for frying instead. He had previously acquired oil and salt. Though lacking additional ingredients, these two essentials sufficed. As for cookware, he was unconcerned, as the crafting guide allowed for the creation of frying pans and spatulas. Chen Bo was quite capable in basic culinary skills, having lived alone before. Tired of takeout, he had learned to prepare his own meals. He rinsed the chicken leg underwater. It was fresh and devoid of any foul odor. Without scallions, ginger, or cooking wine for flavoring, the taste might have suffered. He made several incisions in the chicken leg to facilitate seasoning and to ensure it cooked more quickly. With the oil heated to about 70%, he carefully placed the chicken legs into the pan, flipping them continuously. Midway through cooking, he added a pinch of salt. Salt is essential for the human body. A long-term deficiency can lead to health issues, particularly after sweating from physical exertion, as it replenishes necessary electrolytes. Chen Bo, however, was fine as the grilled sausages he had eaten contained salt. He speculated that others might not share his fortune, when one is merely focused on filling their stomach. Thoughts of health often take a back seat. As Chen Bo gnawed on the chicken leg, another thought crossed his mind. He still had leftover reinforcement coating. Could it be utilized for the drone? Chapter 45. The mechanic emerges quickly. Chen Bo retrieved the reinforcement coating. After applying it to the entire vehicle, some remained. This material was valuable, and he was reluctant to trade it casually, fearing it might lead to his own downfall. Besides, if he held on to it, he might find it useful for a future vehicle upgrade. Later, he learned that vehicles could indeed be upgraded, and once upgraded, they would be larger, allowing him to use the reinforcement coating. To his surprise, he was able to use it now. Upon checking, he saw that it could be applied, and without hesitation, he initiated the application process. The coating vanished within minutes, leaving no visible change to the vehicle's exterior. This enhancement significantly bolstered the drone's defenses. Even if targeted in the air, it could withstand attacks as long as the camera remained unharmed. Chen Bo organized everything, sharing his meal with Xiaoha. With a dog by his side, he felt a sense of security. In the event of danger, Xiaoha would alert him, alleviating the constant tension he had previously experienced. Although such vigilance was necessary, maintaining it for long was truly exhausting. The fried chicken leg was palatable, though not exquisite, given the lack of various seasonings. Chen Bo had only added salt. The primary reason for its flavor and texture was the exceptional quality of the chicken. It was indeed a top-tier free-range bird. Xiaoha, clutching a chicken leg, appeared quite content, and Chen Bo was glad to provide, hoping merely that Xiaoha wouldn't overindulge. After all, food scarcity was no longer a concern, and today, Xiaoha had nearly saved Chen Bo's life. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Bo indulged in a few sips of chilled cola. Nothing could compare to the joy of truly cold beverages. Moving forward, Chen Bo's immediate priority was to upgrade his vehicle. Only after upgrading could he employ the reconnaissance drone. Otherwise, it would merely gather dust. Remarkably, after driving for about an hour in the afternoon, Chen Bo spotted a car on the side of the road. The sight of another vehicle instantly invigorated him, for it meant there were potential vehicle parts. However, the car was stationary, and he wondered whether its occupant was resting or engaged in something else. As he approached, he slowed down, cautious not to act hastily before assessing the situation. It was then that a man emerged from the car upon noticing Chen Bo's approach. Chen Bo did not get a clear look at his appearance, but after parking, he observed that the man made no sudden movements. Exercising caution, Chen Bo opened his window slightly and inquired, "What is up, buddy? My tire blew. I can't move it from here." The man appeared relatively clean-cut. Although he lacked the rugged charm of Chen Bo, he carried a youthful, boyish demeanor. Understanding the predicament immediately, Chen Bo felt relieved that the man did not suggest companionship. Had he done so, Chen Bo would have sensed a familiar danger and would have been prepared for confrontation. Glancing at the man's vehicle, it was evident that the front left tire was indeed flat. This was quite troublesome, as a blown tire rendered a vehicle nearly immobile, increasing the risk factor. Such a situation could be quite desperate, especially since the car lacked a spare tire, unlike most vehicles, which are mandated to have one along with a fire extinguisher. "Buddy, could you lend a hand? Do you have a tire or anything?" The man appeared sincere, and if he truly had a tire, Chen Bo was willing to make a trade. The mention of a tire triggered memories of the ones he had discarded earlier. They were in good condition. Yet at the time, he had no storage space, and those 4 tires took up considerable room, leading him to dispose of them. He had known then that that keeping them would surely yield value. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. If the man was genuinely interested in trading, Chen Bo was open to it. If he intended to exploit Chen Bo's vehicle, then Chen Bo was more than willing to engage, as it would provide him with the opportunity he sought. In essence, Chen Bo is not entirely devoid of principles. He believes that even in a world devoid of legal order and moral constraints, one must retain a semblance of conscience. This does not equate to being overly virtuous. It merely signifies not descending into inhumanity akin to the behavior of beasts. In this context, when Chen Bo resorts to violence, it is largely in response to provocation. If an individual approaches him with civility, Chen Bo would not hastily resort to aggression. Nevertheless, he remains cautious, uncertain of the ulterior motives that may lie behind their intentions. Firstly, what do you have to offer in exchange? I can assist you in resolving your issues, Chen Bo proposed. Upon hearing his words, the other party displayed a distinctly wary expression. Clearly, he was also uncertain of Chen Bo's true nature. Who could say whether he might seize the opportunity to strike? After gauging the man's demeanor, Chen Bo surmised that he genuinely wished to resolve his predicament, albeit with a fear of being deceived, a sentiment entirely understandable in this world. Chapter 46, Tenfold Quantity. The car can be upgraded having made a preliminary assessment. Chen Bo felt assured that this individual posed no immediate threat, and thus decided to exit the vehicle. He also instructed Xiao Ha to accompany him. While to others, Xiao Ha might appear to be merely an endearing husky, he could prove quite useful. Should this man harbor intentions of ambushing Chen Bo, Xiao Ha might serve as a deterrent. Such vigilance is essential in a world where survival is paramount. Despite outward appearances suggesting camaraderie, one must remain guarded against potential treachery. Upon opening the trunk, Chen Bo found it relatively empty. He merely utilized the moment to feign activity. It would be unwise to retrieve items from his storage space in plain sight. Although the storage space is a feature of this game, revealing it could attract undue attention. He extracted a set of tire repair tools and some rubber. For Chen Bo, tire repair was a trivial task, and what he sought was the other party's sincerity. If this individual could not present anything of value or attempted to swindle him, Chen Bo would simply walk away, for in this world, kindness cannot be extended indiscriminately. I see you are apprehensive. Allow me to demonstrate my sincerity by showing you the repair tools first. Then it will be your turn, Chen Bo stated. As the other party beheld the tools in Chen Bo's possession, a glimmer of hope crossed his face. He had indeed found a potential savior. In a hurry, he produced a knife, prompting Xiao Ha to bark instinctively. Thankfully, Chen Bo managed to restrain him and remarked, "If you intend to use that knife as a bargaining chip, I must decline. I possess more than enough of such items." Indeed, this object held little allure for Chen Bo, who found it lacking in value. While it might fetch a decent price in the trading market, it was insignificant to him. The man's expression faltered. He had anticipated that Chen Bo might greedily demand more. After presenting the knife and finding it insufficient, he realized that his expectations were misaligned. Chen Bo added, "I have no need for water or food." While acquiring such provisions could facilitate upgrades, Chen Bo had stockpiled ample supplies and could easily trade for more in the market if needed. These items held no interest for him, as they could be endlessly replenished. He sought to block the man's options early on, hoping for something of greater value to materialize. "I do have some chili powder and a pineapple," the man muttered, presenting trivial items. Chen Bo recognized that this individual seemed to be living reasonably well. Naturally, he found these offerings rather lackluster. "Unfortunately, I cannot produce anything of greater worth," the man admitted, acknowledging the inadequacy of his offerings. The knife he had hoped would be a key bargaining tool had not met Chen Bo's expectations. However, upon observing what the man produced next, a piece of automotive scrap, Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, this unexpected find was precisely what he needed. "Very well, I accept this," he affirmed. In that instant, both parties understood that they had encountered each other as individuals who had undergone upgrades. Those who had not would be oblivious to the significance of such automotive fragments. Chen Bo had no interest in the origins of the scrap. Once it was in his possession, it was his to command. Acquiring this fragment alleviated any need to consider the man's fate further. Chen Bo did not insist on an immediate exchange, as that would be somewhat coercive. He could complete the repair first and then negotiate. Should the man reconsider, it would conveniently allow Chen Bo to claim the automotive scrap as well. After about 10 minutes, the tire was repaired and fully inflated, effectively restoring the vehicle's vitality. The man inspected the work and, satisfied, promptly tossed the scrap towards Chen Bo. "Thanks a lot, buddy. I'm Liang Tao. Let's add each other as friends. I hope we can meet again and continue to thrive," he said with a smile. Chen Bo found a sense of poignancy in Liang Tao's final words. Indeed, surviving in this world was the greatest blessing of all. After they exchanged contact information, Liang Tao expressed surprise. "Wow, you're the renowned Chen Bo? No wonder you're so impressive." Chen Bo chuckled, not intending to boast, though he was aware of his reputation. As they engaged in light banter, Chen Bo discreetly placed the scrap into his storage space, its small size rendering it inconspicuous to Liang Tao. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Bo swiftly upgraded the scrap within his space. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 1 automotive fragment has been transformed into 10 fragments. Chen Bo's heart raced as he realized he could now upgrade his vehicle. Chapter 47. Enhanced space. Comfortable sedan fortune had indeed smiled upon Chen Bo previously. He had combined 2 fragments to yield only 10. Yet this single fragment had yielded a remarkable 10-fold increase. The multiplier was random, and Chen Bo felt fortunate to have experienced such luck. The current requirement for upgrading the vehicle was 20 fragments, and he now possessed precisely enough. Having confirmed the feasibility of the upgrade, Chen Bo regained his composure. He certainly would not upgrade in the presence of others. A few minutes' patience was no burden. Liang Tao inquired, "Hey, you must be close to upgrading your car, right?" "Almost. I'm just a bit short," Chen Bo replied, nodding while withholding the complete truth. This matter, to speak frankly, holds little significance. Liang Tao, with a face full of envy, remarked, "Truly impressive, as expected of a big shot. I must step up my game as well." Chen Bo chuckled softly and casually replied, "By the way, could you spare me that pineapple? And a bit of chili powder too. I can trade you something in return." The items Liang Tao possessed had piqued Chen Bo's interest, particularly the chili powder, which proved quite useful for barbecues, enhancing flavors delightfully. Chen Bo himself harbored a mild penchant for spiciness. He didn't require much, just a little would suffice, especially after his recent upgrade, which he believed would sustain him for a while. As for the pineapple, Chen Bo was not particularly fond of it. The effort involved in peeling it, unlike the ease of an apple, made it less appealing to him. However, he was willing to trade for the sake of upgrading, as acquiring a bounty of pineapples would enrich his resources. With a variety of fruits at hand, he could diversify his palate. After all, even the most beloved foods can become tiresome if consumed daily, while something less favored might still be enjoyable in moderation. Upon hearing about the 2 items, Liang Tao, recognizing they were not particularly precious, generously offered, "Sure, I'll give you both as a gift. They're not worth much." Liang Tao's generosity was notable. Yet Chen Bo was not one to take advantage of others. After receiving the items, Chen Bo presented Liang Tao with a watermelon. "Here, consider this a trade." In Liang Tao's eyes, he felt he had gained from the exchange. The chili powder seemed of little value to him, while the watermelon, with its size and thirst-quenching properties, was far superior to a pineapple, especially in this warm environment. Unless one had a deep affection for pineapples, the trade would hardly be contentious. Unbeknownst to Liang Tao, Chen Bo had an abundance of watermelons, and thus felt he had profited from acquiring the 2 items. "All right, I want to be polite then, brother. I'm off now. Thanks for your help," Liang Tao stated before driving away. Chen Bo found this young man rather agreeable, as he had not once suggested accompanying him. Even after learning of Chen Bo's identity, it remained clear to Chen Bo that companionship was out of the question. He wouldn't bring along someone when he wasn't even considering including a lady. Following Liang Tao's departure, Chen Bo too set off. He did not rush to upgrade immediately. Instead, he prioritized caution, driving for another half hour before pulling over at a safe distance. A prompt appeared before him. "This vehicle upgrade requires 20 automotive shards. Do you wish to confirm the upgrade?" As Chen Bo prepared to use all his shards for the upgrade, he confirmed, and in an instant, the shards in his possession vanished. Almost in the blink of an eye, the car before him underwent a remarkable transformation. The speed of the upgrade exceeded his expectations, completing almost instantaneously. Observing the newly upgraded sedan, it was evident that it had undergone a dramatic improvement compared to his previous hatchback. The size and length had substantially increased. Upon opening the door, he noted ample space. The front seats were considerably more spacious, and a rear seat had been added, complete with a sunroof and elevated suspension. Overall, it felt as though he had traded a dilapidated vehicle worth a few thousand for a household sedan valued at over 20,000. With such space, Chen Bo could easily adjust the rear seats, allowing for a much more comfortable experience during late-night journeys. Furthermore, the central control LCD screen had noticeably expanded, and there were subtle modifications to the steering wheel and gear shift. In summary, the upgrade had indeed rendered the vehicle far more comfortable. Upgrade to Jeep 0100. Chen Bo noted the substantial increase in shards required for the next upgrade, now needing 100 shards. Once he achieved the upgrade to a Jeep, he anticipated an even greater comfort level. The requirement of 100 shards didn't seem overly daunting, considering he could manage the upgrades himself. Chapter 48. Invisible coating. Chen Bo was not in a hurry to explore the changes within the vehicle. He merely glanced at the modifications. His primary concern remained the vehicle's defensive capabilities. After all, his previous car had exhibited exceptional defense with virtually no vulnerabilities. Post-upgrade, although the body had lengthened, he was uncertain how the defense would measure up. Upon inspection, he discovered accompanying documentation. The quality of the tires remained unchanged, but there were distinctions regarding the glass and the body. The glass dimensions varied and were incompatible. He noted that the glass on his vehicle failed to fully cover the windows. This included the windshield, which also appeared inadequately protective. This was indeed a bit disappointing. However, the documentation clarified that under normal upgrades, if the glass were standard, this issue wouldn't arise. The dimensions would align perfectly after the upgrade. One could only imagine the frustration of having painstakingly gathered shards for an upgrade, only to find that the glass failed to provide adequate coverage, resulting in a drafty interior. Fortunately for Chen Bo, the high quality of the glass he possessed complicated the matching process during the upgrade. Nonetheless, this was not a significant concern for him. With glass manufacturing molds at his disposal, he could produce as much bulletproof glass as needed, with the requisite materials being easily obtainable. He simply needed to create a new set of glass tailored to the dimensions of his vehicle. Additionally, the reinforcement coating on the vehicle surface had not fully enveloped it. Given the changes in size, while the previously applied coating remained intact, the rear section was lacking, though the specific areas were clearly delineated. Fortunately, Chen Bo had some remaining coating to fill in the gaps, ensuring that the newly upgraded vehicle retained its complete 360-degree defense. Following this, Chen Bo continued to drive, maintaining a moderate speed as he connected to the drone. The upgraded vehicle boasted enhanced functionality, and establishing a connection with the drone presented no issues. Once successful, Chen Bo maneuvered the drone into the air. Remarkably, he noted the drone's impressive speed and altitude. What amazed Chen Bo the most was the clarity of the imagery captured by the onboard camera, which was extraordinarily vivid. The high-definition quality surpassed his expectations, and he suspected that the inferior quality of his vehicle's LCD screen might be slightly hindering the visual experience. After observing for a while, without any noteworthy developments ahead, he decided not to remain fixated on the screen. He left the drone to continue its flight, unconcerned about power issues. Moreover, one of the most delightful aspects of the upgraded vehicle was the ability to enjoy music, with an extensive library available without the need for a subscription. With this development, my spiritual life has finally become somewhat enriched. Listening to music while driving certainly lightens the mood. One uneventful afternoon unfolded, which is quite reasonable. Danger exists, yet it cannot pervade every moment and every place. If that were the case, few would endure. After the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Bo adhered to the principle of avoiding fatigue while driving and parked by the roadside to indulge in some delectable food and take a break. Life felt akin to embarking on a self-driving camping trip. Little Ha, that rascal, has also picked up some mischief. Every time he sees Chen Bo pull out the barbecue grill, he excitedly yelps. He likely senses that delicious food is on the way and wishes to lend a helping hand. The delightful combination of refreshing beverages and barbecue treats, complemented by some post-meal fruits, truly makes life splendid. After washing the car, Chen Bo found himself unable to sleep for a while. Suddenly, he recalled that he hadn't heard from Qi Mu-ying in the past few days. Their last interaction had revolved around her making clothes for him. Could something have happened? In this world, it is common for someone to be chatting with you one moment and gone next. Chen Bo and that girl could at least be considered acquaintances, and he naturally hoped that she and her sister were safe. With this thought in mind, Chen Bo sent her a message. Have you eaten? A quintessentially straightforward approach to conversation, or perhaps a simple "Are you there?" His lack of experience in chatting with girls was evident. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single. If she responded, it would signify that all was well. If not, it likely meant otherwise. It was still too early to sleep, so he was preparing to make something to eat. He had recently upgraded and now had a pot, which made things much more convenient. Upon checking, he was relieved to find that she was indeed fine. This girl's survival skills were commendable, to say the least. Is everything all right? He inquired. Not much happening. Just noticed you hadn't been in touch these past few days and wanted to check in. Qi Mu-ying felt her heart race a little, wondering if he was concerned for her. She quickly replied, I haven't found anything worthwhile these past few days, so I didn't reach out. This was somewhat of an excuse. The truth was that she felt awkward after finishing those clothes and hadn't mustered the courage to contact Chen Bo. Since he was the one reaching out, she mentioned, by the way, I happen to have an invisibility coating. Would you be interested? Chapter 49, Powerful Upgrade. Invisible to the naked eye. Generally, when encountering these peculiar or seemingly valuable items, Qi Mu-ying immediately thought of Chen Bo. She recognized that he had been supportive of her, and she understood that such assistance should be mutual. One could not expect perpetual aid without reciprocation. It was essential for both parties to benefit. Chen Bo was hardly a philanthropist, and her feminine identity would not sway matters in her favor. Upon acquiring the invisibility coating, Qi Mu-ying thought of Chen Bo almost immediately. If it was of no use to her, it would surely be beneficial to him. However, after making those clothes, Chen Bo seemed unfazed, while she felt the awkwardness. I'll wait a couple of days, she thought. In this world, aside from Chen Bo, no one had it particularly easy. Once she got busy, she nearly forgot about the coding. Coincidentally, Chen Bo reached out today, which brought her a flicker of joy and reminded her of the coding. Chen Bo then asked, "Is the invisibility coding for vehicles?" "It's not for vehicles. Let me show you." All right, since they were familiar with each other. They had traded numerous times without any unnecessary formalities, and Chen Bo directly requested it. He was quite curious about this coding, believing it would prove advantageous after his upgrade. In Qin Mu Ying's possession, it hadn't demonstrated its full potential. Invisibility coding, usable on drones, reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, and other equipment to achieve invisibility. Upon reading the description, Chen Bo was taken aback. "Are there fighter jets here?" he thought, astonished by the exaggeration. Nevertheless, he understood that even if they existed, they were likely far removed from his current reality. To summarize, this substance was intended for aerial devices. It wouldn't be effective on cars or weapons. Yet, for Chen Bo, it was indeed useful as he happened to own a drone. However, he couldn't forget about the upgrade. This item was capable of being enhanced. If it didn't upgrade, the quantity would be insufficient to cover the entire drone. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. 100 grams of invisibility coating has been upgraded to 5 kilograms of super invisibility coating. Super invisibility coating, when applied to drones, reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, and other flying devices. It provides top-tier invisibility effects, rendering them invisible to the human eye. Only the operator knows their location. Wow. Chen Bo was momentarily stunned by the upgrade. It was an entirely different realm compared to before. The invisibility fighter jets we often speak of do not actually vanish. That is implausible. It mainly means that your radar cannot detect my presence. Like a ghost, I could appear in your airspace at any moment. Generally, when it comes to detection aircraft, once they reach high altitudes, the human eye can see little. They must rely on radar. Even your air defense systems depend on radar data. Otherwise, how could they locate and destroy high-flying targets? If the previous invisibility coating had a significant effect, it would indeed hold great value. Many nations have poured substantial resources into researching stealth technology, yet the results are not guaranteed to be superior. However, in this world, it may not be of much use. Firstly, my drone isn't designed to fly at high altitudes. Secondly, who actually possesses radar? That is preposterous. It's impossible at this point in time. If a genuine drone were to approach, one would likely see it without needing radar. Yet, after the upgrade, this invisibility coating became somewhat extraordinary. It retained basic stealth functions, evading radar detection, while also rendering it invisible to the naked eye, which was incredibly powerful. The only drawback was that it couldn't be applied to humans. Otherwise, Chen Bo would have eagerly covered himself in it. Imagine being able to vanish. What a childhood dream. The first thing he would do after becoming invisible would be to sneak into a women's bathhouse. Without hesitation, Chen Bo applied the coating. 5 kilograms was more than sufficient for a drone, and there would still be some left over. After the application, the drone appeared unchanged on the surface. Yet only Chen Bo understood that its value had transformed dramatically. With 2 layers of coating, this drone would be nearly undetectable, even if spotted. It would be virtually impossible to shoot down. In the future, during reconnaissance missions, he would enjoy a high level of safety and could discreetly monitor without anyone being the wiser. Chen Bo commanded the drone to take off once more. The night sky was adorned with a myriad of stars, and the illumination was rather adequate. Yet, to Chen Bo's keen eyes, the drone was swiftly engulfed by the darkness, appearing merely as a crimson dot. Chapter 50, a carefully crafted trap. Chen Bo understood that this red light he observed was merely indicative of the drone's position. It was mentioned in the instructions that only the operator could perceive it. Thus, apart from himself, no one else could discern this point of light, rendering it completely invisible. The joy within him gradually subsided as he realized he had struck a significant bargain. Indeed, Qin Muing had procured quite a number of valuable items for him. This long-term collaborative relationship felt quite favorable to Chen Bo, especially considering her remarkable capabilities. Despite enduring several days without life-threatening danger, although they were 2 women, it was not a given that their survival skills surpassed that of a male counterpart. They not only persevered but also amassed numerous valuable items. While these items may not have offered her much immediate assistance, they proved to be of great benefit to Chen Bo, particularly following the system's upgrades. As the saying goes, mutual exchange is essential. Chen Bo did not take from her without giving in return. He traded some watermelons, milk, and chicken legs to her. These items were abundant for him and held little value. However, what she provided were unique treasures, suggesting that Chen Bo had gained a slight advantage. Yet, evaluating the current worth of the items, both parties seemed quite content. Another tranquil night unfolded, with Xiaoha by his side and a drone circling overhead. Chen Bo felt assured of his safety through the night. The following morning, he was joyfully awakened by Xiaoha. After stretching and freshening up, Chen Bo enjoyed breakfast before resuming his journey. Thus far, he had yet to discern the true objective of this road survival game. He only knew that players could upgrade by defeating beasts and obtaining the Brave Medal. Upon upgrading next, he might unlock further functionalities. Likewise, vehicles could be enhanced through car fragments, which introduced a competitive aspect. Of course, this was also a driving force for progress. As long as one could survive, things would inevitably improve. Chen Bo pondered when he could upgrade his vehicle to a Jeep, as it would provide greater comfort. Continuous advancement on the road was essential for resource acquisition and self-enhancement. Remaining stationary made it challenging to seize opportunities. Chen Bo reflected on the situation. Observing the trading market revealed that many individuals were still struggling with basic sustenance. Perhaps others merely sought to secure more food and drink. In time, food scarcity would likely diminish, leading to higher aspirations, for those lacking sustenance would not endure long. Chen Bo had already surpassed the average level by a considerable margin. Throughout his journey, the drone remained airborne. This device, validated by Chen Bo, was remarkably swift, matching the speed of his vehicle. Presently, his car was far superior to his previous one, effortlessly reaching speeds exceeding 100 miles per hour. At higher velocities, the vehicle felt slightly unstable due to its lightweight chassis. The drone flew ahead of Chen Bo, allowing him to anticipate conditions within a certain range, making driving exceptionally comfortable. Should any dangers arise ahead, he could navigate around them. The only exception would be hazards concealed beneath the surface, which would necessitate reliance on Xiaohua. Suddenly, a beeping sound emanated from Chen Bo's vehicle. It was a signal from the drone, indicating the detection of an unidentified object. Chen Bo reduced his speed. Regardless of what lay ahead, there was no need to rush. It was highly probable that danger lurked. So it was prudent to ascertain the situation before deciding whether to proceed. The road was wide, and should circumstances prove unfavorable, he could easily maneuver around the issue. This was the advantage of prior surveillance. Under Chen Bo's guidance, the image zoomed in, revealing a vehicle by the roadside with a woman standing at the front. This scene seemed eerily familiar. Could it be that another car had encountered trouble? However, in the next instant, Chen Bo suddenly realized that behind a nearby rock, there were two individuals hiding beside another car. Upon noticing their concealment, Chen Bo sensed something amiss. Given their proximity, it was evident that the three were in cahoots. Were they planning a trap? Chen Bo was no stranger to such schemes, reminiscent of a classic ambush. Roadsides were typically desolate, and he felt uncertain about the situation, fearing he might lose his way and become stranded. The presence of rocks was a rarity, and they had evidently chosen this location to conceal themselves. Their crouched positions did not suggest a vehicle malfunction. A cursory glance made it abundantly clear. Chen Bo found himself intrigued by the three individuals, viewing this as an opportunity to collect fragments. He contemplated how best to approach them. Chapter 51, à distance spectacle. Dealing with these three was, of course, straightforward. Chen Bo merely pondered the simplest method of resolution. The woman was likely just bait, while the two men concealed behind the rock posed a real threat. To eliminate them with ease, he considered deploying a remote control bomb. However, that would be wasteful. Such devices were better reserved for formidable beasts rather than two humans. After all, remote control bombs were not easily fabricated, and materials were currently scarce in the market. If he truly sought efficiency, a single bullet for each would suffice, as he had plenty of ammunition. His only concern was whether the trio possessed firearms. If they did, risks would undoubtedly arise, and Chen Bo wished to avoid any peril. Thus, he opted for the most direct approach. He would drive straight at them. After all, his vehicle was swift and robust. Even if he collided with them or the rocks, he estimated he would emerge relatively unscathed. Qian, be cautious. A vehicle is approaching. Warned a man concealed behind a rock, his eyes suddenly alert as he detected the sound of an engine. Chen Bo realized that the drone surveillance not only provided clear visuals, but also captured their conversations. In an instant, he felt bewildered. Am I really approaching that quickly? He mused. No. According to the drone's distance estimate, I should still be about 3 kilometers away. How could they hear the engine? I'm not driving a tractor. Just then, Chen Bo observed another vehicle approaching, coming to a halt in front of the woman. It turned out to be a different car arriving from the side. Having reached the scene before Chen Bo, what a lively scene it has become. Chen Bo seldom encounters so many players together, with someone leading the charge. He leisurely slowed down to observe the situation. It is likely that those few individuals engaged in their activities had no inkling they were being scrutinized from several kilometers away. A male figure emerged from the vehicle, appearing somewhat seasoned, with an air of slight unkemptness. After all, those who enter this game are often middle-aged. The elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant are likely absent. Upon exiting the car, the man's gaze fixated on a woman, as he uttered, "Beauty, why are you not leaving?" Chen Bo, able to manipulate the camera, zoomed in slightly. He discerned that the woman, while not exceedingly beautiful, possessed a face that could be described as moderately appealing. It bore the hallmarks of a social media influencer, with a hint of surgical enhancement. Were she to enhance her image with filters online, she would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers, calling her a goddess. Her figure was indeed commendable, contributing to her allure. Otherwise, she would lack such magnetism. In contrast, the young lady Chen Bo had previously encountered had left him entirely unmoved. The woman's voice, tinged with a hint of seduction, softly stated, "Big brother, my car has run out of fuel and cannot move." "Ah, that does pose a problem. I still have some fuel over there." "Really? Could you lend me some, brother?" As she spoke, the influencer pulled at the greasy man's hand, swaying it enticingly, sending him into a daze, his thoughts adrift. "No problem at all, sister. However much you need, I can provide." Chen Bo found the ensuing dialogue quite nauseating, a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin. These two individuals were equally repugnant. The greasy man fell into the trap faster than anticipated, believing he had stumbled upon a delightful encounter. Truth be told, should he meet his demise in this manner, it would hardly elicit sympathy. Many find it difficult to resist the allure of a beautiful woman who gazes at them with longing during a monotonous journey. Most men are generally confident in their charm, seldom doubting it. Furthermore, there is little reason for doubt. The woman, cornered and seeking refuge, is merely striving for survival. The greasy man must have envisioned taking this woman along, envisioning an easier journey ahead. The situation escalated rapidly, unaware. Chen Bo felt as if he were watching an art film. The initial pretense quickly transitioned into a straightforward confrontation. At the slightest suggestion from the influencer, the man, unable to restrain himself, succumbed to desire and entered the vehicle. Fortunately, the drone captured the scene through the window. The man had been completely ensnared, while the influencer remained fully clothed, his attire already discarded. Upon witnessing this, Chen Bo realized that the slaughter was about to commence. As the greasy man anticipated a pleasurable experience, the influencer suddenly adopted a cold demeanor, rising from her seat to gather his clothing. At that moment, two burly men, hidden behind a rock, emerged brandishing sharp knives. "Darling, what are you doing? Why did you leave?" the greasy man asked, still in a dazed state. However, upon seeing the two imposing figures behind the woman, he abruptly awakened and sprang to his feet, revealing a commendable reflex. Surviving until now was no small feat. Recognizing the peril, he attempted to resist, only to realize he was utterly defenseless, even devoid of clothing, trapped within the confines of the woman's vehicle. Every detail was significant, yet in his moment of infatuation, he had overlooked everything. Regret had come too late. The following events unfolded simply. The slaughter commenced. The man was dragged from the car, clearly unwilling to soil it. Then came the agonizing screams, multiple stabs puncturing his flesh, blood spilling profusely. Chen Bo observed the scene with a detached demeanor, far less disturbed than by the earlier conversation between the two. The expressions of the three individuals, including the influencer, remained remarkably composed, suggesting this was not their first encounter with such brutality. Their coordination was indeed effective. Such schemes, akin to the infamous robbing the immortal, are not uncommon in reality. A woman might lead a man to a hotel where he believes intimacy awaits, only to be ambushed by a group of thugs who demand money or resort to violence, threatening him with photographic evidence. Reflecting upon such scenarios, one might consider them relatively benign, as they primarily result in financial loss and perhaps a beating. However, in this case, the stakes were life itself. Chen Bo discerned certain truths. These three individuals likely lacked firearms. Orchestrating such a trap would be quite complex, and he had not anticipated its simplicity. Moreover, prolonged waiting could induce weariness. Had they possessed firearms, they would have simply robbed their target, rather than performing an elaborate charade. Knives, too, posed a risk, as they could encounter a formidable opponent. Thus, they resorted to theatrics, rendering their entrapped victim incapable of resistance, making the confrontation remarkably straightforward. The trio commenced their cleanup, rifling through the man's vehicle. However, they failed to collect the car fragments, indicating they had not yet upgraded their capabilities, entirely unaware of how to gather such vital components. This oversight led Chen Bo to conclude that he need not be overly concerned. He accelerated past, claiming all the scraps from the three vehicles, while simultaneously observing with the drone to ascertain what they might extract from the greasy man's car. Hoping they would not find any firearms, thankfully they did not. The influencer expressed her dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Damn it, this old man talked for ages. And all we have is this paltry haul? Well, it's better than nothing. At least we have enough water to last us a few days." As the group deliberated whether to relocate, one of the men suddenly exclaimed, "Quickly, bring the car over. I hear vehicle sounds." Chen Bo deliberately revved his engine loudly. The others exchanged excited glances, their fortune seemingly turning. It was rare to encounter even one vehicle in a day, let alone two in such a short span. Indeed, luck, when it arrives, is impossible to resist. The group moved with agility, coordinating effectively. The two men hastily concealed the greasy man's vehicle behind a rock, which was sufficiently large to shield both cars from view. The influencer quickly tidied up her appearance, preparing for the next act. Fortunately, the body and bloodstains would vanish automatically, sparing them the trouble of cleaning the scene, as lingering blood would deter potential passersby from stopping. In no time, Chen Bo's vehicle approached. The woman in a short skirt waved from the roadside, prompting Chen Bo to slow down and pull over. The influencer thought to herself, it must be yet another man. These men, upon encountering such a captivating woman, found themselves utterly unable to resist temptation, undoubtedly stopping their vehicles to take a closer look. However, they maintained an outward appearance of urgency mingled with a hint of fear. When Chen Bo alighted from his car, the girl's eyes sparkled. This young man was rather handsome. Accompanying Chen Bo was Xiao Ha, whom he intentionally let out, not overly concerned for the dog's safety. In the event of an unforeseen mishap, Xiao Ha could potentially provide some assistance. What an adorable little dog. The internet celebrity, upon spotting the canine, displayed an unmistakable fondness, revealing her genuine nature. It was difficult to imagine that only moments ago she had mercilessly thrust a knife. Woof woof. Unfortunately, Xiao Ha was unyielding, barking incessantly and refusing to allow her to touch him. With his keen sense of smell, he may have detected her duplicitous nature. The girl's desire to approach was thwarted, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Nonetheless, she still stood up to gaze at Chen Bo, who was not as receptive as she had envisioned, differing greatly from the previous greasy man. Dealing with such men required a different approach. The internet celebrity leaned closer, softly stating, "Brother, my car broke down. Could you please help me?" In the next moment, her expression froze. Chen Bo, deviating from the expected script, silently drew a desert eagle and pressed it against her abdomen. The girl was instantly struck by a wave of terror, overwhelmed by the shock. Chapter 53. Planning an ambush? My apologies. The internet celebrity found herself momentarily paralyzed. Her mind blank, unable to formulate a response. The unfolding of events had taken an unexpected turn. This handsome man before her possessed a firearm. Upon first seeing Chen Bo, she had assumed this young man would be easy to manipulate. Fortuitously, she refrained from uttering anything further. Otherwise, Chen Bo might have fired without hesitation. Being frightened was not necessarily a disadvantage. Chen Bo lowered his voice deliberately, speaking softly, "Do as I say. Call out the two individuals behind you, or I will shoot." Upon hearing this, the girl's pupils dilated. How could he possibly know there were two more people hiding behind her? From the direction he had arrived, it was impossible to see the vehicles and individuals concealed behind the rocks. The viewpoint had been perfectly obscured. The reason eluded her. However, at that moment, she realized she had no time to ponder the reasons. It was evident that Chen Bo had completely seen through their plan, leaving no room for struggle. Chen Bo considered the woman unimportant. The primary concern was still the two men lurking behind. If he dealt with them, the situation would come to an end. Should those two emerge unguarded, Chen Bo could swiftly resolve the matter. It all depended on whether the woman would cooperate. If she desperately issued a warning, the two men might flee, posing a greater challenge for Chen Bo. In his estimation, there was a high probability of success. The three of them could not have formed a deep bond. They were merely collaborating. When faced with true peril, self-preservation was paramount. The girl's voice trembled as she quietly pleaded, "Wait a moment, let me gather myself." A few seconds later, she suddenly shouted, "Longa, come out. I've taken care of this waste." The two men behind the rocks had not anticipated anything amiss, as they were unaware of the circumstances. Behind such a large rock, it was impossible to remain exposed without risking detection. Upon hearing the internet celebrity's words, the two felt no suspicion, recognizing that she was no novice. Particularly during their collaboration, her demeanor had grown increasingly ruthless, hinting at her desire to surpass them. It was likely that during their interactions, she had stealthily struck when she had the chance. If she could handle this alone, it would certainly simplify matters. After all, the spoils would still be divided among the three of them. As the two men stepped forward, they beheld Chen Bo and the girl standing face to face, seemingly in an embrace. The girl's back was turned to them, obscuring her expression, while Chen Bo's firearm was entirely concealed by her form. At that moment, Chen Bo had his other hand resting upon the internet celebrity's shoulder, his head slightly tilted, rendering him invisible to the two. Observing their stance, the men felt even less inclined to doubt the situation. Clearly, it seemed like an embrace had preceded a covert attack. Such ambushes were indeed effective. "Well done, Qian. You handled it all by yourself this time," they remarked casually as they advanced a couple of steps. However, as they proceeded, they sensed something was amiss. "Wait a moment. Where's the blood? If someone had been stabbed, why is there not a single drop of blood on the ground?" Although blood would eventually disappear post-incident, it would not vanish instantaneously. Boom, boom. Just as they realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Chen Bo struck swiftly, unleashing two precise shots from the Desert Eagle, hitting both men squarely. Each fell dead on the spot. It must be said that Chen Bo's marksmanship had significantly improved. Proficiency comes with practice, and perhaps the past few days of consuming high-quality beef had enhanced his strength and constitution. Now, firing one-handed with the Desert Eagle's powerful recoil posed little challenge for him. As the two men collapsed, they remained oblivious to what had just transpired. Woof! In that instant, Xiaoha barked ferociously and lunged forward. Chen Bo then heard a clatter as a knife fell to the ground. He recognized the blade. It had been used by the woman against the greasy man earlier. It turned out she had intended to launch a surprise attack. This maneuver was indeed unexpected. Under normal circumstances, she should have pleaded for mercy after the confrontation, possibly implying her willingness to cooperate. Instead, she was deviating from the anticipated script. Perhaps she was uncertain whether Chen Bo would show her mercy. Alternatively, she might have considered eliminating him after their encounter. Rather than leaving her fate in the hands of another, she opted to take a chance. The opportunity had been well-timed. In the moment Chen Bo fired, he would not have noticed her. With decisive action, she had aimed to strike, only to have her plans thwarted by a dog. The bite had left her right hand bleeding profusely. "Please don't kill me." Bang! Before she could finish her plea, the gunfire rang out. Planning an ambush? My apologies. Chapter 54. All-encompassing bulletproof protection. In truth, Chen Bo was not entirely unprepared. He had sensed a warning in his heart as he fired. Had Xiaoha not intervened, Chen Bo might not have faced any danger. However, this early intervention from Xiaoha allowed Chen Bo to witness the dog's remarkable abilities once more. The speed was astonishing. Chen Bo had barely noticed as a shadow darted past, subsequently biting the woman. The speed exhibited is undeniably beyond human comparison, showcasing an explosive capability that is formidable. Concurrently, it is evident that Xiaoha possesses an exceptional danger alertness, ranking among the elite. Having Xiaoha by my side is a prudent choice, should any peril arise. Xiaoha would undoubtedly provide assistance. As for the woman sprawled on the ground, Chen Bo feels no sympathy. To put it bluntly, when they inflicted harm upon others, they should have anticipated such a fate. In confronting such individuals, Chen Bo feels no psychological burden when taking action. Had the woman chosen to plead for mercy without resorting to violence, Chen Bo would have genuinely struggled with how to handle her. It is conceivable that he might have taken her along, or something unforeseen could have occurred. This type of woman does not pique Chen Bo's interest. Her proactive stance has conveniently lessened his burden. Subsequently, the three corpses vanished, marking the time for clearing the battlefield. The primary task was to collect the crucial fragments of the vehicles. Chen Bo gathered all the debris from the three cars, rendering them completely inoperable. Unfortunately, the parts of the vehicles, including tires, could not be disassembled after they were totaled. Although he could have dismantled them beforehand, Chen Bo found it too tedious to undertake. Old tires would certainly hold value at the trading market, yet Chen Bo is disinterested in perpetually thinking about trading for resources. If he truly desired to amass wealth, he could exploit water and food to engage in an infinite cycle of trading at the market, especially with the upgrade system at his disposal. By doing so, he could accumulate countless supplies and become a veritable tycoon. However, that path would make him a merchant, a role he is reluctant to embrace. It is far more advantageous to seek items that enhance his abilities. Accumulating resources is futile if one is ultimately vanquished by beasts. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. 3 car fragments have transformed into 20. Chen Bo upgraded the car fragments, as it did not significantly impede his progress. The peculiar multiplier from 3 to 20 is noteworthy, yet ultimately, it remains a profitable venture. The next target is 100 fragments, which, based on current observations, seems achievable. During the search of the 2 vehicles, Chen Bo made an unexpected discovery, a bulletproof vest. To be honest, he had previously contemplated the idea of possessing such an item, as it would provide considerable peace of mind. Given the current circumstances, the presence of firearms is bound to increase, a certainty that cannot be ignored. The most distressing aspect is the uncertainty surrounding the armament of others. While he possesses a firearm, the presence of one on the opposing side renders discussions of firepower moot. The caliber of a weapon, whether potent or feeble, inflicts significant damage upon individuals. In a scenario where firearms are drawn, the situation becomes precarious. Thus, Chen Bo must exercise caution and observe meticulously before engaging. With a bulletproof vest, he could alleviate some of these anxieties unless confronted by an exceptionally skilled adversary or if fortune were not on his side. A shot to the head would render the vest ineffective, though such occurrences are statistically rare. Even in gaming, landing a headshot is no trivial feat. Most impacts land on the torso, where the vest proves invaluable, potentially saving lives in critical moments. What perplexes Chen Bo is why these 2 individuals did not don the bulletproof vest. Had one of them worn it, his shot would not have been fatal. Its absence seems illogical, leading to the conclusion that it was likely seized from the greasy man moments ago. They may not have had the opportunity to wear it or distribute it before Chen Bo's arrival. Serendipitously, This fortunate acquisition falls to him. Chen Bo proceeds with the upgrade. Congratulations to the host on a successful upgrade. The bulletproof vest has evolved into a comprehensive bulletproof vest. Comprehensive bulletproof vest. Description: when worn by the player, this vest provides thorough protection for the entire body, leaving no area unguarded. Moreover, its quality surpasses that of the ordinary vest, capable of withstanding armor-piercing rounds from sniper rifles while effectively reducing the impact of 90 bullets. Chen Bo is astounded by the upgraded vest, which has exceeded his expectations. Initially unremarkable, it has transformed into something formidable. The notion of comprehensive protection is remarkable. He is now shielded in all directions. The implication is that not just his limbs, but even his head is safeguarded. This truly offers full coverage, allowing Chen Bo to engage in direct confrontations without apprehension. The quality is unquestionable. He no longer fears armor-piercing projectiles, and other impacts will feel trivial. Chapter 55. Discovery of a water source, a small lake. Another significant enhancement is the ability to mitigate impact. Often, bulletproof vests are not infallible. They may not entirely prevent the damage from powerful firearms, primarily due to the force of the impact. Even if a bullet does not penetrate the vest, the resulting shock can still inflict severe harm. Bones and even internal organs may suffer grievous injury, leading to death. However, Chen Bo's vest can absorb 90 of that impact, alleviating such risks. This endeavor has undeniably yielded dividends. Without hesitation, Chen Bo immediately donned the vest. It is remarkably lightweight, worn beneath clothing, is scarcely noticeable, akin to donning an undershirt. This addition significantly enhances his sense of security. Continuing his search, he discovered water and gasoline in moderate quantities. Upon seeing these, Chen Bo felt indifferent, as he is not lacking in supplies. Nonetheless, he collected them, as any additional resources are better than none, planning to upgrade them later. Further searching led to the discovery of a woman's item, lipstick. Had it not been for this lipstick, Chen Bo might have overlooked its significance. Indeed, the earlier woman with the influencer look had applied lipstick, enhancing her allure. Initially, Chen Bo did not pay attention to this detail. Now, he realizes that even cosmetics can be found in this world, a surprising revelation. Chen Bo wonders if everything available outside can be found here as well. This item holds no value for him, and since it has been used, it cannot be upgraded. Gifting it seems pointless, as it is secondhand and might be met with disdain. Shortly thereafter, Chen Bo stumbled upon a multifunctional rice cooker. Upon inspection, it can be used for cooking rice, making porridge, or preparing soup. Moreover, it operates on solar energy, eliminating concerns about electricity. This item appears to be crafted from a manufacturing blueprint and cannot be upgraded. Nevertheless, it is quite practical, at least enriching his diet. It has been a long time since he last enjoyed rice. Currently, his staple consists of bread. Chen Bo is not particularly fond of carbohydrates, so he consumes them sparingly, primarily for breakfast. With the rice cooker, he can now prepare rice. The only issue remaining is that he seems to be lacking in rice. However, there is no need for concern. He is likely to find some soon. What remained were merely a few knives, which Chen Bo thoroughly cleaned and stored away, anticipating their potential usefulness in future transactions. There was little else of value left, so he returned to his vehicle. His greatest gains from this endeavor were undoubtedly the bulletproof vest and the car fragments. Overall, it had proven to be quite a profitable venture. Indeed, in this world, robbery serves as a viable pathway to wealth. Moreover, an increasing number of individuals are likely to gravitate toward this direction. The notion of humanity coexisting harmoniously is simply implausible. Chen Bo harbored no objections to this reality. If trouble were to come seeking him, that would be ideal. He found great satisfaction in the recent spate of black-on-black encounters. Lighting a cigarette and activating the car's audio system, he continued his journey. Following the previous incident, Chen Bo began to regard the drone with heightened importance. Had it not been for the drone alerting him to the other party's intentions, he might have been caught off guard by the woman's allure, unaware of the two hidden companions waiting in ambush, which could have posed significant complications. Continuing to employ the drone, he began scouting ahead. After an indeterminate duration of travel, the drone's feed finally revealed something unusual. It did not emit the previous warning sounds, as it was not an unidentified object, but rather a modest lake. The existence of a water source in this desolate land was unexpected for Chen Bo. Instinctively, he drove over to investigate. Located by the roadside, the lake was quite conspicuous. It was not extensive, likely comparable to a fish pond found in a village. The surface shimmered gently in a breeze, yet overall it appeared rather placid, resembling a still body of water. Chen Bo found the lake rather peculiar. Since arriving in this world, he had not witnessed any rainfall, and the atmosphere remained notably arid. The high temperatures had been consistent. The presence of this water, seemingly unevaporated, was illogical. However, in this world, strict adherence to reason is not always feasible. Many phenomena defy explanation. This lake appeared to be a rare treasure, and if someone in desperate need of water stumbled upon it, they would surely indulge. Chen Bo retrieved a plastic bottle to collect some water for quality assessment. While the lake offered no visible clues, the contents of the bottle revealed a considerable amount of impurities, even darkening the water. The quality was concerning, and without any indication of enhancement, he decided to forego the idea of bathing. Just as Chen Bo's enthusiasm waned, his small dog suddenly barked. Upon hearing the bark, Chen Bo instantly became alert, discarding the plastic bottle and stepping back hastily. His trust in the small dog was immense. Its bark signaled the presence of danger. The water's surface began to ripple ominously, concentric waves emanating outward. Without warning, a splash erupted as an unidentified creature leaped from the lake. Cursing under his breath, Chen Bo realized he had not expected such a surprise. At this moment, the drone proved ineffective, unable to capture the situation beneath the water surface. Even the astute little dog, upon reaching the lake, had failed to detect the threat. Perhaps the lake's depth exceeded expectations. It was only after the creature stirred that the dog sensed danger. Chen Bo, while slightly startled, felt no true fear. Slaying beasts would earn him a hero's badge, and knowing that such a reward could lead to his advancement, he was eager to engage. To his astonishment, there were not one but 3 creatures emerging. Their long arms reminiscent of monkeys, yet their grotesque heads evoked a sense of repulsion, resembling a tangle of seaweed. Their calls were eerily similar to that of frogs. Unable to classify the species, Chen Bo noted that they were referred to as Ingbi Shu Gu I, long-arm water monsters. Without hesitation, he fired upon them. When confronting monsters, hesitation is a luxury one cannot afford. It is a matter of survival. Swift action is paramount. The bullet struck, leaving wounds that oozed a dark green liquid. Witnessing this, Chen Bo felt a measure of relief. It confirmed that these creatures were not impervious to gunfire. Had he encountered a monster with impenetrable armor, it would have been disheartening. However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. As the water monster sustained its injuries, streams of water began to cascade down from above, enveloping its wounds and astonishingly healing them at a visibly rapid pace. This unexpected regeneration was nothing short of incredible. Chen Bo felt a pang of frustration. What use was his firearm if it had no lasting effect? The water monsters soon initiated their own offensive. They were unwilling to passively endure his assault and moved with alarming swiftness. With 3 of them now in pursuit, Chen Bo recognized that this confrontation would pose a challenge. As he ran and shot, maneuvering to create distance, his accuracy diminished. Hitting 1 out of every 2 shots was a fortunate outcome. The situation mirrored that of earlier. Even with multiple hits, the creatures continued to heal. Soon, his Desert Eagle ran out of ammunition, leaving him no time to reload. Although he possessed another compact pistol, he had no inclination to retrieve it. These creatures' regenerative abilities were too formidable. The empty chamber rendered his efforts futile. Just then, as the water monsters charged at him, the small dog appeared at a crucial moment, barking loudly to divert their attention. The monsters, exhibiting limited intelligence, abandoned their pursuit of Chen Bo in favor of the dog. Cautioning the dog to be careful, Chen Bo seized the opportunity to escape. While the water monsters were swift, they could not match the dog's speed, which allowed him to momentarily breathe easier. In that fleeting moment, he considered fleeing in his vehicle. However, leaving the dog behind was not an option. Chen Bo was unwilling to accept the notion that these creatures were invincible. Taking advantage of this brief respite, he retrieved his flamethrower, ready to mount a counteroffensive. As he unleashed flames, he remained cautious not to harm his dog. Fortunately, the distance between the monsters and the dog began to widen. Yet disappointing was the realization that the flamethrower's effectiveness was limited. It failed to inflict any visible wounds. This was somewhat disheartening. Chen Bo noticed a detail. The liquid oozing from the head of the water monster resembled a protective membrane. Flames, it seemed, would inflict minimal damage. Realizing the creature's overwhelming affinity for water, Chen Bo concluded that fire-based attacks would be futile. There was no point in contemplating the use of gunpowder. Faced with this predicament, he determined that his only recourse was to employ explosives. The power of a remote control bomb was immense. If it could reach the target, it would likely obliterate it entirely. Chen Bo was skeptical that such a creature could recover from such devastation. Now, he needed to devise a method to deliver the bomb to the water monster, which moved with remarkable speed and was relatively small in size, making the task exceedingly challenging. As Chapter 57 unfolded, Chen Bo's mind raced with possibilities. Throwing the remote control bomb seemed impractical. The likelihood of missing was too great, and that would create a significant hassle. Thus, he opted for a stationary detonation. He would place the bomb in a specific location without the need for camouflage, as the creature's intelligence was obviously insufficient to recognize the threat. He only needed to lure the three water monsters to that spot. This task would be entrusted to Xiaoha. Without wasting time, Chen Bo prepared the explosive while Xiaoha continued to sprint at high speed. He was not concerned about Xiaoha's velocity. It appeared that the three water monsters were unable to keep pace. If the chase continued, they would soon be out of sight. Chen Bo's concern lay with Xiaoha's stamina. After all, it was still a small dog, and its endurance was uncertain. He swiftly placed the bomb on a nearby rock by the lake. Xiaoha, he called, and the dog immediately understood, demonstrating its keen instincts. Xiaoha clearly grasped Chen Bo's intentions and began leading the three water monsters toward him. Chen Bo had faith in Xiaoha, and his primary focus was to avoid hindering their efforts. He continuously distanced himself from the impending explosion, knowing that injuring himself would be devastating. Xiaoha appeared to accelerate, suggesting it still had plenty of energy. It raced toward Chen Bo, maintaining the correct direction toward the bomb's location. Just as Xiaoha leaped toward him, the three water monsters coincidentally passed the position of the remote control bomb. With determination, Chen Bo pressed the detonation button. Xiaoha dashed into Chen Bo's arms, and at that moment, the shockwave from the explosion surged forward. Chen Bo fell to the ground while cradling Xiaoha, sustaining no serious harm. As the dust settled, Chen Bo struggled to open his eyes. Once the haze cleared, he examined the scene. The water monsters had been reduced to mere fragments. The ground was littered with dark green debris, a sight that was somewhat unsettling. Yet, Chen Bo did not relax. He noticed that the fragments were still writhing, resembling small shrimp pulsating with life. This tenacity astonished even him, surpassing the resilience of cockroaches. Before he could retrieve another bomb for a second detonation, the fragments suddenly accelerated, converging into three elongated leaf-like shapes. These peculiar formations resembled grass and stood out among the scattered debris. In less than 2 seconds, the three water monsters fully reconstituted themselves, returning to their previous forms. This revelation meant that the explosion had been in vain, rendering the use of the bomb a waste and undermining the excellent coordination between him and Xiaoha. Now was not the time for regret. Chen Bo felt frustrated. Despite employing all his tactics, he found them ineffective against this creature. With the bomb expended, he was left with no apparent options. Should he simply flee? It was not merely a matter of reluctance to escape. It was impractical to do so, as the three water monsters charged at him once more. Though resilient, the recent explosion had clearly angered the creatures, making them more aggressive than before. Woof, woof, woof. Xiaoha remained loyally protective of Chen Bo. Observing the ferocity of the three monsters, Xiaoha once again employed its previous tactic of distraction. Fortunately, the creatures possessed low intelligence, and Xiaoha's barking drew their attention. This provided Chen Bo with a fleeting opportunity to regroup, but he could not afford to relax. This was precious time earned at great risk. Continuing in this manner was unfeasible. With such enduring vitality, Chen Bo surmised that the monster's stamina would not diminish. Eventually, Xiaoha would be unable to keep up. Suddenly, Chen Bo noticed something. Protruding from the heads of the three water monsters were slender, leaf-like appendages. He had overlooked this detail earlier, yet after the explosion, these appendages remained intact, prompting a realization. Perhaps these were their vital points. If he could sever them, there might be a chance to defeat the creatures. The appendages were too narrow to target with a gun, and given the monster's mobility, hitting them with a scope would be nearly impossible. Thus, he had to resort to direct confrontation. Chen Bo unsheathed his multi-functional combat knife, its blade gleaming ominously. With the knife extended, he charged from behind. Crack! Xiaoha intentionally maneuvered to create an opening for Chen Bo. Seizing the opportunity, he targeted one of the appendages atop a monster's head and struck decisively, severing it in an instant. The ease of this action astonished Chen Bo, especially considering that the bomb had failed to destroy the creature. With a piercing shriek, the water monster emitted a wretched cry upon losing its appendage. There was no need for Chen Bo to act further. It transformed into a puddle of dark green liquid, utterly lifeless. In Chapter 58, Chen Bo understood that nothing was truly immortal. The creatures simply possessed remarkable vitality, but identifying their weaknesses rendered them vulnerable. A myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind. Why had the bomb failed to destroy this entity, while a single cut had succeeded? Likely, the creature's strong water affinity provided a degree of resistance against thermal weaponry, while cold steel proved effective in this instance. Ultimately, it was a return to the fundamentals. One should not underestimate the efficacy of a blade, even in an age of firearms. However, Chen Bo had no time for contemplation. His thoughts were fleeting. He had only dispatched one water monster, leaving two more still threatening. The remaining monsters, likely incited by the loss of their companion, redirected their fury toward Chen Bo. Confronted by the two creatures, he found himself in a precarious situation. He parried one of their claws with his knife. Realizing just how immense their strength was, greater than that of several fully grown men combined. The previous success had been a result of surprise, but now he faced a formidable challenge. However, when it came to a direct confrontation, Chen Bo found himself under immense pressure, facing two adversaries at once. Wielding his blade above his head became increasingly difficult. As he prepared to seize an opportunity, the unnoticed Little Ha suddenly leaped into action. Chen Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. The height of this leap made him question if this creature was indeed a dog. With a basketball, he suspected it could perform a slam dunk. To his astonishment, the paws of Little Ha elongated, and with a swift swipe, it severed the leaves atop the water monster's head. Little Ha's intelligence was remarkable, having observed Chen Bo's actions. It understood how to tackle this foe and mimicked his technique. The power behind that paw strike left Chen Bo in awe. Undoubtedly, had it been a human, that strike could have been lethal. With a thud, the second water monster was vanquished, significantly improving their situation. Nonetheless, Little Ha crashed to the ground, unable to rise immediately. Little Ha, Chen Bo called out, his heart racing with concern as he rushed over. In the ensuing struggle, he exerted all his strength to sever the leaves from the creature's head, achieving a complete annihilation of their foes. The battle concluded, leaving the ground strewn with warrior medals, a testament to their fruitful endeavor. Yet Chen Bo was not inclined to dwell on these trophies. He quickly scooped up Little Ha. "How are you, Little Ha?" Although it appeared slightly weakened, it bore no injuries. Little Ha shook its head at Chen Bo, reassuring him of its well-being. Relieved, Chen Bo promptly offered it a bottle of pure water. In this instance, Little Ha's size seemed to be a contributing factor. While it had sprinted energetically, the strain from that powerful strike was evident. It seemed as though Little Ha had been drained of its vitality. This demonstrated its combat potential, yet the limitations were apparent. It could not maintain such intensity for long. After all, Little Ha was still young, which was entirely normal. Chen Bo felt a sense of anticipation for its growth, believing it would be even more remarkable than he imagined. After taking a few sips of water himself, he stowed away his sword and began to clean up the battlefield. The warrior medals were merely a byproduct of their efforts. Upon counting them, he found a total of 120, a considerable quantity. However, this was the cumulative result of 3 water monsters, implying that each one yielded approximately 40 medals, which was quite substantial. Given the difficulty of the battle, where even firearms proved ineffective, receiving such a bounty was justifiable. Congratulations to player Chen Bo for successfully leveling up and unlocking new features. Please check promptly. After collecting all the warrior medals, he heard a notification sound. Gaining over 100 medals and leveling up was not surprising. Yet, he was curious about the new features that would be unlocked. Chen Bo decided to move forward and gradually explore. This eerie place felt a tad unsafe, prompting him to leave swiftly. Congratulations to player Chen Bo for unlocking the store feature. Chen Bo examined the newly accessible functions. In addition to trading and chat channels, there was now a store. Without further thought, he instinctively clicked on it. Upon entering the store, he was greeted by a dazzling array of products, reminiscent of browsing an online marketplace. However, the items were quite simple, devoid of any brand distinctions, primarily consisting of everyday necessities. This was distinctly different from the previous crafting blueprints. The items within seemed to be absent from those blueprints, including staples like rice and flour, as well as condiments such as soy sauce and vinegar, alongside toiletries like toothpaste and shower gel. It could be said that the opening of the store significantly enhanced the quality of life. Since it was a store, it was essentially a marketplace. Chen Bo was curious about the currency used for purchases. Could money still hold value here? Upon inspection, he discovered that the items were purchased with warrior medals. In an instant, Chen Bo understood that warrior medals not only facilitated leveling up, but also served as currency in this world. Chapter 59. Social circle function unlocked. Monetary currency from the real world was undoubtedly useless here. After entering this realm, apart from the clothes on his back, he brought nothing from his original world. Attempting to use money was futile. Using warrior medals as currency was indeed feasible, as they bore resemblance to money in certain aspects. They were hard to come by, as they could only be obtained by defeating beasts in combat. Earning them was far more challenging than earning money outside, as battles posed life-threatening risks. Simultaneously, Chen Bo noticed a note stating that the warrior medals spent would not affect his ability to level up. The medals required for leveling were recorded the instant they were acquired. Spending those medals later would not matter. Additionally, these medals were non-transferable, a fact Chen Bo was already aware of. Realizing that warrior medals could facilitate leveling up, Chen Bo began searching for them in the trading market. Many people likely remained unaware of their utility. If he could acquire them through trade, he could level up swiftly. Even if someone knew they could be used for leveling, they might still be willing to exchange them if resources were scarce. After all, if one died, all would be lost, rendering those medals useless. One must remain alive to continue earning medals. However, he found no results in the trading market. Although someone privately messaged him about a trade, he discovered trading restrictions, leading to his realization. Nevertheless, these medals could be given as gifts in private, akin to car fragments. While trading was prohibited, should two individuals meet, one could freely give the other a medal without interference. However, if someone gifted a medal, it could not be used for leveling. It could only be spent. This meant that only the medals obtained during combat were eligible for leveling. The game would undoubtedly keep strict records of this, ensuring no discrepancies. According to this logic, even if Chen Bo had previously traded for medals, they would not contribute to leveling. He then scrutinized the pricing within the store. Fortunately, the prices were reasonable, not excessively high. Most daily necessities cost 1 medal each. Some items were priced below a medal, but they could not be purchased individually. For instance, soap cost 1 medal for 3 pieces. Purchasing meant acquiring all 3 at once. With around 200 medals, if Chen Bo wished to spend freely, it would not be very practical. He could only buy essentials like toothpaste, soap, and rice. After spending a few medals, he felt his life had been enriched. After browsing through the store's offerings, Chen Bo reached the end, where gray text indicated 3 items remained locked. Presumably, there were still numerous products, perhaps even more advanced ones, but he could not yet access. In addition to this, Chen Bo discovered another feature. It was not just a solitary function. Congratulations to player Chen Bo for unlocking the new social circle feature. Chen Bo. It nearly left me bewildered. What on earth is this? Introduction. Each player, upon unlocking the social circle, can share their own updates within it. These posts are visible to other players, who can then like and comment on them. Upon seeing this, Chen Bo was perplexed. Was this not merely a social platform akin to a circle of friends or a microblog? Posting an update invites likes and comments. To his astonishment, a survival game had integrated a social aspect. Nevertheless, this could alleviate the monotony for many. However, for Chen Bo, it held little utility. He was not fond of sharing such content and typically managed no more than 2 posts in a year on his social media. Other platforms were even less appealing, as he would only vent his frustrations in spaces where he was not recognized. He preferred to observe others' posts. When tasked with sharing his own, he found himself at a loss for words. Consequently, a notification appeared. Likes and comments garnered in the social circle will be calculated periodically as traffic, and those with high traffic would receive certain resource rewards. Astonishing. Only then did Chen Bo realize the implications. This resembled the model of internet celebrities. If one amassed a considerable following and high view counts, the platform would offer a share or reward. While Chen Bo was uncertain of the intention behind this model, he acknowledged it did indeed present an additional avenue for resource acquisition. However, acquiring rewards would not be straightforward. He had yet to hear of explicit criteria, but it was evident that a substantial number of likes and comments would be required. Most individuals would merely share their updates or seek friendships, making it unlikely for them to attain rewards. Yet, for Chen Bo, this seemed manageable. He discovered a distinct advantage. He appeared to be the only player who had unlocked this feature, allowing him to post freely without competition. Others could only view his updates, granting him a significant edge. Chapter 60. Superior Beer Machine Seeking Feedback and Flowers for Evaluation. Chen Bo held little interest in socializing. However, the prospect of rewards from the system piqued his curiosity. Perhaps there were some valuable items to be had. He felt it was worth attempting, as it was an opportune moment. It seemed he was the only one able to post in the social circle. Even if others could, their numbers would be minimal, likely countable on one hand. At the outset, this represented a period of bounty. It was akin to live streaming and self-media. In the early stages, there were not many streamers. Even those of mediocre skill could thrive on the wave of initial enthusiasm. Once the platform gained popularity, many would seek to join, but the difficulty would be significantly heightened, potentially becoming dozens of times more challenging, with little hope of success. Camera introduction, used for taking photos and recording videos to share in the social circle. Chen Bo also discovered a camera, a gift bestowed upon him once the social circle feature was activated. He had been puzzled earlier. The popularity of social media and short videos could be attributed to the convenience of modern mobile phone cameras. One could purchase a reasonably priced phone capable of capturing decent images. Yet, in this world devoid of phones and the internet, he found it perplexing. Without photos, what purpose would socializing serve? A text devoid of images held little allure. A profound life reflection paled in comparison to a filter-enhanced selfie from a young woman. It turned out a photo-taking tool was provided. Upon inspection, this so-called camera did not resemble a DSLR or digital camera. Instead, it appeared akin to a small mobile phone, though its functions were rudimentary, merely capturing images and videos. Far inferior to a smartphone. When he opened it and took a photo, he discovered it allowed for image editing and filter application. How considerate of the developers to cater to the female players. Some women would refrain from sharing their photos without proper editing. Chen Bo was not in a hurry. He had yet to decide what to post. It was getting late, and he sought a place to pause and have a meal. The day had been eventful, especially with the 3 water monsters, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He resolved to rest well that night, provided there were no further incidents to disrupt his peace. After parking, he and Xiaoha disembarked. Following a brief respite of several minutes, Xiaoha appeared considerably revitalized. It seemed his earlier assessment was correct. Xiaoha had merely needed some time to recuperate. Observing Xiaoha in good spirits brought Chen Bo joy. For him, Xiaoha was not just a companion, but had grown to hold a special place in his heart. In the days ahead, they would share many experiences together. Hey, I have a blueprint for a beer machine. You can have it. Qin Muing reached out to Chen Bo via private chat, stating, "This is of no use to me, as I do not drink." Upon seeing the beer blueprint he had previously contemplated, Chen Bo accepted it without hesitation. He himself was not particularly fond of alcohol. He would indulge only in gatherings with close friends. When the atmosphere called for it, he would partake, unless he was a complete teetotaler. Chen Bo seldom drank spirits, but felt indifferent about beer. He rarely became intoxicated, merely needing to relieve himself after excessive consumption. With the current heat, beer sales would peak. A chill beer was undeniably refreshing. Chen Bo did not mind. It was normal for women to have less inclination towards drinking, as only a minority truly enjoyed it. Thank you. After accepting the blueprint, Chen Bo inquired, "By the way, do you need anything else? How about water?" He hesitated to ask about clothing, assuming they had likely upgraded and could manufacture their own. Food was probably plentiful. He was simply curious about their water supply. "I don't need anything," she replied. "I found a condensation device that can automatically produce several liters of water daily. It's more than enough for me." Chen Bo was somewhat taken aback. How did she acquire such valuable items? Considering her trade with him, along with what she kept for herself, her luck seemed far superior to his. The condensation device, capable of producing water autonomously, was undoubtedly a highly valuable asset, alleviating any concerns about water scarcity. It was unsurprising that she did not offer it to him. After all, he was not her benefactor, and she had her own needs to prioritize. However, what she deemed useless might prove immensely beneficial to him after an upgrade. After receiving the blueprint for the beer machine, Chen Bo commenced the upgrade. Congratulations, host. The ordinary beer machine blueprint has been upgraded to the superior beer machine blueprint. Chapter 61. The best way to show off wealth's superior beer machine introduction. Compared to the ordinary beer machine, it produces beer of higher quality and greater efficiency. Chen Bo glanced at the introduction and noted that there wasn't much of an enhancement. The beer produced simply boasted improved quality. It can be said that indeed, alcohol varies in quality. Even beer is no exception. Some are delightful to the palate, while others may be difficult to swallow. Chen Bo examined the materials for the beer-making machine, shards of glass, plastic, and stainless steel. The materials were decent and not particularly difficult to procure. He already had them on hand, which allowed him to create the machine with ease. This accomplishment meant that he could now brew beer. However, producing beer also necessitates raw materials. The first essential ingredient is pure water, of which Chen Bo had an ample supply. The second is malted barley, which he unfortunately did not possess. Malt is a fundamental component of beer, and without it, production would be impossible. Thus, Chen Bo decided to visit the trading market. To his surprise, he discovered malted barley available for trade. It seemed not to be a rare commodity. The trader likely obtained it without understanding its purpose, simply hoping to exchange it for something of value, listing a price that aimed to trade for a mere 100 milliliters of water. For Chen Bo, this amount was inconsequential, akin to a couple of sips, and the transaction was swiftly completed. The satisfaction of both parties in the exchange was sufficient. After acquiring the raw materials, Chen Bo proceeded to enhance his stock of malted barley significantly, ensuring he had enough for a substantial period. The quantity of beer produced would depend on his preference. The amount could be tailored to his desire. For instance, if he wished to brew 500 milliliters, he would simply add that volume of pure water. He initially decided to produce 500 milliliters, as he had plenty of raw materials but did not wish to consume too much at once. This quantity equates to what is commonly referred to as a pound of alcohol, although a pound of beer is an entirely different concept from a pound of spirits. Chen Bo preferred moderation, aiming to avoid any distractions from important matters. While he believed he would not become intoxicated, he recognized that alcohol does contain ethanol, which could impair his reflexes and overall capabilities. The entire brewing process took only a few minutes, likely influenced by the quantity of beer being produced. A larger batch would naturally require more time, yet overall, the duration remained within acceptable limits. A few minutes could easily slip by in a moment of distraction. Thus, Chen Bo refrained from brewing more than necessary, opting to prepare additional beer when the desire arose. The brewing of alcohol necessitates time, with beer requiring the breakdown of starches and fermentation. However, in this world, many processes defy conventional logic. According to the crafting guide, one could create glass cups merely from shards of glass. Chen Bo filled 2 glass cups with the beer and placed them in the refrigerator, as they required chilling to achieve the proper experience. While waiting for the beer to cool, Chen Bo decided to prepare some barbecue. He planned to share his first post on social media, showcasing his dinner. After browsing various short video platforms, he noted that certain types of content tend to gain popularity. In summary, these fall into a few categories. The first comprises displays of wealth, as many users on these platforms seem to be affluent. The second involves provocative content, where individuals flaunt their physiques and looks, which can easily attract attention if the person is particularly attractive. The third category includes stage photos or humor skits. Other possibilities exist, such as showcasing unique skills or distinctive traits, but those were not Chen Bo's concern. He felt that garnering likes and comments would be more effectively achieved through displays of wealth, despite his disdain for such ostentation. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the effectiveness of this tactic. How could he showcase his affluence? It was simple. He would photograph his dinner and share it. The meal he prepared would likely be unimaginable to many. Posting it would undoubtedly be perceived as a display of wealth. Chen Bo never imagined he would one day become like those who took ages to photograph their meals, previously viewing them as rather dull. For the sake of resource rewards, he meticulously arranged his presentation. The chicken legs grilled to a crisp exterior and tender interior, along with the marbled beef, paired with frothy chilled beer, all visible through the glass cups adorned with frost. Additionally, he created a fruit platter, patiently slicing watermelon, bananas, apples, and pineapple into small pieces and arranging them together. In Chapter 62, Chen Bo captured a couple of photos and made slight edits, applying a filter. Enhancing food images with filters is often necessary, as they can make the dishes appear enticing. In some variety shows, the dishes prepared by celebrities initially seem to possess exceptional flavor and visual appeal. The effect of filters can be quite exaggerated. Without them, the food may appear rather ordinary, perhaps even less appealing than home-cooked meals. After selecting an appropriate filter, the photos exuded greater impact. Sharing the images was straightforward, as his camera was connected to the vehicle screen, allowing for easy transfer. The process was akin to posting on social media, requiring no complicated maneuvers. He simply attached the photos and added a caption, or opted to forego text entirely. Chen Bo pondered this and, lacking eloquence, decided to employ some ostentatious language he had encountered online. He typed a few words to convey the simplicity of his dinner. After clicking send, his social media update was posted. Upon its appearance in the social circle, the chat channel erupted with activity. What was happening? Was there a social circle feature? Was this truly the esteemed Chen Bo? Why could he not publish, only like and comment? Within the social circle, only Chen Bo's content existed. He soon realized that once he posted, everyone else activated their social circles. If they had not done so, they would not see his update, which would render it meaningless. However, their access differed from Chen Bo's. They could only view and interact, but could not post until they upgraded their privileges. Chen Bo then recognized an intriguing point. It seemed that thus far, he was the only individual to unlock the social circle feature. It should undoubtedly be the first one. If others had activated it, I would have seen them sharing this thing earlier. This implies that my personal level currently surpasses that of others, though the exact margin remains unclear. At the very least, I have yet to encounter a second person capable of sharing this item. If the permission to send had genuinely been granted, it would be impossible not to share it, especially for the sake of resource rewards. The lead is understandable. After all, it is equipped with an upgrade system, and it would be peculiar not to be ahead. After Chen Bo finished sharing, he began to relish barbecue and beer. Feeling quite hungry, during summer, he enjoys a bit of beer paired with barbecue, chatting and boasting with friends. Such days are truly delightful. Now, contemplating a peaceful life seems unimaginable. In this world, being able to enjoy such simple pleasures, Chen Bo feels he should be content. He wonders, however, how his old friends are faring in this world, whether they are alive or not. Chen Bo and Xiao Ha were indulging in their feast, both having expended considerable energy today. After eating their fill, Chen Bo tidied up, took a shower, and prepared to rest. Only after getting back into the vehicle could he check his social circle, which was rather inconvenient. Without a mobile phone, he could not browse at will. Upon checking the social circle, Chen Bo was taken aback. In such a short time, he had garnered hundreds of thousands of likes and thousands of comments. The likes were inconsequential, but he opened the comments section to take a look. There were some heated comments, and the functions were comparable to those of conventional social media platforms. Goodness, barbecue, beer, and fruits? What kind of divine life is this? Looking at the dry bread he had painstakingly obtained, it suddenly felt unappetizing. Why is the disparity between people so vast? It seems even wider than the gap between humans and beasts. No wonder he is a big shot. While we struggle for survival, he is on vacation. My mouth watered at the sight, having not seen barbecue in ages. Can you finish all that alone? It's such a waste. Could you spare me a bone after you're done? Do you happen to need a wife? I could do everything. What a ridiculous thing to say. You better not eat too much. After scanning through the comments, Chen Bo found no signs of censorship. All were genuine remarks from players. Moreover, there were no usernames. Only real names, thankfully without profile pictures. The comments varied widely, with most expressing astonishment at the big shot's unimaginable lifestyle, while others were left drooling. Of course, there was some with a negative mindset, openly criticizing Chen Bo. It felt reminiscent of the days spent surfing the internet. Chapter 63. Sister, you seem a bit infatuated. Chen Bo merely glanced at the comments. Being criticized didn't matter. It was akin to the online experiences of yore. For instance, during gaming sessions, he had both criticized others and been criticized in turn. There was no need to take offense. After all, could one really crawl through the internet cable to confront someone? The presence of criticism only indicated jealousy. Although there was a reply function, Chen Bo had no intention of engaging with everyone. Frankly, he was not seeking to gain followers. He merely wished to see what rewards could be offered given his high visibility. If the rewards were lackluster and merely a gimmick, he would lose interest. Thus, he only skimmed through the comments, not fixating on them, as the growth in data did not particularly thrill him, as he intended to rest. He noticed a private message he had yet to read, sent by Chen Bo. By the way, I forgot to mention, drink in moderation. It must have been sent after the transactions were completed. At that time, Chen Bo had already exited the vehicle to prepare beer and barbecue, so he hadn't seen it. The girl was quite thoughtful, showing concern. Regardless of the truth, it was nice to have someone think of him. Chen Bo replied, "Don't worry, I haven't drunk much, just a few sips." Meanwhile, in Chen Bo's vehicle, the sisters began preparing to rest. Noticing her still damp hair, it was clear she had only recently washed up. In this world, it seemed everyone maintained a fairly normal schedule. Chen Bo suspected that few would choose to rest during the day and travel late into the night. In a vehicle, it was not guaranteed one could sleep well during the day. Without curtains, the sunlight streamed in from every angle. Even if one could fall asleep, there was the risk of not daring to do so, as the likelihood of encountering unexpected events was greater during the day. If one were asleep when someone approached, the danger would be significantly heightened. Conversely, staying awake all day while traveling was impossible, as the human body could not endure it. It was unrealistic to expect one could fall asleep instantly. There were no entertainment options here, and during dull moments, one could only glance at the chat channel. Fortunately, Chen Bo and her sister were together, providing companionship and conversation. The two clearly noticed Chen Bo's social circle content. The younger sister remarked, "Sister, this guy is living too well. Look at how comfortable he is. I thought our lives were decent, but compared to him, we seem to fall short." Among the sisters, Chen Bo was somewhat familiar. Thus, when they saw his social circle, it felt like viewing something shared by a friend. Unlike others who viewed him as an unattainable big shot, Chen Bo chuckled and said, "You think we can compare to him? Don't forget, we initially relied on him for support. Moreover, he shared much of his food with us. He has been quite generous." The younger sister nodded in agreement, acknowledging this fact. Chen Bo had indeed been kind to them, even though they had given him plenty in return. Nevertheless, during transactions, he was always quite generous, never being stingy. Women typically dislike men who are overly calculative. However, in this environment, being frugal wasn't necessarily a flaw. Observing the food Chen Bo consumed, it seemed he had previously shared with them, indicating that he was a decent person, and the sisters fully recognized this. One could not accuse him of having ulterior motives. They had never met and had no idea what he looked like. It was precisely for this reason that the sisters found him to be quite amiable. Most importantly, he was sufficiently strong. Strength attracted admiration, a fact particularly evident in this world. Aside from the clothing he made for them having minor flaws, while discussing Chen Bo, a message notification arrived for him. Upon reading his response, Chen Bo couldn't help but laugh. The younger sister hurried over to see what Chen Bo had replied. Confirming there was nothing particularly shocking, she said, "Sister, what is so funny? You look like a lovesick fool just now." "You're the lovesick fool," Chen Bo retorted, playfully swatting her sister, and they began to frolic. The atmosphere in the vehicle became delightful. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It turned out that Chen Bo had initiated a trade. Upon seeing the items he was trading, the younger sister was left astounded. My goodness, where did he get these daily necessities? Chen Bo thought to himself that the beer machine he had acquired today was essentially a freebie, which made him feel a bit sheepish. The necessity for food and drink was minimal. Thus, a few daily necessities would suffice. Initially, Chen Bo did not recall this. But since he had recently purchased a considerable amount for himself, he decided to offer some toothpaste, shampoo, and soap, compared to the value of the beer machine. Exchanging such trivial items felt somewhat like taking advantage of the situation. Chen Bo inquired, "Do you not need these items for yourself?" Chen Bo chuckled in response. "If I did not have excess, I would not be giving them to you. After all, you are not my daughter." However, he refrained from expressing this bluntly, recognizing the need for emotional intelligence. At this age, lacking emotional acumen would render him no different from an oversized infant. He also considered the future collaborations and acknowledged the capabilities of these two young women. He reassured them, "Rest assured, I have upgraded my status," which unlocks a store where these items can be purchased. Moreover, remember to keep your brave metals safe, as they can be used not only for upgrades, but also as currency in this world. Chen Bo provided them with a heads up, confident that they would unlock the store soon enough, as it was not a closely guarded secret and could serve as motivation for them. He believed that the few items he had given them would suffice until they accessed the store. These toiletries were indeed essential. For instance, while washing hair with water was possible, many lacked even that basic privilege. However, prolonged neglect would lead to unsightly hair, thus underscoring the rationale behind shampoo. Women who valued cleanliness surely required such items even more. "Thank you so much," exclaimed Chen Mu Ying upon learning these items were available for purchase at the store. And her politeness waned as they genuinely needed them. Her sister, having eagerly nudged her several times, could hardly contain her impatience to receive them. After the transaction, her sister held the soap for a while and remarked, "I never used soap before, but now that I've seen it, I can't wait to wash again." "Hold your horses. Save it for tomorrow. Why waste water like that?" Chen Mu Ying rolled her eyes at her sister. Her sister then asked, "By the way, can you inquire if he can procure sanitary pads? If possible, let him bring some for us." "What are you saying? How can you ask that?" Chen Mu Ying blushed. "What's embarrassing about it? We both need them," her sister replied. "Yet he has to pay for them as well," Chen Mu Ying countered. "I suspect daily necessities aren't too expensive. We can always find something valuable to give him in return." "We are meant to help each other," her sister suggested. "He's not stingy, and besides, if relatives visit soon, think about how uncomfortable it would be without sanitary pads. Using cloth and cotton for makeshift pads is hardly comfortable, and the effectiveness is likely far inferior." Chen Mu Ying acknowledged the truth in her sister's words. Life was undoubtedly more challenging for girls in this world, especially with the realities of menstruation. Experiencing discomfort during that time was already difficult enough, and lacking even the most basic sanitary supplies was particularly distressing. The two sisters contemplated this issue and, before their relatives arrived, hastily crafted makeshift pads, hoping they would suffice. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they could inquire about the availability of such items at the store. "Could you please check if there are sanitary pads available at the store?" Chen Mu Ying finally asked. Chen Bo, not oblivious, quickly understood the gravity of the situation. He thought to himself, could it be that these young women lack even that? How tragic. He replied, "Please hold on a moment," and proceeded to search the store. To his surprise, he found that they indeed had the item in stock. The price was quite reasonable. One metal could purchase 10 packs. Without hesitation, he bought 10 packs and completed the transaction with them. Meanwhile, he contemplated acquiring more to later sell in the trading market, knowing there would be many women in need. Though slightly embarrassed, Chen Mu Ying was immensely grateful. Chen Bo made it clear that it was a gift, without any expectation in return. On his part, he regarded the matter lightly, concluding the conversation and preparing for sleep. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid even of the chirping of insects. Chen Bo had already succumbed to slumber within his vehicle, exhausted from the day's exertions. Not far away, a vehicle crept forward stealthily, its headlights off. Fortunately, the starlight provided just enough illumination to navigate the path. "Brother, there's a vehicle parked by the roadside ahead," one observed. The vehicle contained two individuals, both appearing rather rotund. These two were classic nocturnal predators, having devised their own methods in this world. Aware that at least 95 of people retired for the night, they chose to act contrary and roamed about, seeking those in slumber to victimize. Over the past few days, they had succeeded several times, yielding substantial rewards, which explained their persistence. Chen Bo now became their target. The one in the passenger seat, with a buzz cut, wielded binoculars, a tool of great utility for their endeavors. Upon spotting Chen Bo's vehicle from afar, he quickly extinguished the headlights and reduced their speed, aiming to approach without alerting their prey. Chen Bo, blissfully gizer, slept soundly. He had developed the habit of staying alert during the night, but today's exhaustion, coupled with a bit of alcohol, hastened his descent into sleep. Woof, woof, woof. Fortunately, Xiao Ha was alert and did not succumb to the deep slumber that enveloped Chen Bo. Upon hearing the urgent barks, Chen Bo jolted awake, his mind racing with the thought, something's wrong. Instinctively, he reached for his desert eagle. Though unsure of the situation, arming himself was the wisest course of action. Despite firearms sometimes being ineffective against certain beasts, they remained a reliable means of self-defense. One could not simply brandish explosive devices, as that would lead to mutual destruction. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Bo noticed a vehicle slowly approaching. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. It was impossible not to feel alarmed. Chen Bo was not invincible, and the stealthy approach of another vehicle was indeed unsettling. Had it not been for Xiao Ha, the assailants might have struck before he realized what was happening. The direction of their approach was clearly aimed at his vehicle, their intentions unmistakable. They likely heard Xiao Ha's barks and were hastening toward him. The situation deviated from their expectations, as it seemed the individual sleeping inside the car had also awakened, prompting them to act swiftly. Chen Bo would not grant them the opportunity. With the windows down, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the bullets seemingly limitless. Encased in body armor, he remained undeterred by the possibility of the assailants being armed. The reason he refrained from exiting the vehicle was the fear of being rammed by their car. In the depths of a night, visibility was undoubtedly inferior to that of the day. Chen Bo merely aimed and fired at the speeding vehicle. The sound of shattering glass resonating clearly as he shattered the front windshield of the car opposite him. In that fleeting moment, he noticed a flickering green light inside the vehicle, momentarily distracting him. Initially suspecting it to be a weapon, he soon realized that nothing transpired. The occupants of the car seemed utterly terrified as they abruptly swerved and accelerated away. Chen Bo could not ascertain whether his shot had inflicted any injuries. Under the cover of darkness, he could not guarantee the precision of his aim, especially considering the adversaries were inside a moving vehicle. The only certainty was that they were not dead, otherwise they would not have fled. Observing their hasty retreat, he surmised they were likely not formidable opponents. Easily frightened by the sight of a firearm, Chen Bo noted two individuals in the vehicle. Had they possessed weapons themselves? They likely would not have fled, but rather confronted him directly. Their rapid escape had, in fact, spared Chen Bo's life. Had they engaged him in a confrontation, he would have taught them a lesson in no uncertain terms. Thus, he chose not to pursue them further. They were merely petty criminals, engaged in their underhanded activities, unworthy of his time. With the danger averted, Chen Bo affectionately patted the forehead of Xiaoha, grateful for its presence that night. Suddenly jolted by the earlier incident, he found himself unable to sleep, leaning back in his seat to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, in the fleeing vehicle, the speed was perilously high. The accelerator nearly pressed to its limit. With the windshield shattered, the rush of outside air held against them. The temperature difference between day and night in this place was considerable, and while the evening was not particularly cold, the chill of the wind was still uncomfortable. "Brother, don't drive so fast. There's no one chasing us," remarked the crew-cut individual in the passenger seat, peering through binoculars. The driver, a stout man, finally exhaled in relief as he reduced their speed, exclaiming, "Damn, that was terrifying. We really hit a brick wall tonight. That bastard had a gun and nearly put us down." Both men cursed, yet there was also a sense of relief. "What a pity our gun isn't ready yet. We were short on materials. Otherwise, we would have fought back," lamented the stout man. "That guy might be alone, but I sense he's a fat target with plenty of good stuff." The crew-cut individual chuckled. "Don't worry, brother. I made sure to leave a little surprise while we were running." "A tracker?" The stout man's eyes lit up. The crew-cut man produced an object resembling a handheld gaming device, its simple screen illuminated by a blinking green dot. "Now I know exactly where his car is. We just need to follow him slowly, and once our gun is ready, we can find him again. After we take him down, we'll be armed with 2 guns. He seems to have a dog too. That could be quite useful, I noticed." Chapter 66. 1 million fans reward. Chen Bo was unaware that his vehicle was being tracked. In truth, in this world filled with myriad items, he could hardly have anticipated the existence of a tracker. Many things only become apparent upon encountering them, revealing their existence. Of course, even if Chen Bo were to learn of it, it would not matter much. The worst-case scenario would be that someone always knows his location, which might be somewhat discomforting. However, he had no concerns beyond that. He almost wished for them to make a move. Once he engaged them, the tracker would essentially belong to him. If they approached him for a confrontation, Chen Bo was at a loss as to how they might succeed. Last night had indeed unnerved him. The thought of someone approaching while he was asleep was quite unsettling. Based on prior experiences, the night had been relatively calm, devoid of unexpected events. Yet, this encounter served as a reminder to Chen Bo that even in tranquility, one must remain vigilant. Fortunately, with Xiaoha by his side, he felt emboldened. Despite the events of the night, he struggled to find restful sleep, drifting in and out of consciousness until dawn broke. The remainder of the night passed without incident. After a modest breakfast, Chen Bo resumed his journey, swiftly dismissing the prior night's events from his mind. The lingering psychological shadow of having an intruder approach while he slept was unsettling, but he chose not to dwell on it. Each day might present varying degrees of danger. If he were to fixate on every potential threat, it would be exhausting. During his travels, Chen Bo could not maintain constant focus on the road. That would be exceedingly dull. Typically, the road was devoid of anything noteworthy. A few minutes of inattention while the vehicle continued to run would likely not result in any mishaps. Glancing at his social circle, he found little incentive to delve into the multitude of data. Thus far, he was the sole occupant of his social network. The likes and comments were accumulating rapidly, leading Chen Bo to ponder the implications of nearly 10 million likes. Clearly, the traffic was substantial. He was uncertain when the rewards would be dispensed, as this remained unclear. However, he was confident that any rewards would correlate with his data. His curiosity lay in the nature of the rewards he might receive, which remained undetermined. Just as Chen Bo was lost in thought, a notification chimed in his ear, congratulating him for unlocking 1 million fans and granting him the reward of armor-piercing paint. The anticipated reward had arrived sooner than expected, and Chen Bo was taken aback by the fact that it was tied to his fan count. Perhaps there would be alternative methods in the future, or it could be that fan numbers were the primary metric. He deduced that while a reward was granted for 1 million fans, there would be none for 2 million, as he currently boasted over 3 million followers. Nearing 4 million, an impressive feat achieved overnight. Perhaps the next reward would unlock at 5 million fans? Even with the rapid increase in followers, Chen Bo felt it was not an overwhelming number. The primary concern was the sheer volume of people. Logically, the majority of the global population should be participating in this survival game, suggesting an immense player base potentially numbering in the billions. A few million fans might be considerable on certain social platforms, but even 100 million active users on those platforms would be deemed exceptional. In stark contrast, the player count in this game was unfathomably vast. The realization that all players could view Chen Bo's social circle within the game was the most daunting aspect. With likes numbering in the tens of millions, upon reflection, Chen Bo realized that it was not as significant as it seemed. Compared to the colossal base of billions, a few million likes paled in comparison. He understood that within this environment, attrition was inevitable. Death was a common occurrence, as every second, individuals perished due to accidents or other misfortunes in the real world. In this game, the perils were even greater, with many succumbing to thirst or starvation. However, after the initial phase, it became apparent that everyone managed to stabilize. It was unlikely that such a vast presence would simply vanish. Speaking of billions, even if there were significant reductions in numbers, the figure should still be substantial. Although many individuals merely observe without engaging further, the count should not be as low as it appears. While Chen Bo was contemplating this perplexity, he noticed a notification. The players were merely within a specific zone. Your social network and chat channels included only individuals from that particular area, not the entirety of the player base. As one progresses, other zones would be unlocked, potentially encountering foreign players. Upon reading the notification, Chen Bo understood the situation. Indeed, he had encountered numerous individuals along his journey, yet none from abroad. It turned out that everyone was still confined to their respective zones. Chen Bo estimated that a single zone likely had a population of approximately 100 million, accounting for any fluctuations. Thus, the rate of fan growth began to seem reasonable. He pondered when he might meet players from overseas, particularly those charming young women. Chapter 67. Automatic Rifle Manufacturing Diagram. Having grasped these concepts, Chen Bo commenced his examination of the rewards he had just acquired. The introduction of the armor-piercing coating red. Applied to bullets, it can produce armor-piercing effects, impacting materials such as bulletproof glass. Chen Bo was familiar with coatings and had never encountered one that lacked efficacy. Upon viewing this particular coating, he recognized its value. Indeed, possessing a firearm in this world was exhilarating at first. However, one soon realizes that it is not invincible. Certain elements are impervious to bullets. This applies not only to wild beasts, but also to humans who possess defensive measures, such as bulletproof vests and glass. For instance, Chen Bo currently enjoyed comprehensive protection. Standing before him with a gun would pose no threat. However, with the introduction of this armor-piercing component, the dynamics shifted dramatically. One must not forget that this is not the final effect. It can be upgraded. Congratulations, host. On your successful upgrade, 500 grams of ordinary armor-piercing coating has been upgraded to 50 kilograms of advanced armor-piercing material. Advanced armor-piercing material, when applied to bullets, it possesses formidable armor-piercing capabilities, capable of penetrating all bulletproof objects. Upon reading this description, Chen Bo realized the magnitude of the enhancement. This meant that in the presence of such bullets, even bulletproof vests would become utterly ineffective. This capability was indeed alarming. It instilled a sense of insecurity within Chen Bo. Did this not imply that his defenses were not as foolproof as he had imagined? The fear of the unknown loomed. What if he encountered an enemy armed with armor-piercing bullets? After some reflection, he concluded that he was perhaps overthinking the situation. Firstly, his armor-piercing coating had been upgraded. Only after this enhancement could it disregard any bulletproof protective gear or materials. Before the upgrade, it did not possess such effects. Moreover, his own bulletproof vest, bulletproof glass, and blast-resistant tires were also upgraded, differing significantly from ordinary materials. He need not overly concern himself about standard armor-piercing materials. As long as he refrained from carelessly trading away his superior armor-piercing material, he would be safe. Such valuable items could not simply be given away. Doing so would expose him to potential danger. The quantity of 50 kilograms was quite satisfactory, indeed, quite ample. Nevertheless, having more would be beneficial, as it was a consumable resource. Unlike stealth materials, which remain effective after a single application, bullets are consumable. Each shot diminishes the supply. There was no indication of them being recoverable, implying that the armor-piercing coating would also deplete continuously. With this in mind, it did not seem excessive. Chen Bo drove slowly, his hands barely touching the steering wheel, merely nudging it occasionally to prevent veering off course. He was applying the coating to his bullets. Based on his estimation, a single handgun bullet required approximately 23 grams of coating, which was not excessive. He anticipated that other bullets would require slightly more. Currently, he had only coated the bullets for his Desert Eagle, leaving the ammunition for his portable handgun uncoated. He needed to conserve this coating. It was unnecessary to apply it to every bullet. There may be situations where standard bullets would suffice. Using armor-piercing bullets in such cases would be wasteful. With 2 handguns at his disposal, he could choose based on the circumstances. Woof, woof. After coating a magazine of bullets, he continued to prepare additional ones as a backup. The consumption of bullets was rapid. At that moment, the sound of Xiaoha barking resonated, its tone considerably softer, indicating no immediate danger. After spending time together, Chen Bo could discern different nuances in Xiaoha's barks. As his attention returned, he noticed a resource box ahead, glimmering enticingly. Upon approaching the box and observing Xiaoha's calm demeanor, he was reassured of its safety. He had encountered such boxes before and was familiar with the unlocking method, promptly drawing his portable handgun to proceed. In this instance, there was no necessity for armor-piercing bullets. He could afford to fire a few extra shots if needed. Pork ribs. The first item he spotted was food. Pork ribs were indeed a delightful find. Although their value could not compare to the Wagyu beef he possessed, they were still a welcome change. This essential protein source was something Chen Bo could not overlook. The moment he laid eyes on it, he envisioned various cooking methods, with braised pork ribs being his favorite. Now, Chen Bo was quite capable in the kitchen, no longer limited to roasting or frying. Additionally, preparing some rib soup would be quite pleasant. His rice cooker had a soup-making function. After collecting the ribs, Chen Bo turned his attention to the second item. Automatic rifle manufacturing diagram. Upon encountering this firearm, Chen Bo could hardly contain his excitement. This item was undeniably renowned, ubiquitous in the game. In tumultuous zones, one could frequently observe individuals wielding such weapons. However, organized factions typically did not equip this firearm due to its instability and significant recoil, which could result in accidents leading to injury. Yet, this did not diminish its global popularity. Its primary advantage lay in its affordability. In chaotic environments, quality weapons often remained out of reach. It was also widely acknowledged for its power and mechanical reliability. As a man, one could hardly resist the allure of such a weapon. While Chen Bo was exhilarated, he also remembered to upgrade. Congratulations, host. On your successful upgrade, the manufacturing diagram has been upgraded to a refined version. Enhanced introduction. In comparison to its previous version, the newly improved model boasts a significant enhancement in stability, an increase in magazine capacity by 50 rounds, and a reduction in recoil by 50%, all while incorporating an automatic aiming feature. Upon seeing this introduction, Chen Bo was utterly astonished. Could it truly be played this way? The enhancements were indeed formidable. It no longer resembled a conventional firearm. While the increased stability and reduced recoil were reasonable modifications, the automatic aiming feature seemed rather outrageous. This was akin to utilizing an aimbot in a battle royale game. Consequently, during usage, as long as one aligned the gun's muzzle roughly toward the target, it was likely to hit without the usual erratic firing, where entire magazines could be wasted shooting at nothing. Though preposterous for Chen Bo, this represented a tremendous boost in combat capability, elevating his prowess significantly. The need for honing marksmanship seemed to dissipate. The weapon had matured, capable of self-guidance. The only remaining tasks were pulling the trigger and reloading. However, it was not yet time for celebration. The weapon still needed to be crafted, and it did not simply materialize in his hands. A glance at the required materials revealed exquisite grade wood and stainless steel fragments. The materials were few, merely 2 types. Stainless steel fragments were commonplace in the trading market, and Chen Bo had some on hand. The exquisite grade wood, however, posed a challenge for Chen Bo to procure. He resolved to visit the trading market for a cursory exploration. In the market, exquisite grade wood was absent. Only ordinary wood was available. Chen Bo purchased some ordinary wood and attempted to upgrade it. However, upgrading was not a straightforward process. He discovered that the enhancement of wood quality contained an element of unpredictability. At times, it merely increased the quantity of wood without improving its quality, with the likelihood of achieving a higher grade being somewhat diminished. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in upgrading to exquisite grade wood, and remarkably, he acquired 5 pieces at once, which was more than sufficient. As the crafting blueprint vanished, a modified weapon materialized in Chen Bo's hands. It felt substantial, slightly heavy, but Chen Bo's strength had notably increased. allowing him to wield it effortlessly with both hands. He inspected the magazine, which contained 60 rounds. This quantity was certainly abundant, especially considering it was not a Gatling gun. Resisting the urge to fire and test it, Chen Bo stored the weapon in his space. While a handgun could be conveniently carried, this weapon was too cumbersome, requiring it to be slung over his shoulder, which would be noticeable and burdensome. Continuing on his journey, Chen Bo deemed this acquisition a significant success. However, now that he had the weapon in hand, his thoughts shifted to dinner, contemplating whether to braise or stew the ribs. Certainly, he would not indulge in barbecue again, as such a feast was unsustainable. A change of flavor was in order. Consuming meat daily might not be beneficial for health. But this concern seemed trivial compared to those who seldom had meat and should worry about their nutritional intake. Moreover, Chen Bo consistently consumed fruits, ensuring ample vitamins. So he had little to fret over. With mealtimes still far off, Chen Bo found himself wandering the trading market out of boredom. To his surprise, the variety of goods had significantly improved since his last visit. Demand had escalated, moving beyond mere essentials. A particular item caught his attention: the beast trap. Chapter 69, Illusionary Attack, Easily Slay Beasts. Beast trap description. This device possesses a certain allure for beasts, actively attracting them while inflicting a degree of damage. Trading requirements: 500 milliliters of water and 500 grams of meat or fruit. Chen Bo scrutinized the owner's demands for the beast trap, which were quite ordinary, merely requiring water and tangible goods. However, the quantities were substantial. While 500 milliliters of water was manageable, a pound of meat or fruit was quite a hefty request. He perused the comments beneath the product listing. What on earth is this? Asking for so much? Come on, lower the price. No one will trade for this. It would take a fool to exchange this much food and water for such an item. Avoiding beasts was one thing, but luring them? Each trading item allowed for public commentary, serving as a form of amusement. Admittedly, driving could be rather dull at times, and the comments on this listing nearly elicited a laugh from Chen Bo. The majority were complaints regarding the exorbitant price. To put it plainly, I can barely escape from beasts, let alone lure them. Furthermore, after attracting a beast, the trap did not guarantee a lethal strike. It merely inflicted some damage. Against stronger foes, it might not even cause harm, potentially merely tickling them. This could lead to attracting trouble instead, which would be unfortunate, given the owner's trading requirements. Many expressed skepticism regarding the feasibility of trading this item unless the owner lowered their standards. Chen Bo, however, held a different perspective. He found the item quite useful. Slaying beasts had its merits, contributing to personal upgrades and earning tokens that could be used for purchases. Without engaging in hunts, how could one acquire the tokens? Most individuals likely remained unaware of the token's true value, and even if they did, few would actively seek out beasts, uncertain whether they would emerge victorious or become the prey. Chen Bo, in contrast, was confident in his combat prowess. Today had been remarkably quiet, with no encounters with beasts. Having this trap to attract them could prove advantageous. Should a confrontation arise that he could not win, he would simply flee. There was no shame in retreating. Chen Bo did not dwell on his decision. He deemed it worthwhile and proceeded with the trade. To him, the required water was negligible. He consumed more than that simply for bathing each day. As for food, he did not offer meat. Instead, he exchanged a pineapple. The other party accepted, and thus the trade was completed. Upon receiving the trap, Chen Bo was pleased to discover it could be upgraded, and he promptly initiated the enhancement. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading. The beast trap has been enhanced to a modified version. Yet another upgrade. Improved version of the beast trap. Introduction. Once properly set, this trap exudes an irresistible allure, drawing nearby beasts to it. As the creatures approach, it unleashes a certain degree of illusionary attack, inducing a state of mental disarray. Note, the allure and illusionary strike may not be entirely effective against formidable beasts, with their potency diminishing accordingly. After examining the description, Chen Bo noted the distinct differences compared to previous iterations. Overall, the trap's enticing power has undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement, likely making it easier to attract beasts than its predecessor. However, if it were merely a trap, Chen Bo would find it lacking in value. Moreover, without knowledge of nearby beasts, the practical application of this trap remains uncertain. By the time one encounters a beast, it would be too late to set it up, rendering it somewhat impractical. Fortunately, it possesses the ability to entice. Yet a drawback lies in the uncertainty of the number of beasts in proximity. Should there be a multitude, complications may arise. Furthermore, the attack on the beast has transformed into an illusionary assault. Chen Bo felt that the illusionary attack was indeed more advantageous. The previous attack likely lacked significant lethality, thus diminishing its overall relevance. With the illusionary attack, during the brief moment of confusion experienced by the beasts, Chen Bo could seize the opportunity to strike, akin to attacking a creature in a state of complete unawareness. which proved quite favorable. Should his strike yield minimal effect, it would signify the beast's overwhelming strength, rendering the trap's meager attack virtually inconsequential. After the upgrade was complete, Chen Bo waited until noon. While preparing to simmer pork rib soup, he set up the trap from a distance to observe its effectiveness. The results were remarkably promising. Before the water in the pot even began to boil, a beast approached. Emerging from the ground was a peculiar creature, a sand octopus. The moment it neared the trap, it abruptly froze, seemingly under some enchantment. Bang! 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 Chen Bo decisively fired his weapon, swiftly eliminating the octopus with ease. The creature posed no real challenge. The damage inflicted upon it was negligible, and with just 2 shots, it collapsed, transforming into a puddle of ink. Chen Bo maintained a safe distance, preferring not to get too close. While the octopus was manageable, attracting a more powerful beast could lead to significant trouble. Moreover, being nearby might draw the beast's attention toward him. After all, to a beast, a human is also a potential bait. Fortunately, his weapon was equipped with auto-aim, allowing him to fire in the general direction with relative ease. Without such a feature, there was a considerable chance of missing, particularly at greater distances where instability increased. After dispatching the octopus, Chen Bo noticed the hero's medal appear on the ground. The quantity was unclear, but it was certain there were not many. The hero's medals are awarded based on the strength of the defeated beasts. Given that he eliminated the octopus with just 2 shots, Chen Bo found it hard to believe it was particularly formidable. However, before he could approach, the ground seemed to stir once more, prompting Chen Bo to crouch down again to observe. 2 more identical creatures emerged from the earth. Evidently, there was more than one. This discovery was surprising. He wondered if they traveled in groups. These 2 were also ensnared by the illusionary attack, allowing Chen Bo to dispatch them with ease. Following nearly the same procedure as before, after eliminating 3 octopuses, a brief lull ensued. It appeared that these creatures were not as abundant as initially feared. Should they have been, it would have been somewhat alarming, as the trap's illusionary attack might not have been effective against a large number. The 3 octopuses yielded a modest total of 30 medals, with each octopus providing 10. While this was a decent haul, relying on 30 medals for an upgrade was unrealistic. Accumulation would require patience. Based on his previous gaming experience, Chen Bo estimated that several hundred medals would be necessary for the next upgrade. Later, as Chen Bo and Xiao Ha happily savored their pork ribs and soup, yet another beast, a leopard, was drawn to the scene. Chen Bo instinctively rubbed his eyes upon witnessing its speed. It dashed toward him like a flash. He instinctively compared it to Xiao Ha, realizing that even at full speed, Xiao Ha might not match the leopard's agility. The leopard's attributes were undoubtedly maximized in terms of speed. Fortunately, the trap's illusionary attack caused the agile leopard to momentarily freeze, granting Chen Bo the opportunity to shoot. Despite its swiftness, the creature's armor was not particularly robust. Had his weapon lacked lethality, it would have indicated the beast's overwhelming power. Without hesitation, Chen Bo eliminated the leopard. Even though it had not provoked him, he remained resolute in his duty to eliminate any threat. One must not show mercy to beasts, especially when faced with potential danger. After inspecting the leopard, he discovered it too yielded 30 medals, bringing his total to 60, a commendable acquisition. After waiting a while, with no further arrivals, Chen Bo realized remaining stationary during the day would only increase the temperature inside his vehicle. He decided to stow the trap and continue onward. It was clear that one could not merely wait for beasts to wander into a single location. The trap could only attract a limited area of beasts, and it was implausible for them to be densely packed, as humans could not survive in such conditions for long. Ultimately, if the trap could attract all beasts, Chen Bo would be reluctant to utilize it, as it would merely invite danger. He refrained from immediately relocating his vehicle, recognizing the need to use the trap strategically and adapt as necessary. He speculated that using it later in the day might yield better results. At this moment, Chen Bo had another idea. He could showcase his hero's medals online, a simple yet enjoyable display. Social media rewards could be advantageous, but garnering attention required consistent posting. He shared a glimpse of his accumulated hero's medals, confident that those who had survived until now would be familiar with them and how they were obtained. It seemed implausible that anyone could reach this point without encountering beasts, save for a select few. With a plethora of heroes' medals on display, it was clear to everyone the extent of Chen Bo's prowess. The sheer number indicated his successful hunts against numerous beasts, a true testament to his strength. Unbeknownst to Chen Bo, the 2 nightmarish creatures that had previously attacked him were now filled with delight within his vehicle. The man with the crew cut exclaimed joyfully, "Damn it, brother, we have finally crafted this handgun. From now on, we need not fear anyone." The stout fellow, brandishing a sleek black pistol, wore a contented expression. What man could resist such an object, especially in this world where possessing a firearm indeed enhances one's sense of security? The stout man chuckled. It's fortunate that we stumbled upon resource crates consecutively. They contain valuable items. Brother, shall we seek revenge on that individual? I desire the firearm he possesses. The man he referred to was Chen Bo. Is he far from us? Not far. He has a team moved since noon and only departed recently. The stout man nodded and added, let's not rush. I have just seen someone negotiating for bulletproof vests and discussing prices. The crew-cut man was elated. With bulletproof vests in their possession, they would no longer fear confrontation, and they could easily deal with him.